So this chick just busts in, kicks the door off its hinges like she's in an action movie. Turns out it's Qinfeng's sister, and she's totally losing her mind because he ghosted her calls. This drama queen, Xiao Yuyu, is having a full-blown meltdown, drop-kicking furniture and everything. And for what cause her boy toy Song Fei needs cash to become the next pop sensation. Seriously. She's basically screaming, just give me the money. Our boy, the protagonist, is having absolutely none of it. And bam, he delivers a 5-star smackdown to his sister. Sent her straight to the floor right where she belongs with the rest of the garbage. Homegirl was shook, completely shell-shocked. See, her bro had never even flicked her ear before. He was her personal doormat. But today, Oh Fun was a whole new character and she was not ready for the script change. He gives her this death glare colder than my ex's heart and basically tells her he's got zero patience left for her yapping. Then he yeets a credit card at her face, tells her it's the whole inheritance from their parents. She can have every last cent. Feng's like, out of respect for mom and dad. I'm done arguing with you, Xiao Yu. Then drops the mic. From now on, you're dead to me. We're not family anymore. So she's just holding her face, probably replaying that in her head. Yikes. But hold up, you think he went too far. Let's get the tea from his room. Fun spills the entire backstory and dude, it's savage. Turns out in a past life, this guy literally sacrificed everything to keep his sister safe. And what did he get for it? A big old backstab. He's like, years from now, I'm on this crazy battlefield slaying every monster imaginable, and the nastiest beast of them all was my own sister who shanked me from behind. He was floored, demanding answers. And what does Qin Xiao say? She just calls him a complete moron. Apparently she never even considered him family, just some stray her parents picked up. Then she has the nerve to look back and say she did everything he wanted. And get this, here's her true love, Song Fei. The whole plan was to use Xiao Yu to swipe some legendary artifact after Fun did all the grinding. What a snake. Our hero can't even stand the sight of his sister anymore. And Xiao, she just laughs in his face. She's all like, you were so clingy it was super annoying. Meanwhile, Song's out of patience and decides it's time to permanently delete Feng. Alright, so here's the deal. Back in 2025, bedtime meant getting yoinked into this dream world. It was basically a high-stakes video game. And get this, if you died in the game, you lost actual years off your life in the real world. Talk about permadeath. But hey, it wasn't all doom and gloom. People figured out you could bring your epic skills and powers from the game back to reality. Your own life was literally the in-game currency. So our boy went full no-life mode, grinding for that divine item to become the GOAT. And on the exact day he was about to win, his sister hits him with the ultimate betrayal. He's thinking, this is so bogus, if I just had a do-over I'd change everything. And just like that, game over for him. But plot twist, the universe decided to be a bro for once. Qinfeng wakes up, checks his phone, and sees the date 2025. This ain't no prank. My man got a full-on respawn 9 years in the past. Now as he's about to log back into the game, Fun feels weirdly free. He's thinking, how OP can I get without my sister-shaped anchor weighing me down? This time it's personal. He makes a pinky promise to himself to use all his future knowledge to speedrun past everyone and snatch all the loot and glory he missed out on. And as for Xiao Yu, he's decided to let her play the game on hardcore mode. She's got to face the real world with zero Big Brother buffs. Now about Song Fei, the puppet master who set up his epic fail in the last timeline. Feng's face gets dead serious. He swears he's going to personally send Song Fei to the Shadow Realm and make that wannabe pop star pay for every single one of his schemes. Alright, scene change. Now Fun's standing in some massive, trippy-looking dimension. It's this huge hall packed with glowing, spooky mirrors. He explains this is the Choose Your Class lobby. Ah, the character creation screen of the gods, the place where noobs pick their destiny. Last time our boy Fun spent like a whole eternity here, freaking out and unable to make a decision. But now, with his future knowledge cheats, Fun struts through this hall like he owns the joint. This time he knows exactly what he wants, and it's not being a meat shield for Xiao again. What a simp move that was. I mean, the warrior class wasn't terrible, but it's useless for his new me-first agenda, without having to play bodyguard for anyone. He's had a galaxy brain moment, speed is everything. With this genius-level thought, he casually points at one of the magic mirrors and picks the edgelord special, the assassin class. The second he boops the glass, a massive blue flash blasts from his hand, and a system pop-up because of course appears in his face. The system's like, by the way, that artifact, the Eye of Judgment, it's already stuck to you, activating now, and right behind Fun. Some giant creepy eyeball from another dimension just appears staring like it knows all his browser history. Another window pops up, showing Fun's got some unique cheat codes, the power of judgment, and a power passive. The system basically spells it out for him. You've got advantages, nobody else does, you little hacker. The second he logs into this so-called Game of Gods, he's gonna get the max-level, gold-plated Premium Plus version of his class and talents, rocketing him miles ahead of all the regular schmucks. A smug grin spreads across Fun's face as he gawks at the power of his new eyeball. He starts thinking that this busted artifact somehow stayed glued to his soul even after he got a do-over on life. If that's true, it means that thing is a useless paperweight for anyone else who tries to swipe it like those traitors. See, and Xiao Yuyu tried to do last time. Sucks to be them. He even starts to wonder if this eyeball is the whole reason he got reborn, like it's his own personal get-out-of-death-free card. Then out of nowhere, some spooky dark emo aura starts seeping into his body, totally catching him by surprise. The system chimes in like a game show host. Congratulations, you've unlocked a secret profession. The class change starts and the goth smoke cloud swallows him whole. When the smoke clears, Fun's had a major glow-up. His black hair is now anime protagonist white, and he's radiating this weird, powerful energy. Basically screaming, "Look at my new power level." The system then announces he's become a mortal shadow, a super secret high-level assassin class that makes his old warrior build look like a total joke. Fun knows this shadow class is the jackpot. It gives you insane power right from the start, which is why every player and their grandma wants it. He runs a hand over his face, trying to process the absolutely bonkers luck or maybe plot armor that got him here. See, when a normal person picks a class, there's like a 1 in a billion chance of rolling a secret one. But because of his authority of judgment hack, that microscopic chance became a 100% certainty. The system then started a tutorial on all the new cheats his eyeball came with. First on the list was the authority of judgment. The system hyped it up as the oldest and most broken power in the entire universe. A power that literally tells the rules of reality to sit down and shut up. But there was a catch. The system warned that without some divinity, Fun couldn't actually use its full world-breaking power. Even so, the passive buffs were still running, which already gave him a stupidly unfair advantage. Fun was totally floored by this. He remembered that in his past life, it took all of humanity a whole 7 years just to figure out this power of order stuff even existed. That was when some super-geared player finally broke out of the game, found the land of order, and spilled all the tea to everyone, and yet here he was. For ages, a bunch of wannabes tried and failed to snag this power. But now, our boy Fun figured out he had the OG cheat code, a power that basically told rules in order to take a hike. We're talking reality-bending stuff here. He put on his big boy face. Suddenly, petty revenge seemed like child's play if he could just ditch this godly game show to get to the land of order and snag a divinity. Then he could unleash 100% of his authority of judgment, total ownage. And boom, a wild system screen appears, prompting him to pick a gamer tag. After like 2 seconds of deep, profound thought, he picked the edgiest name possible, Shadow. So fitting, he probably thought. Cause you know his class is literally born from darkness. He hit confirm and the system was like, yep, checks out. Instantly, a spooky black fog started swirling around him as the system announced, get ready to drop into the game world, the land the gods ghosted. Then came the tutorial nobody asked for explaining. This world was a total dump crawling with monsters that just loved to smash stuff. The system basically warned him, these things have zero chill, and their only hobby is turning you into a player pancake. It also dropped a little tidbit, go out bonk some monsters, and you earn tradable lifespan, which is apparently a super important resource. But get this, if you die, the penalty is brutal. You lose half your lifespan. Not just the tradable kind, but your actual lifetimer too. Big yikes. But was Fun scared? Nah. Scene change. And poof, he's in the noob village, a quaint little spot called Shell Town. The system piped up, welcome to the safe space. No monsters allowed and no PvP griefing. Your life drain here is at its absolute minimum, locked in at a cozy 1 times. Fun takes a look around and it's pure chaos. All the other noobs who just got yoinked into the game are running around like headless chickens, totally freaking out and asking each other, dude, how did we even get here? Most of them just remember tucking themselves into bed and then surprise woke up in a character creation screen for a real-life nightmare. But Fun laser-focused. He scanned the sea of panicked newbies, knowing this game was already blowing up. He knew the whales and pro gamers from every corner of the globe were about to log on, all trying to be the new server kings. If he was going to stay on top of the leaderboard, he had to get a move on, and with that, he started striding through town. Dude immediately started turning heads. His drip was on another level, and that spooky aura made him stick out like a sore thumb among the pajama-wearing newbies. The whole crowd started whispering, trying to guess his class. Some other dude, who was also an assassin, spotted the dagger at Fun's waist and was just gobsmacked by the difference. This guy had zero special effects, while Fun looked like the main character of an anime. The difference was so obvious it was comical, and it just made everyone stare harder. As he got close to the exit, a squad of players stumbled back into town looking like they'd just seen a ghost. Apparently getting zeroed out in this game wasn't a game over. You just get teleported back to Shelltown to cry about it. The group was 3 dudes and a chick, and man were they salty. They were whining about some level 1 tracker monster. One guy was like, dude, 1 single bite took half my HP. Another one chimed in, yeah, and all of us ganged up on it, and we barely scratched a third of its health bar. Dude number 3 is absolutely wrecked, his ego completely shattered after getting his health bar chopped in half too. They all stare at the woman who's clearly their shot caller, waiting for her to cook up a plan. But before she can say anything, her eyes lock onto Fun. And what do you know, he's staring right back. He notices she's rocking a longbow, not the dinky little starter pack shortbow every other archer gets. Fun's brain clicks instantly, and he figures she must have a secret class, which is some super rare and overpowered advantage. Intrigued by Fun's whole I'm the main character vibe, the woman strolls over to him with a proposition. She's like, hey, let's party up. Her genius reasoning is that the monsters outside are too beefy to solo. She tries to sell it, saying her squad has experience since they already got their butts kicked by a monster. Fun, however, can't help but crack a little smirk hearing that. The only experience they have is in speedrunning the respawn screen, he thinks to himself. He shuts down her offer, telling her he'd rather fly solo. The woman is totally floored by his response. Her little minions immediately start whispering. They're all like, who does this arrogant punk think he is? Thinking he can just take on a monster alone when the four of them got wiped. But despite her crew's whining, the leader senses Fun is a whole different breed. Determined to expose his secret, she decides to inspect his status window. Her eyes go wide when she reads the name Shadow. She lets out a little laugh, thinking the name is a bit edgy and trying way too hard. But she can't shake the feeling he's hiding some serious heat. Turning to her crew, she announces, new plan, we're stalking him to see what's up. Maybe he found some secret sauce on these monsters and is trying to hog all the glory. She schemes. With a wicked little grin, she says she can't wait to see if he's a legend or if he's about to get absolutely clowned on. As Fun struts confidently toward the exit of Concha City, the blonde and her team of goons start tailing him like the world's worst spies. They're overthinking every single step. The whole squad ducks behind a tree, their eyes glued to Fun like a bunch of creeps. The blonde leader, totally frustrated, starts complaining to her team about how messed up and dangerous this world is. She admits she has zero clue why they got isekai'd into this nightmare, but as a self-proclaimed pro gamer, she immediately threw a team together to tackle the challenges. Even so, she never dreamed the game would humiliate them so brutally. The very first monster they ran into outside the city just deleted their whole party. It was a massive flashing sign saying, "You guys are not ready." She finally comes to the brilliant conclusion that a monster like that is way too overpowered for any level 1 player. Meanwhile, the two dudes on her team start gushing about Fun. One of them, who also happens to be an assassin, points out the massive gear difference. While he's using a dinky little dagger, Fun is wielding a proper short sword that looks seriously lethal. The wannabe assassin also pipes up that Fun's speed is on another level and his clothes look like nothing he's ever seen before. They look like custom-made gear that just radiates power. Hearing all this, the blonde is now 100% sure Fun is no ordinary player. She decides to keep up the super stealthy stalker act, hoping to leech some intel that'll give her crew an advantage. But right as she's about to signal her team to move in closer, Fun suddenly stops dead and glances over his shoulder. The blonde girl freezes, her heart pounding, thinking, oh crap, we've been made. Before she could even get a word out, Fung hit him with a skill called Latent Image. A shady-looking aura just gobbled him up, and bam, he was gone. Vanished, like he was a figment of their imagination. The whole crew just stood there, jaws on the floor. Their brains were lagging, trying to compute what just happened. The group's resident assassin was the first to have a brilliant idea, pointing out that Fun must have used an invisibility skill. You know, a super basic assassin move. Even so, he had to admit that Fun's version was like a Hollywood special effect compared to his party trick. The blonde girl, still looking like she'd seen a ghost, finally pulled herself together. She declared that Operation Follow Fun was officially canceled. Her brilliant new plan, run back to the city's safety zone to cry and find easier ways to level up. She kept reminding them how super-duper dangerous it was outside the city walls. Especially since their health bars were already chopped in half from their first epic fail, the guys were all for it. They started fantasizing that the city was probably full of secret rewards, like magical treasure chests or NPCs who'd just hand over cheat codes. They were desperately clinging to the hope of getting swole without actually having to, risk anything. Meanwhile, the game system was spilling the tea on the skill Fun just used. Latent Image makes the player a ghost to literally everyone, buddies and bad guys included. And while you're invisible, the first smackdown you deliver after reappearing deals a stupid amount of extra damage. On top of that, his Master of Invisibility passive doubled how long he could stay hidden and bumped his invisibility level up by 1. Fun himself was pretty stoked about how ridiculously broken his Mortal Shadow class skills were. Unlike your garden variety assassins, who are about as sneaky as a marching band at level 1, Fun's unique setup made sure that no one, not a player or a monster, could even sniff him out this early in the game. With that smug thought, he dipped out, leaving Blondie and her crew in the dust. Fun figured they were a bunch of naive chumps. He knew the city wasn't some magical shortcut to becoming a legend. It was just a glorified timeout corner in a world where the weak get turned into monster kibble. He stayed locked on his goal until his ghost mode finally wore off. He noticed that even though the skill's uptime was pretty short, its cooldown timer started the instant he activated it. This meant he could go ghost again in just a couple of seconds. A system window popped up showing off his stats. Codename Shadow, profession Mortal Shadow, both at a fresh level 1. He had a non-negotiable lifetime of 75 years and a negotiable lifetime of a big fat 0 years. Fun knew every player started with 10 points in each stat, but the bonus points were where the real magic happened, all depending on your class. In his past life as a basic warrior, He only scraped by with 3 bonus points in strength and constitution. But this time around, the Mortal Shadow class was handing out bonuses to everything, with agility getting a fat 8-point injection. Then another system window appeared. It let him know he had 5 free attribute points to play with. Fun actually paused for a second to think. He knew most noobs just dump everything into strength or spirit right off the bat, hoping to punch harder or shoot bigger fireballs. But he knew that strategy was a total joke. In a world where one hit from a monster could be game over, being a musclehead is pointless if you're too slow to dodge. With that 200 IQ thought, he slammed all 5 points into agility, which was now at a base of 10 with another 13 points from bonuses. You can't hit what you can't see. System finally caught on, and yep, Fun was feeling pretty smug about it. He dropped some big brain knowledge. Agility is the only stat that matters for noobs trying not to get deleted. Why pump points into strength or spirit? That's just dumb. One love tap from a monster and you're toast. But if you're not a total turtle, you can literally juke everything and smack him back without a scratch. And as he's strolling along, his spidey senses start tingling, picking up some weird noise way off in the distance. He pauses, zooming in with those eagle eyes of his. And what do you know, lurking in the dark is some freaky-looking thing. Oh look, a level 1 crawler. The system's like, warning, it's normal? Real terrifying stuff. This thing's all gnarly and making spooky sounds, trying way too hard to set a mood. Fun's just standing there completely unfazed. He's seen this chump before. Yeah, that's the same scrub that wiped the floor with that blonde chick squad earlier. You can even see the boo-boos they left on it. A for effort, I guess. They tickled it a bit before getting wrecked. The crawler finally spots Fun and comes barreling at him like a moron. It's making angry noises, but Fun doesn't even flinch. He just sidesteps the charge like it's in slow motion, all smooth and stylish. Fun breaks it down for the audience. These crawlers are basically lifetime vampires. They gank a player, slurp up their time, and then level up. Total parasites. Those little scratches on the monster, proof that the Blondie squad went all out, bless their hearts. But all they really did was postpone their own funeral. In one slick move, Fun whips out his short sword. Suddenly, this wicked black aura starts leaking off him. His eyes flare up with a menacing red glow as he flips the switch on his Latent Image ability. Poof. In a flash, he's gone, leaving the crawler looking like a total doofus. The thing just growls and whips its head around, all confused. It's trying to find the snack that just disappeared. Too bad for it. Fong is already airborne, about to drop in for a surprise party. He flicks off his invisibility mid-air, coming down like a hawk. His sword just slices through the air with surgical precision. This little trick, which cashes in on the massive attack buff from his ability, is about to deliver a world of hurt. The system practically screams critical hit. A window pops up showing the damage, a whopping 174 points. The level 1 crawler just collapses its body, pixelating into nothing. Fun gets a measly 10 experience points for his trouble. But hold up, even Fun himself is a little shook for a split second by how much damage he just dished out. He knew it would be a big hit, but this was just ridiculous, way more than he figured. The system chimes in to explain that the backstab ability basically put the damage on steroids. Apparently, if you shank an enemy from behind where they can't see you, the damage gets doubled. This basically turns Fun into a walking delete button. And as he's soaking in all this newfound power, the PTSD from his last playthrough starts kicking in. He's remembering the absolute grind as a warrior, back when a critical hit barely tickled for about 40 points of damage. Just taking down one of these crawlers was a whole boss fight that left him beat up and exhausted. But back then, his whole mission was playing bodyguard for Xiao Yuyu, so he basically nerfed himself to make sure she was okay. He funneled all the good loot to her, which left him stuck as a low-tier scrub, but not this time. Oh no. This playthrough is all about him, and the results are already insane. The system pops up the loot screen, 3 days of lifetime he can sell, and a ridiculous 54 years and 155 days of lifetime just for him. Talk about a jackpot. Fun clenches, his fist crushing the monster's leftover energy and just absorbing the power trip. But wait, there's more. Another system notification flashes, announcing that the Authority of Judgment has just come online. Things are about to get spicy. Ding, the system basically throws a party congratulating him for snagging the Infinite Evolution talent, some super rare OP ability. This bad boy lets him rack up evolution points by soloing monsters, and he can use those points to juice up his skills. But wait, there's more. The system's gonna slide him 5 freebie evolution points every 24 hours, and he gets a whopping 100% of the evolution points from clapping bosses all by himself. Right now, he's sitting on 5 evolution points. As all this info downloaded into his brain, a devious little thought sparked in Fun's mind. Could this infinite evolution thing actually buff his skills? Cause in his past life, that was a big fat nope in the game. Didn't matter what loot a monster dropped, it was always stuck at its base level. That was just how it worked. But this new talent, it just shattered that rule into a million pieces, totally ignoring the game's speed limit. The sheer potential of this skill had Fun's curiosity piqued. Itching to try it out, he picked 2 skills to pimp out: Backstab and his class Deadly Shadow. The second he locked in his choices, The system chimed in, announcing he'd just blown 4 evolution points and the upgrades were a go. First up on the glow-up list was his class Deadly Shadow, which leveled up to the bronze tier with some seriously sweet bonuses. Now he could go ghost for a solid 16 seconds, even while he was throwing hands. The big hit that breaks his stealth got a damage boost from 60 to 80, and the cooldown got shaved down from 28 to a slick 26 seconds. Next on the list, the backstab skill also got a nice little buff. The passive damage for shanking dudes from behind was now 15% instead of a measly 10%. With these new toys, Fun realized his Latent Image skill now lasted a full 16 seconds. And since his invisibility mastery doubled that time, he could basically stay invisible for 32 seconds straight. That's almost permanent ghost mode. He's thinking, man, if he had this set up before, he could have one-shotted that crawler, even if it was at full health. But his power fantasy got rudely interrupted by some loudmouth nearby. Some dude was running his mouth, doubting a scrawny guy like him could kill a monster solo. He turns around and sees a couple of lovebirds, some beefcake trying to flex for a girl. The girl is all starry-eyed, calling him Genji, and gushing that a stud like him could probably take on 10 monsters at once. Genji just puffs out his chest and laughs, telling her not to worry her pretty little head with him around. As Fun watches this cringe fest, he gets a bad feeling. A shadow creeps over the couple and he spots a massive spider thing lurking in the tree right over their clueless heads. Totally oblivious to the 8-legged nightmare about to drop, Genji turns to Fun and makes some lame offer. He tells Fun to join their little party and he'll protect him. Yeah, right. Fun was already on the move because he recognized that monster as a nurse. Without even blinking, he pops Latent Image and just poof gone. The girl sees the whole thing and points to where Fun just was. Genji just shrugs it off with a cocky laugh, totally convinced the weakling must have gotten scared off by his sheer manliness. But that ego trip was about to end abruptly. Before Captain Muscle could even flex, the giant spider pounces on him with a smaller one right behind it. By the time Genji's tiny brain registered the danger, it was game over. The creepy crawlies made a human pancake out of him and the girl in seconds. The system helpfully identifies the monsters, the nurse, a level 1 bronze tier boss, and its little buddy, a level 1 common baby spider. Meanwhile, still in stealth mode, Fun is just chilling, calmly analyzing the situation. The nurse is a beefy enemy with about 1,600 health points, basically impossible for any noob to handle, especially since it's got a whole posse of mini spiders. Even so, Fun sees this as the perfect opportunity to test drive his shiny new skills. Without a moment's hesitation, he closes in on the nurse and strikes, dropping his stealth to unleash a world of hurt. Bam! His sword lands a solid hit and the nurse starts leaking like a busted fire hydrant. But oh no, the monster claps back with a haymaker. But Fung's got moves like Jagger zipping right under its leg. Not even a second later, poof, he pulls his disappearing act again with that Latent Image trick. The system dings, confirming he just slapped it for 338 damage. A solid love tap, but this big baddie needs a lot more convincing. Another pop-up tells him he took like 9 damage, basically a paper cut. But with his squishy 130 health, he's basically a glass cannon. He knew going toe-to-toe would be a one-way trip to the respawn screen. Still, he couldn't help but admire his own souped-up attack power. I mean, dropping over 300 damage in one swing, that's just nuts. The nurse, clearly having a bad day, throws a full-on tantrum and starts smashing everything in sight. Fung's just chilling, watching the chaos, because he knows these things aren't just big dumb brutes. They learn, they adapt, they get salty and hit back. This ain't over by a long shot, but our boy is itching to show off his new toys. He clocked pretty fast that the nurse was just flailing wildly everywhere, so a head-on charge was a big nope. Plus, its little spider sidekick was playing lookout. Yeah, a frontal assault was off the table. So time for Plan B, the sneaky beaky edition. Just as the nurse tries to Spider-Man its way out of there, a rock comes flying out of nowhere, smacks it right in the gut, and deals a whopping 299 damage. See, the game mechanics were on his side. His whole master plan was to abuse that sweet, sweet damage bonus from popping out of stealth and use his skills to turn random junk into lethal weapons. And since the game's code was like, yep, rocks are totally legit weapons, every pebble he chucked hit like a freaking broadsword. He yeeted another one, knowing he could just spam this move the second the cooldown reset. He could literally do this all day. Ding, the system chimes in with another hit, this time for 279 damage. Get wrecked. By cheesing it with this rock-throwing strat, he slowly chipped away at the nurse's health. Then before you know it, a massive server-wide announcement drops on everyone in Shell City. The leaderboard just got a glow-up announcing that some dude named Shadow just dunked on the nurse and became the first player to hit level 2. With his name blasted on every screen, the city's official ranking ladder was now open for business. All the other players were like, wait, what? Most of them remembered getting absolutely wrecked by that same nurse over and over. So they figured soloing that thing was impossible. And just like that, the rumor mill started churning about this mystery player, Shadow. Some were screaming hacks. Others were just staring at the leaderboard, completely shook that there was literally only one name on it. And guess who was in the middle of this gobsmacked crowd? Yep, the blonde girl from earlier and her whole squad. She was totally baffled how a level 1 noob soloed a boss when her team was struggling with basic trash mobs. The suspicion was real. Is the game broken or something? Meanwhile, Genji and his buddy, the same clowns who got flattened by the nurse, were standing there with their jaws on the floor. Then it hits Genji's friend. She remembers that random dude they totally dissed earlier. No way. Could that be Shadow? She wondered. Meanwhile, back with our boy Feng, he gets a victory screen pop-up. Cha-ching, 300 sweet XP in the bank. He dinged level 2 and scored 2 evolution points. He also unlocked the Shell City leaderboard and got 1 whole reputation point. Big spender. The whole city basically got a push notification about his little stunt. Watching the nurse poof into a cloud of sparkly pixels, Fun had a galaxy brain thought when the boss goes bye-bye. When the big boss bites the dust, all the little spider minions just book it. He was kinda bummed he didn't farm them first. What a waste of good XP. Another loot window pops up, 46 days of lifetime, which he can totally sell, and a bronze tier skill book called Hand of Avarist. Not bad for a day's work. He also snagged the Dagger of Corruption, a dinky bronze level shank that juiced him up with a plus 135 attack, a plus 4 to his agility, and a sweet couple of evolution points. Naturally, his greedy little eyes zeroed in on the Hand of Avarist book. The system was like, yo, this is a VIP skill for assassins only. It lets you pickpocket monster corpses for extra loot, but you only got a 20% shot at it. And the only catch, you just had to be level 1. Fun was totally gobsmacked. A trash tier bronze boss dropping a skill this epic. That's just bonkers. This was basically a license to print gear. It even reminded him of this one player from back in the day. Some legend called the God of Sin, who was absolute garbage at fighting but became a superstar just by having this 5-finger discount skill. That dude got so big he had his own security detail, and that's when a galaxy brain idea hit Fun. He was like, okay, so Hand of Avarist has a measly 20% chance, but what if I juice it up with my broken infinite evolution talent? On paper, he could totally boost the success rate and the number of items he could swipe. The thought of all that loot had him practically giddy. Then we cut back to reality where a bunch of kids are shuffling off to school. And look, it's Xiao Yu Fun's sister and her one sensible friend. As they're walking, the friend is all like, dude, you really need to call your brother and apologize. The friend lays it out. They bailed on a major exam yesterday just to go drool over Song Fie, and her brother has got to be losing his mind. But Xiao Yu ain't hearing it. Nope, she's convinced she's done absolutely nothing wrong. In her world, the real villain is her brother for getting in the way of her and Song Fei. If anyone needs to apologize, she says it's him. Her friend, bless her heart, tries to reason, with her pointing out how awesome her brother has always been, and even admits she's jealous of how much he looks out for her. But Xiao Yu just ice queens her and says to butt out. He's not even my real brother. She sneers. My brother is Song Fei. Classic. When they get to school, it's a total madhouse in the classroom. A bunch of students are crowded around a desk, all whispering. They inch closer and see something straight out of a sci-fi flick. Their classmate, Zhang Hai, is just slumped over, and his body is literally fading out of existence. Naturally, people start panicking, and some girl is like, what is going on? Another kid explains that Zhang Hai just said he was going to take a quick nap, and then poof, he started to vanish. Whispers start flying around that he's not the only one this is happening to. Apparently, social media is flooded with videos of this happening all over the globe. People are just napping and then going transparent, and nobody has any answers. Scared out of her mind, one girl grabs her phone to call her parents and tells Xiao Yu she better call her brother, like right now. But Xiao Yu, still salty, flat out refuses. She goes on about how much she hates him and that she's not calling him, even dropping the bombshell that the world would be a better place if he kicked the bucket. Yikes. Anyway, back in the game, the system announces that the Hand of Avarist evolution is complete. The skill just rocketed from bronze all the way up to gold, and the chance to snag extra loot doubled from 20% to a crazy 40%. The system also slides Fun another 2 evolution points and 46 days of lifespan, which, get this, is tradable. He's just sitting there completely blown away by his own insane luck. Besides pocketing the extra points, he only needs 1 more point to evolve, Hand of Avarist again. With 3 points total, he can max the skill out, giving him a guaranteed 100% chance to get extra items every single time. The thought alone is making him giddy. His grind to God tier is moving way faster than he ever dreamed. Fun pops his stealth skill and ghosts, figuring that by now, the whole planet has to have noticed the weird, people taking a forever nap situation. Pretty soon, a tidal wave of noobs is gonna flood the game, and he's gotta stay way ahead of the pack. Priority 1 is getting swole with better gear to keep his edge. A system notification dings he's equipped the Dagger of Corruption, juicing his attack by 35 points and his agility by 4. He bets it won't be long before these clowns figure out that skills and loot from the game can be yoinked into the real world. And when that happens, the world is gonna go full-on battle royale. He recalls that for that to work, you gotta check 2 boxes, hit level 10 and hoard enough tradable lifespan. Peeking at his own stats, he knows that just farming these trash mobs is a total waste of time. The grind is way too slow. To kick things into high gear, he needs to hunt some actual bosses. His power-leveling fantasies get cut short by the sound of a brawl happening somewhere close. He follows the noise, creeping to the edge of a cliff and looking down. A party of scrubs is getting their butts handed to them by a runner, a measly level 2 bronze-class monster that's apparently wiping the floor with them. A smirk plays on Fun's lips. Just when he was about to zone out, a golden opportunity lands right in his lap. He looks closer and recognizes one of the chumps down there, Wang Mang. Fun never thought he'd see that guy here, but it looks like the gossip about Wang Mang was dead on. They said that as soon as he logged in, he built a 6-player crew, every last one of them rocking a secret profession. Mid-fight, Wang Mang activates Sacred Barrier, throwing up a big shiny shield to block the runner's relentless smackdown. Fun just watches the show in silence, noting that Wang Mang's secret class Sacred Shield Warrior gives him double the stats of a normal tank and a handy little invincibility button. The camera pans to a red-headed mage who steps up and lobs a fireball. The spell connects, but it only tickles the runner for a pathetic 70 damage. Fun immediately pegs her as an arcane prophetess, another secret class that's supposed to double her magic damage. Lame. Next, he checks out the group's archer and priest. The archer is using a longbow, a dead giveaway for the sharp-eyed archer class, which you guessed it has double the normal stats and fires arrows like a machine gun. The priest is an oracle priest, healing for twice the amount of a basic heal bot. But even with the archer and mage spamming their attacks, the runner is just too slippery, dodging everything they throw at it. The whole vibe of the fight shifts when the monster lands a massive hit on Wang Mang, shattering his little bubble shield and sending him tumbling. As Wang Mang tries to get his bearings, the archer starts whining that the runner is too fast to hit from that far away. Even after getting a heal patch from the priest, Wang Mang is still trying to play the hero. He yells at them to stick to the brilliant strategy he'll be the punching bag, while the priest keeps him patched up, and they'll totally win eventually. Looking down from his VIP seat, Fun just smirks at Wang Mang's deluded optimism. His plan might sound okay in a textbook, but this is the real deal. The longer this dumpster fire of a fight goes on, the higher the chance of attracting some party crashers, and right on cue, some dark figures just pop into existence. Fun narrows his eye, spotting the new threat. They were contaminators, your run-of-the-mill level 2 monsters covered in nasty black slime that hawk projectiles from a distance. Wang Mang's face immediately drops. As the monsters close in, one of his brilliant teammates decides to charge straight ahead, screaming his head off about how doomed they were. Some dude with a big boy sword took a swing at the contaminators, but surprise, surprise, it was like tickling them with a feather, doing a measly 33 damage. Watching this train wreck unfold, Fung's interest was actually piqued. This squad was rocking some secret job classes he'd never even heard of, but even with their special snowflake powers, they were getting absolutely bodied by these things. The contaminator spit back, hawking up a loogie that glued the players right to the floor. Wang Mang's buddies started backing up, whining about a gnarly smell and realizing their feet were super glued down. Meanwhile, another one of these goop monsters was playing tag with the ginger mage who was booking it and screeching for an adult. And right then, Fun figured he'd seen enough of this comedy show. Without so much as a see ya, he just poofed from the cliff top. Like 1 second later, the monster chasing the mage suddenly had a severe case of its head not being attached to its body, totally wrecked in one hit. Wang Mang and his crew just stood there, jaws on the floor, trying to get their brains to reboot after that. A contaminator got one-shotted. For real, the monster's corpse did the whole sparkly light show thing and vanished. And the mage was like, guys, did we just get a carry? Now that he wasn't stuck in monster goo, the swordsman was just totally shook. He was thinking, dude, even a level 1 crawler takes us like 10 whole seconds of everyone wailing on it to kill. And this level 2 contaminator just got deleted instantly. Before they could even blink, another contaminator bit the dust from a single smack that hit for 441 damage. Totally freaking out the sword guy, asked the mage, Lizzie, if she saw who did it, but she just shook her head, looking completely clueless. Wang Mang, trying to act like a leader, pulled himself together and rallied the troops. He was all right, people, stay sharp. Even with our ghost buddy helping out, we still gotta do something. Meanwhile, Fun, still cloaked, was just chilling in a tree behind Wang Mang like he was watching Netflix. As the squad turned their attention back to the corridor, Wang Mang realized that with the trash mobs gone, only the big boss was left. And just then, a little notification popped up for Fun, confirming he'd just murked 2 contaminators and scored 40 XP and 1 evolution point for his trouble. But wait, there's more. He also snagged a new skill book, Poison Dart, and another 8 days of tradable lifespan. Peeking at his screen, Fun checked out his new toy. Poison Dart was a ranged attack that did damage over time, basically a must-have for any self-respecting assassin. Without even hesitating, he insta-evolved it. The skill jumped from meh to silver level, and the system laid out the juicy upgrades. Poison Dart could now be yeeted from 14 meters away, hitting for a solid 120 damage on impact. On top of that, it slapped a poison debuff on the target, dealing an extra 50% damage per second for 5 seconds. The effect didn't stack, but the cooldown was only 5 seconds. Fun gave a little smirk, digging his new power. Meanwhile, Wang Meng's fight had become a total horror show. The corridor was way stronger and faster, just completely owning them. When Wang Meng tried to block with his shield, the beast's claws shredded right into his side. Before he could even say ouch, the creature was on him again, jamming its claws in even deeper and tossing him around like a rag doll. His shield clattered to the ground and Wang Ming let out a pathetic shriek. His teammates just watched, totally horrified. The priest ran in for a heal, but yeah, that wasn't gonna work. With the monster's claws literally still stuck in his guts, the healing spells were doing jack squat. Blood was dribbling out of Wang Meng's mouth as he used his last bit of energy to tell his team to bounce, but before they could even move a muscle, out of nowhere, a projectile just yeeted through the air and smacked the monster square in the face, dealing a whopping 845 damage and making the big oaf cry like a baby. Wang Meng's crew was just gobsmacked watching the boss's health bar get absolutely deleted by half in seconds, and oh boy, the show wasn't even over. The poison made the beast spring a leak, weakening it big time. The hallway horror thrashed around like a toddler and finally spat out Wang Ming, who just collapsed, a wounded mess on the ground. The monster shrieked as its health got yoinked by 324 points per second until it finally kicked the bucket. Just then, a little pop-up appeared for fun. Since his love tap dealt over 90% of the total damage to the boss, he got to keep all the loot. The system basically gave him a gold star announcing he'd killed the corridor boss. He raked in a sweet 600 XP. Another notification was like, "Congrats, you hit level 13, handing him 2 evolution points and another 55 tradable days of not being dead. Fun just surveyed the aftermath, feeling like he had the whole world on a string. He never figured the poison dart's continuous damage would play so nicely with his other skills. Then the galaxy brain moment hit him. He could just go invisible and become the world's most annoying, untouchable sniper, endlessly spamming poison darts. He figured with this cheese strat, he'd be practically invincible in the early and mid-game. Meanwhile, Wang Meng was still trying to reboot his brain. He was just staring as the boss went times, poof times, and turned into a pile of shiny loot. The pain from getting skewered had felt so real, he was starting to think this wasn't a game at all. His little existential crisis was cut short when all that sweet loot just vanished right from under his nose, snatched in the blink of an eye. It was Fun, of course, who'd swiped everything moving so fast. Wang Meng didn't even catch a blur. As he struggled back to his feet, Wang Meng did the whole respectful bow thing and thanked the mysterious shadow person who saved their butts, having zero clue who it was. Fun's voice echoed out from the shadows, still playing the mysterious stranger card. He warned Wang Meng not to be such a trusting chump, especially in a death trap like this. Wang Meng totally got it nodded like he'd learned a valuable lesson and thanked him for the heads up. Then he introduced himself, name's Wang Meng. If you ever need a solid, just give a shout. Meanwhile, Wang M's surviving teammates were having a big tearful group hug, just happy to be alive. Back to Fun, he was just standing there silently. He was clutching the monster's drops, already scheming his next move. He knew Wang Meng wasn't just some random beefcake, but a guy with official government backing, which meant he had connections and cash for days. This gave Fong a brilliant little idea. He needed a safe place to pawn off all the gear and junk he wasn't going to use, so he activated Hand of Avarice on the items. Bam! A system notification popped up, congratulating him on scoring another 3 evolution points and 55 more tradable days of life. On top of that, he also got a bronze tier party favor, the Runner's Greaves. The item description said it gave +9 physical defense, a +5 to all resistances, and shaved 15% off his ability cooldowns. Not too shabby. Peeking at his inventory, he saw he'd collected a ton of sweet gear for a bunch of different classes. He decided as soon as his bag was about to explode, and he'd zip back to Shell City and trade all the stuff he didn't need for more life. With a stone-cold look in his eyes, he thought about how he was totally speedrunning this playthrough way faster than in his past life. A nasty little smirk crept onto his face as he mumbled that Song Fei was about to get a very unpleasant surprise. And scene cut to some other poor saps getting wrecked by contaminators and runners. Yeah, their situation was a total dumpster fire with monsters swarming them from every direction. One of the players, seeing how completely boned they were, screamed for everyone to book it. But before they could even blink, they were frozen solid. Some massive, freaky-deaky monster just popped up out of nowhere, looking like it wanted to ruin their whole day. Then the thing just started yeeting parts of its own body at them like a demented porcupine, and totally shish kebab the noobs, one-shotting them instantly. A second later, they all respawned back in Shell City, absolutely tilted and raging about how broken this game is. They were whining about how the mobs always jump you and then chicken out when they're about to die, which, hello, means they've got brains. One dude, looking like he was about to cry, asked, "How the heck are we supposed to log out if we can't even hit level 3? Then some other guy decided to drop a fat reality check on them. The only escape hatch is hitting level 3, so they gotta get on that grind like yesterday. Some genius suggested they should squad up maybe 6 to 10 people to make it a cakewalk, but another dude immediately shut that down, saying he literally just watched a 10-man team get absolutely deleted by a monster Zerg rush. Then a third guy chimed in, warning them that a raid party that big is just asking for a boss to crash the party. He was like, dude, I just saw a 40-player crew accidentally pull a boss called the Occurs, and it nuked 30 of them with one move. Meanwhile, Blondie and her squad also popped back into Conchtown looking super salty and spooked. If they don't hit level 3, they're basically stuck in this digital prison forever. The blonde girl was clenching her fists, totally desperate. She started piecing it together since they all logged in while they were asleep. It's just their minds trapped in here. And if they can't log out, their real-world bodies are just gonna, become human jerky. The thought alone gave her the heebie-jeebies. One of her teammates, some assassin-class dude, nervously pointed out they'd already kicked the bucket 3 times and had less than 10 years of their lifespan left. Before he could even finish his whining, the blonde girl just shut him down hard. Spitting that face-planting again was not on the menu. Just then, the Conchtown leaderboard materialized in the air, and everyone's jaws just dropped. Sitting pretty at number 1 was this mystery player Fun, who was already level 3. Way below him were Wongman, Bala, who were still stuck in the level 1 kiddie pool. Blondie's brain went into overdrive. How in the world was this guy power leveling so fast? He had to know some secret sauce, they didn't. That was it, she made up her mind. If this mystery dude had the cheat codes to leveling up fast, they had to get him on their side. Balling up her fists, she barked an order at her crew. All right, listen up, spread the word, she announced. If Fun can carry us to level 3 and get us out of this nightmare, I'll personally drop 10 million on him when we're back in the real world. She flashed a smug grin, thinking there's no way anyone would turn down that kind of cash. And cut back to our boy Fun, who was just casually one-shotting these contaminators with his poison dart like it was nothing. The second, another mob bit the dust. The system pinged him plus 20 XP and 1 evolution point. And since he was already stacked on points, he went straight to evolving his Hand of Avarice. A confirmation window popped up, yoinking 5 evolution points and leaving his balance at a big fat 0. Then another screen flashed the upgrade deets. Hand of Avarice just got a glow up from Platinum to Jade level. The system broke it down. The chance of snagging extra loot jumped from 110% to a whopping 160%, and now there's also a 20% chance for that extra loot to get a rarity bump by 1 whole tier. Peeping the new stats, Fun was like, holy crap, this upgrade is busted. A skill that makes loot rarer, that's straight up game-breaking. Just as his brain was melting over the possibilities, a flashy light show in the distance totally snagged his attention. And what pops up? Some freakishly huge, weird-looking thing. Oh yeah, that's the same party wrecker that deleted a whole squad of noobs earlier. Fun knew what was up the second the system pinged it as a bronze-level boss. The thing was hunched over, slurping up these blue glowy bits, which were basically the ghosts of fallen players. Putting 2 and 2 together, Fun figured out the monster was in the middle of a glow-up. It was chugging player juice to level up into a silver-tier boss. Counting the little soul lights, it must have wrecked like 40 players. He peeked at his bags and, major problem. His inventory was packed tighter than a can of sardines. Even if he iced this monster, he wouldn't have any room for the sweet, sweet loot. This called for some big brain moves. After a quick brainstorm, he dropped a pin on his map. This thing's power-up sequence was going to take a while, giving him the perfect window to dip back to town, offload all his junk, and then bounce back for the main event. Plan locked in, he popped his Latent Image skill, and poof, vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, back in Conch City, the whole player base was freaking out over some wild announcement. Some blonde chick was throwing around 10 million for the number 1 ranked player to basically be her personal power-leveling slave. Right in the middle of it all, some girl starts bawling her eyes out, whining about how regular players like her are totally doomed to be stuck here forever. Her pity party got cut short when someone just yanked her out of there, which really showed everyone how on edge the whole vibe was. Through all the gossip and bad vibes, the whole mood suddenly shifted. You could feel this insane power level just flood the square. Every single head snapped towards the new guy. It was Fun. Just him standing there radiated so much main character energy that everyone shut up instantly. He didn't say a thing, just pulled up his system menu and hit the sell button. Instantly, a massive pop-up appeared over his head, screaming that he'd opened a shop for gear and skills. The kicker, it said the shop was only open for 10 minutes. Talk about creating some serious FOMO, seated calmly. Fung laid out a spread of shiny loot he'd picked up from his adventures. The crowd absolutely lost their minds. Everyone was shouting, totally confused and blown away. Some were like, how the heck did he even get here? While others were bugging out that he was selling 2 full sets of bronze-tier gear and a ton more. Then it hit them when they saw his name, Shadow, the number 1 player on the server. But even though he was a legend, nobody could get a look at his face thanks to that handy-dandy appearance hider. Some dude in the crowd pointed out that since your in-game avatar looks just like you in real life, Fun was obviously hiding his face for a reason. Through all the chatter, a lady stepped up. You could tell by her fit and her vibe. She was a total mage. She didn't even hesitate, just asked, how much for the Cone of Ice spell? Fun gave it to her straight. 100 days of your tradable lifespan. In his head, he clocked her as Grey Rosie, the 11th ranked player in the city. He also noticed her face was hidden too. Grey Rosie paused for a sec, then tried to haggle, saying that 100 days was way too steep and asking if he could cut her a deal, but Fun wasn't having any of it. He broke it down for her. Cone of Ice is basically a must-have for mages this early on because it lets you farm mobs way faster. Given its value, 100 days is a steal. So she tried to offer him cold hard cash, but Fun was like, nah, your earth money is worthless here. He basically told her if she was so loaded, she should go hustle some lifespan from the other noobs and then come back. She kinda paused, probably doing some hard-level math in her head, and Grey Rosie looked over at her two sidekicks for a thumbs up. They were all in like immediately, gassing her up about how she carried them to level 2. One dude chimed in saying that with Cone of Ice, they'd hit level 3 in no time, and peace out back to the real world. So with zero hesitation, Grey Rosie was like, alright, cough up all your lifespan, I'll Venmo you guys when we get out of this digital hellscape. She then spun back to Fun, zapped him the 100 days and sealed the deal for the frosty spell. Fun's big brain went into overdrive. He figured for a level 2 squad to get this far, they must have offed like 30 or 40 of those crawler things, which meant they were sitting on a gold mine of over 100 days of life. Asterisk, cha-ching times. The system confirmed the Cone of Ice sale, and Fun's life clock jumped up by 100 days, hitting a sweet 368. Just as Grey Rosie was about to dip, a very times familiar face popped up. It was that blonde chick from earlier, strutting over with her nose so high in the air she could smell the stratosphere. She was all like, there you are, flashing a smug grin and offering him the opportunity of a lifetime. Basically, if he power leveled her to level 3, she'd drop 10 million on him back in the real world. All the other players around them lost their minds, muttering about how the rumors were true and that 10 million for a carry job was insane. She just kept flexing, bragging that her daddy was the big boss at Young Industries, so cash meant nothing. Fun though, totally unimpressed. He sized her up and remembered. Young Lee. Yeah, in his past life she ran a whole criminal empire before the feds shut her down. The old reports painted a pretty nasty picture of how she operated. She'd bait people with big money for their lifespan, and then they'd get a one-way ticket to involuntary servitude. Anyone who fought back ended up having a very times, permanent bad day back home. So with an ice-cold stare, Fun just straight up told her to get lost. Young Lee just froze, completely bugging out. She couldn't process why anyone would turn down her amazing offer. Totally ticked off. She tried to warn him that even if he was a big shot in the game, nobody knew what was really going on, and if he teamed up with her, he'd be living the high life with zero worries. But Fun didn't even blink. He was just like, you buying something or just wasting my air? He already knew the secret real money was about to be as useful as a screen door on a submarine. The only thing that would matter was the time on your clock. Young Lee's face contorted with pure rage. She totally lost it, screaming every insult she could think of and threatening that if this was the real world, she would have handled him by now. But Fun had zero time for her empty threats. His eyes went dark and his voice dropped to absolute zero, warning her that if one more peep came out of her mouth, he'd personally make sure her lifetimer hit 0. And just to make sure she got the message, he unleashed this crushing, terrifying aura that made everyone's blood run cold. Young Lee and her goons started backpedaling instantly, all that fake bravado evaporating as they tripped over themselves to get away. Once the drama queen and her crew were gone, Fun went right back to his shop. The system pinged with another sale. Some tunic got sold for another 19 days of life, which brought his grand total to a whopping 546 days. Meanwhile, the chumps who bought his gear were totally geeking out over their shiny new toys. But our boy Fun, he was already over it. With his pockets lined, it was time to go say what's up to that big ugly boss. Poof, he hit his stealth skill and just ghosted. And as he slipped away, he couldn't help but chuckle at how clueless all these other noobs were. Not a single one of them had a clue that tradable lifespan had a secret little feature. You know, just a tiny little thing that was about to flip the whole world on its head. Yeah, nobody knew this game was about to get real. And while those other players were just standing there, mouths wide open, staring at thin air like a bunch of confused puppies, Fun was already thinking about the cold, hard facts. All that bling and power the big shots had, yeah, that was about to be worth less than dirt. 'Cause in the New World Order that was knocking at the door, only one thing was gonna count: pure, unadulterated power. And anyone who couldn't grasp that simple concept, well, they were about to get left in the dust. Cut to Young Lee and her crew panting like they just ran a marathon. She is absolutely fuming, ranting about how Shadow didn't just turn her down flat, but basically told her to get lost, or else. She's practically screaming that the second she's back in the real world, she's gonna find him and make him seriously regret it. Right on cue, some dude strolls up and is all like, hey, I'm Miley Cien, but you can call me Lao Mao. He says he's a level 2 scrub but knows a few pro strats for leveling. Then he slides in with Sue about that offer Shadow was too dumb to take. You know, the 5 million to carry her team to level 3, and since he's not exactly a powerhouse, he'd be happy to do it for half price. Jung Lee, not being a total idiot, narrows her eyes and asks what these so-called tricks are. Lao's like, listen up, the secret to speed leveling is simple. You gotta dump all 5 of your attribute points into agility. That way you're just a tiny bit faster than the mobs, letting you kite them and take them down without getting your face smashed in. And you can practically see the light bulb go on over Zhongli's brupper head. She's thinking, oh my god, I'm such a meathead for dumping everything into strength. She immediately takes Lao's deal, no questions asked. He's like, sweet, and then adds that Shadow must have a few screws loose to turn down that kind of cash. And we're back to Fun, who just pulled up to the spot he pinged on his map. Still in stealth mode, he spots his target, the cursed one, has already hit its silver tier glow-up. Judging by the spooky gray mist swirling around it, the transformation wasn't even done yet. Fun does some quick math and figures the full-on gold evolution would take another 7 or 8 hours, and since ain't nobody got time for that, he just yeets a poison dart at it. Bam! The sucker punch lands for a clean 659 damage. The poison starts ticking for a nasty 219 health per second. Fun moves in thinking, alright, a silver boss has like 2 or 3 times the HP of a bronze chump. Then all of a sudden the monster starts charging up a massive energy ball in its hands like it's going full-on anime. Fun knows he needs to stick it with 2 or 3 more darts, but the monster unleashes its attack first, nuking the entire area. So Fun breaks it down for us. The cursed one is a magic-type boss, with these huge area of effect attacks that hit like a truck. He says the second he chucked that first dart, he was already booking it out of there and barely dodged the blast. Still cloaked, of course. He knew if he'd eaten that hit face first with his current stats, he'd be a goner. The fight's not over yet, folks. The monster starts winding up another big one, but Fun is cool as a cucumber, just weaving around and watching his cooldowns. The game plan was dead simple. Wait for an opening, hit him with the good stuff, and then disappear before it can even think about hitting back. A few moments later, the monster stumbles. That's the signal. He zips in and plants another poison dart, slapping it with another 659 damage and refreshing that sweet, sweet poison dote. Realizing it was totally boned, the boss tried to make a run for it, but Fun was like, nah, not today. He chased that sucker down with a look that could freeze fire. The monster's escape plan was just sad, really. In a blink and you'll miss it move, Fun just vanished and popped up right over the creature's dome and slammed it face first into the dirt. The system basically confirmed his victory. He'd just clapped the cursed one, a freaking silver tier boss. A tsunami of notifications flooded his screen. We're talking 1,800 XP rocketing him from level 3 straight to level 5 in one go. Plus 4 evolution points and a sweet 124 days of tradable lifetime. Fun couldn't help but crack a grin. Wrecking one boss shot him up 2 whole levels and even tossed in some bonus Evo points. As the monster's corpse poofed into a pile of loot, he whipped out his evolved Hand of Greed. The system gave him a big thumbs up, and the rewards got even juicier. Another 4 evolution points and another 124 days of lifetime dropped into his lap, basically doubling his haul. He smirked. Not bad. All in all, that one silver boss coughed up 12 evolution points and 372 days of lifetime. But oh, it wasn't over yet. The Hand of Greed's bonus effect kicked in, bumping one of the silver items all the way up to gold. A legit golden tier item. No wonder this skill is Jade level, he thought to himself, eyeing the pile of goodies on the ground. There were like 7 or 8 pieces of gear, but his backpack only had 10 measly empty slots. He let out a heavy sigh. Having to schlep back to the city after every boss kill was such a massive time suck. The dream would have been a storage ring or something. Just as Fun was about to check out his new bling, bam, we're back in the city. There's Lizzie, the mage from Wang M's crew, popping back into existence in a flash of light, looking relieved as heck. The rest of her squad materializes a second later, all kissing up to Wang M. They're all like, oh, without your amazing leadership, we'd be toast. We never would have hit level 3 and made it back alive, but Wang Mong just waves it off, playing the humble card, all it was a team effort. Meanwhile, Lizzie is totally bummed she couldn't friend request that mystery dude back in the fight. She figured it was probably because she was caked in mud. One of her teammates starts ribbing her, saying that now that she's all cleaned up, she looks smokin' and there's no way the mystery player would turn her down now. Right as they're yapping, a system-wide announcement blasts through the entire city. The leaderboards just got a major update. Shadow has hit level 5. The news dropped like a bomb and the whole city lost its mind. Someone just screamed in pure disbelief, asking how in the world Shadow leaped from level 3 to 5 that fast. The only possible answer, he must have absolutely wrecked a high-level boss. Another player piped up, no way dude, I swear, I saw Shadow hawking gear in the square like 10 minutes ago. Amidst all the panic and salt, some dude blurts out half joking, but he's kinda serious, that his little sister just turned 18 and hey, if Shadow wanted to take a liking to her, it'd be a huge win for the family. His buddies immediately told him to shut up. Dude, are you for real? This is the guy who sneered at a 10 million offer. You think he's gonna fall for your sister bait? Meanwhile, Wang Meng's crew was starting to freak out. They were still patting themselves on the back for hitting level 3. And this Shadow guy was already playing in a whole different league. But Wang Meng, cool as a cucumber, told them to just chill and not worry about it. The main mission right now, he said, is to log off, get back to the real world, and give our friends and family a heads up about how gnarly this game is. As their avatars started to pixelate and fade away, the system confirmed their logout. Wang Meng's final words were dead serious. If the world is actually about to go down the toilet, the absolute least we can do is get our loved ones ready for it. And boom, we're back in the real world. Wang's eyes pop open and some dude's screaming, "Captain." Yeah, this guy wasn't just some random player. Wang Meng was a cop. His whole squad rushes over looking like they've seen a ghost. One of them blurts out that they were majorly freaking out because Wang Meng's body started fading out like a bad hologram while he was napping. Then the absolutely terrifying truth bomb drops. If a player croaks in the game, they don't just get disconnected, they get straight up deleted from existence. But with zero time for an existential meltdown, Wang Meng scrambles to his feet and orders everyone to assemble. "Alright, something super messed up just happened," he says. The scene zips over to a police station where some bigwig is grilling Wang Meng about his little report. The voice sums it up, so Wang's team had a mega advantage because they all had some secret job class. Even with that, you guys almost got clapped by a single monster and were only saved at the last possible second by some mystery player. Shadow. Wang Meng just confirms it. Yup, that's the T, and starts dishing on Shadow's completely broken leveling speed. He explains that when Shadow bailed them out, the guy was level 3. But by the time Wang Meng's crew finally dragged themselves to level 3, Shadow was already cruising at level 5, a 2-level jump that was literally unheard of. This little tidbit had the suits in the room sweating bullets. One of them asks the obvious question, so does this mean Shadow is basically the server admin at this point? How'd he power level that fast? The theories start flying and Wang Meng offers his best guess. Maybe he soloed a world boss or did something absolutely legendary. Another official getting nosy points out a funky detail in the report. Hold on, Shadow was already level 3 when he saved you. If that's the case, why didn't he just log out with the rest of you? What does this dude have no family or friends in the real world? No reason to come back and touch grass. Wang Meng had to admit he knew absolutely nothing about the guy. Just then, a female officer cuts in with a theory straight out of a fanfic. She suggests that maybe, just maybe, Shadow is a transmigrator. She explains, "You know those people who just appear from nowhere, get OP ridiculously fast, and are usually orphans," which explains why he never logged off. Her theory landed with a deafening, awkward silence, and realizing what she'd just said, she turned 50 shades of red. The head honcho, completely unamused, calls her out. "Amy, we're in a crisis stop with the anime plotlines." He shot down her theory, saying she'd been reading way too many web novels and got back to the actual important and terrifying information. According to top-secret reports, our researchers have been looking into something disturbing. A whole bunch of elderly people are mysteriously passing away in their sleep. When we cross-referenced this with the game's data, the conclusion was pure nightmare fuel. The folks who died in their sleep, they all died a bunch of times in the game. This pretty much confirmed the horrible truth. If a player's health bar hits 0 in the game, they don't just die there, they die for real. One of the officers muttered that the game was some kind of freak anomaly, something we can't even begin to understand. The chief agreed, throwing out, "Could be an invasion from another dimension for all we know." That idea sucked all the air out of the room. Wasting no more time, the chief switched gears to urgent business. He announced that the government was issuing an emergency order. Every single officer had to form a team and dive into the game, and hoover up every last scrap of info. He laid it out plain, this wasn't just a cop problem anymore. The whole freaking government was on high alert. It was basically the Nerd Olympics, with every country scrambling to figure out this new video game reality. Lagging behind meant getting totally pwned on the world stage. With that, the chief dropped the bomb. Amy was the new captain of Team 1. She was like, heck yeah, in a heartbeat. Wang M got the vice captain spot, and the two of them were given the green light to handpick their own squad. Wang Meng was on board, totally getting the end of the world as we know it vibe of the mission. The chief then circled back to the topic of Shadow. According to the dossier, the guy didn't seem like a total villain, so the chief laid down the law with a direct order. Amy and Wang Meng's new mission, should they choose to accept it, was to get all buddy-buddy with him. The objective, figure out who this dude was and try to get him on their team. The chief then explained his big brain move for putting Amy in charge. Her lifetime of gaming and binging fantasy shows made her the perfect person to investigate a walking legend like Shadow, whose moves were straight out of a final boss battle. The chief basically said he was praying they could flip Shadow to their side. In the meantime, the rest of the cops were stuck on crowd control trying to keep the city from freaking out. And with that meeting adjourned, the sun was dipping below the horizon, and the officers mentally prepared for the chaos that was about to drop. The next day, we cut to a school where Xiao was completely zoned out at her desk, lost in her own world while the other students were buzzing about the global server event. A little gossip circle was dishing out the hot news. Zhang Hai, the kid who went away from keyboard in real life, actually managed to hit level 3 and log out of the game in one piece. One of the girls spilled the tea he dropped a major Easter egg. If a bunch of people from the same area all log off to sleep at the same time, they all spawn in the same starter zone in-game. This info dump had the students both hyped and terrified. Another girl was having a full-on panic attack over the idea. She's all like, I gotta go home and power level my parents. They're total noobs and I'm scared they'll get ganked if they go in blind. But some other kid was like, hold up, that's a terrible strat. He argued it was better not to drag their parents into the beta test yet. He figured they should focus on grinding levels first so they could actually carry their families later. Meanwhile, Xiao is just death staring, her phone getting more and more tilted. She could not compute why her brother was ghosting her when the biggest game release in history just happened to be real life now. She was expecting at least one lousy text, but got nothing. Not only did he not ask if she was okay, but he hadn't even said sorry for smacking her, and that was so out of character for him. Before, whenever they had a little sibling squabble, he'd always be the one to truce it out. But today, just radio silence. Heck, even her parents had a strict no PvP policy with her, yet her own brother went and did it. Pouting, she tried to justify her actions, thinking that she only ditched class to see Song Fei's concert. Was it really that big of a deal, she wondered, crossing her arms in full-on drama queen mode? She decided she'd only forgive him if he called and groveled like 1,000 times. But her rage meter instantly depleted the second she thought about Song Fei. Good thing I went yesterday, she thought. When this game takes over for good, I might not get another shot to see his shows. A totally dopey, starstruck look spread across her face as she replayed the night before. A mental cutscene of Song Fei on stage played in her head, and she sighed thinking about what an absolute dreamboat he was. But then it hit her like a freight train. So if everyone gets into this game by just snoozing, that means music idols are in there too, right? Her cheeks get all red just thinking about bumping into him in there. Could this be her big break? The universe finally hooking them up. Her heart's doing a drum solo just thinking about it. As she's getting ready to log off from reality, she has a total brain blast. That dude Song Fei hit level 13 like instantly, which means he's basically a pro at this thing. If she's gonna crush it, she's gonna need some insider tips. So, and she slides into Song Fei's DMs asking for any pro gamer moves before she dives in. Cut to Song Fei holding court with his fan club. The second he sees the message, this wicked grin just spreads across his face. Well, look what we have here. He's thinking, even the goddess Xiao herself is hitting me up for tips. This is more than a golden ticket. It's a sign from the gaming gods. This is his moment. Not skipping a beat, Song Fei messages back, oozing with confidence, basically saying, "You've come to the master." Then he drops the secret sauce. He tells her to dump all her starting attribute points into agility. He claims otherwise she'll be monster chow in seconds and die a noob's death. She's like, wait, even for a mage, and Song Fei's all, oh, especially for a mage. He spins this yarn about how agility is a secret hack for mages, because it makes them cast spells way faster, which is like totally crucial in the early game. Xiao's still not 100% sold, pushing back like, but what if I still can't win? Even with all that speed, Song Fei smooths it over, promising that the second someone in their town hits level 5, the teleportation portal will fire up, linking all the newbie zones together. And when that goes down, he swears he'll personally put a party together to power level her, and he'll track her down no matter what. Hearing this, Xiao is totally hyped. Lying in bed, a little smirk plays on her lips, thinking to herself that suckers like Song Fei are just too easy to play. And just like that, she'd secured her personal carry for the entire game. As she drifts off to sleep, another devious little thought pops into her head. This is perfect. She'll jump into the game before her brother even logs on, get totally jacked and level up like crazy. And when he finally shows up, she's gonna make his life a living nightmare. No help, no carries, nothing. He's gonna be on his own fending for scraps. Totally satisfied with her evil genius plan, she finally passes out, stoked for the chaos to begin. And we're back in the game where Fun is checking out the sweet loot the boss just dropped. In the middle of all the junk, a blinged out ring catches his eye. He snags it and the system dings. You got the cursed ring, a legit gold tier item. The system then spits out the ring's stats. First off, it's a one-size-fits-all usable by any class. It juices you up with a +8 to all stats, and it boosts your dark damage resistance by a solid 26%. Plus, it cranks up your weak point damage by 1.5 times. The only catch, you gotta be at least level 4 to rock this thing. Sizing up the item, Fun does the math and realizes the total 32-point stat bonus is basically like getting 3 free level ups. His final verdict, this ring is absolutely busted. But before he can even start gloating, another notification pops up. He just unlocked a new skill, Instant Shadow Strike, a slick silver tier skill. The system breaks it down. It's a flurry of slashes in one direction with a 15-meter range, and get this, it makes you invincible for 5 whole seconds. Fun's like, oh, so it's a killer AoE attack. Not about to let that go to waste, he learns the skill on the spot. And since he's still swimming in evolution points, he decides to pimp out his Hand of Avarice. The system eats up 8 points, and boom, the skill gets a massive upgrade from Jade tier all the way to Diamond. The effects went completely bonkers. The chance for extra loot shot up to 220%, and the odds of that loot getting a rarity boost jumped to 40%. Doing some quick brain math, Fun figured he'd now be scoring at least 2 bonus items from every single monster. Basically, every kill was now a 3-for-1 special. And since wasting points is for chumps, He juiced up instant Shadow Strike by 3 whole levels. That bad boy skyrocketed from silver tier straight to platinum. The upgrades were just ridiculous. The range ballooned to 21 meters. The can't touch this timer went up to 7 seconds, and the number of slashes leaped from 3 to 5. But the real kicker was the damage per hit, which flat out doubled to 200. Sifting through the leftover loot, he saw most of it was vendor trash, but one shiny thing caught his eye: a silver tier warrior skill book. He looks at that skill book and all he sees are lifespan signs. Flipping this thing was going to make him a ton of time. Just as he's counting his future riches, a noise interrupts his daydream. He whips around to see 3 giant freaks barreling toward him. He pegged them instantly. Limb crawlers, some ugly level 4 chumps, but scared nah. Fun saw this as the perfect chance to test out his new toys. Without even hesitating, he pops instant dark slash. In a literal blink, he unleashes a storm of slashes and just completely erases the creatures. The crawlers were turned into monster confetti before their brains could even process what was happening. When the smoke cleared, a little notification confirmed his beatdown, hooking him up with 80 XP and another 5 days of sellable lifespan. After the fight, a seriously dark and powerful aura started oozing off of Fun's body. He just stood there, cool as a cucumber, realizing he could now unalive his enemies way faster. He checked his lifespan clock and saw he was sitting pretty at 618 days. But to drag his skills and gear into the real world, he needed to hit at least 900 days. With that number in mind, a master plan started to form. Step 1. He'll have a massive inventory clear out and sell all the good stuff. If this works, he'll hit his lifespan goal faster than anyone thought possible. And as soon as he dings level 10, he can finally cash out and bring his god-tier loot into the real world. The scene flips to Fun strolling back into the city totally invisible thanks to his sneaky beaky skill. Being a ghost, he gets to overhear some juicy drama. Some guy is patting a woman on the back for hitting level 3 and brings up some kind of promise. Getting a closer look, Fun sees it's none other than Young Li and Lao Mao. Their little chat spills all the tea. Lao Mao boosted her to level 3 so she could ditch the game all for a sweet 5 million. Now that the job's done, he wants his payday. Young Li just tells him to take a chill pill, asking if he's seriously doubting her daddy's company. Young Industries has the money, duh. She lays it out, she'll log off and wire the cash in the real world. Before bouncing, she gives Lao Mao her number and tells him to call her when he gets out. Then she hits him with another offer. She wants to buy up all his tradable lifespan, offering 10,000 for every single day. Lao Mao accepts so fast he nearly gets whiplash, smiling like a goon at the easy cash. With a smug look, he starts yapping about how stupid Fun was to refuse her deal. He has no clue that Fun is standing right there cloaked, listening to every dumb word. Lao Mao is convinced this whole lifespan is important thing in the game is total nonsense. To him, turning game pixels into real-world cash is the only smart move, and he's pretty sure he's a genius for figuring it out. Alright, scene change. We find our boy Fun standing in front of the city's teleporter. He gives it a little poke and bam, the thing lights up like a blue Christmas tree. A pop-up splashes across his screen, basically giving him a high five for turning on the Conch City teleporter and tossing him a whole ×1 reputation point. Whoop-de-doo. The system's like, hey, your first trip is on the house once a day. But after that, it's gonna start munching on your lifespan. Classic freemium model. Only problem is it's about as useful as a screen door on a submarine right now since no other poor soul has activated a portal anywhere else. Fun's big brain kicks in. A teleporter, he thinks probably needs a destination. Yeah, no kidding, Sherlock. You need 2 of these bad boys to make a network. So some other noob in another city has to grind to level 5 and flip the switch on their end. And speaking of other cities, a little memory from his past life sparks. He remembers that chump Songfei was hanging out in Firefly City. So to keep tabs on his favorite punching bag, he rigs up a little alert that'll ping him the second someone over there gets their portal running. Oh, he's not just sitting around twiddling his thumbs, he's prepping. The moment that portal even flickers, he's gonna be first in line to go say hello to Songfei, with his fists. So while Fun strolls through town, his mind is already on the endgame. See, for most of these casuals, just hopping between cities would be the highlight of their pathetic careers. But for him, that's just the tutorial. The real pain hasn't even started. Nah, the real prize is hitting level 10, waltzing into the realm abandoned by the gods, and finally flipping the switch on his authority. Because that's when the Times Real Times game kicks off. Anyway, enough of that. He pops open a flash sale shop and a server-wide alert screams that he's selling god-tier items and skills. The catch: the shop's only open for times 10 seconds asterisk. You snooze, you lose. And boy did the server lose its collective mind. Players went absolutely feral, stampeding towards him and screaming, "Expert." Some were like, "I've been waiting for this," and bragging about how much lifespan they'd been hoarding. One dude puffs out his chest, "I've got 150 days saved up." Another chimes in, remembering the last time Fun did this. He sold that cone of ice spell. And it's the only reason Grey Rosie even sniffed second place on the leaderboards. Suddenly, another player spots a silver tier skill book, Battle Roar, and insta-buys it. A system message dings sale confirmed for a whopping 300 days of tradable lifetime. Everyone else's jaws hit the floor at the price, but some other guy just calls them idiots. You fools, he yells. With that skill, a warrior could farm back that 300 days in like less than 2 days of grinding. And just like that, the light bulb went on for the rest of them. A desperate mob swarms forward, fighting over the scraps. Poof. Everything's gone in seconds. Fun casually glances at his system window to check the damage to their wallets. In just one measly minute, he's raked in 650 days of lifetime, bumping his grand total up to a juicy 2,174 days. But of course, he's not even satisfied. Meanwhile, the losers who missed out are whining, "Are you gonna open the shop again? We didn't get anything." Fun just gives him a, "Yeah, sure, whatever." But then a girl's voice cuts through the noise, and it actually gets his attention. She's all like, "I've got a treasure, let's make a deal." Fun turns around, and what do you know, it's one of Wang Mong's little cronies. The system scans her offer a spatial ring with a sweet 12 extra inventory slots. And the best part, it doesn't take up a backpack, OR, and equipment slot. Even Fun's a little shocked. He knows exactly how valuable that little trinket is. It's a stupidly rare storage item. He knows the drop rate for a ring like that is basically 0. For this chick to have one this early in the game, that's some next level insane luck. So he plays it cool and asks for her price, even though he already knows its real value. In his past life, a ring just like it went for 3,600 days of lifetime. But instead of asking for a mountain of lifetime, the girl just grins and throws him a curveball. She doesn't want his lifespan. Nope. Instead, she wants him to add her as a friend and party up to gank a boss. Fun doesn't even hesitate deal. A system message confirms, "Player Black Plun has accepted your friend request." So as they're bouncing from the city, Fun hits up Black Plun like, "Spill the tea on this boss." She's like, "Dude, it's a gold tier baddie, but I was so far back I couldn't even read its nameplate." She points him to some busted old boat chilling in a swamp, and Fun's eyes practically pop out. Could it be the legendary Golden Ghost ship? His brain goes into overdrive. He's remembering this isn't just any boss, it's a super rare spawn with a drop rate that's basically a myth. And back in his past life, whenever this thing popped up, it was like Black Friday for massive guilds, sparking all-out wars for its epic loot. Based on her intel, he figures this version of the boss is probably a puny level 5, which basically makes it a cakewalk. Still, he's like, how in the world did she stumble on a unicorn like this right outside the city? His conspiracy brain starts whirring, connecting the dots. The space-bending ring her shady connection to Wang Mong's crew, a gold-level boss just magically appearing. And then bam, the light bulb goes off. Could she actually be the legendary Lucky Carp from his old server days? Fun's mind reeled as he recalled the insane rumors. Word on the street was that Wang Meng's squad had some secret weapon, with luck so broken they'd trip over rare bosses and legendary loot just by strolling around. Back then, Fun just wrote it off as a tall tale, but now, staring at Black Plun, he was 100% convinced the myth was real. He's so deep in his thoughts, he's just creepily staring at her, and of course she notices. Why are you looking at me like I'm a loot drop?" she asks. Shaking himself out of it, Fun's like, "It's nothing," and quickly looks away. So as they're heading out of the safe zone, some sneaky dude is totally spying on them, a bald player hiding behind a tree like a total noob. Then we cut to a whole squad of tough-looking goons. Their leader, a dude with long greasy hair, is bragging to his army of chrome domes about how he backstabbed his own brothers to become the top dog of Sand City. He's giving them the whole "stick with me kids and we'll be rolling" an epic loot speech. But before he can finish his motivational speech, the bald lookout comes sprinting back, huffing and puffing. He reports that their target left town with some girl, and a nasty smirk spreads across the leader's face. He scoffs, thinking Fun is just another simp, totally distracted by a pretty face. Without a second thought, he rallies his bald brigade and orders them to gank the poor guy. Meanwhile, back with our heroes, Fun is laying down the law for this little boss-hunting partnership with Black Plun. He's like, "If it drops something for your class, it's all yours. Everything else, that's mine." She totally gets it and agrees. But she's no fool asking for a friends and family discount on any gear that drops for her team. Fun's cool with that. Deal sealed. Black Plun says they'll hit up the boss spot as soon as Wang Meng and the rest of her crew log on. After they've been walking for a bit, it hits her that she has absolutely no clue where they're even going. It's not until Fun casually drops their destination that her brain catches up. They're going to fight a gold-tier boss. She's completely floored. The idea is just bonkers. He's a squishy assassin, she's a glass cannon mage, taking on a gold-tier boss. Just the two of them. That's a suicide run. But Fun is cool as a cucumber. He's like, "Chill, I don't need you to fight." His master plan, he's gonna solo the boss while she kicks back and watches from the nosebleed section. Black Plun still thinks he's lost his mind. Just as she's about to argue, Fun freezes his spidey senses tingling, without saying a word. He pops his Latent Image skill and just poofs into thin air, leaving Black Plun standing there completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the Chrome Dome crew was still creeping on them. Their leader, oozing with unearned confidence, saw Fun vanish and just assumed he'd played Black Plun and bounced. With a slimy grin, he told his goons to move in and snatch her. But just as they shuffled forward, some shadowy figure just materialized in front of them. The lead cue ball stopped dead in his tracks, his stupid smile evaporating when he saw the dark vibes radiating in front of him. Before they could even blink, Fun hit him with the instant shadow strike. In a flash, it was all over. A single slice zipped through the air and the whole squad became a pile of ragdolls on the ground. Fun ghosted again, leaving zero evidence. The system pinged 5 players, deleted, netting him 12 days of tradable lifetime. He didn't even bother glancing at the bodies. To Fun, taking them out was like squashing a few level 1 slimes. Before she could even process what just happened, he popped up right next to Black Plun. She immediately demanded to know where he went. Fun just shrugged all casual and said some losers were tailing them, so he sent them back to the respawn point. She started firing off a ton of questions and even cracked a joke that his invisibility skill must be super handy for taking a private bathroom break. Fun cut her off totally over the weird conversation and told her to get a move on so they could get to the boss. The scene zaps over to the city where Xiao Yuyu just spawned into the game. Judging by the stick in her hand, it was pretty obvious she rolled a mage. She was gawking at everything, totally floored by how real it all looked. Then she stared at her staff, thinking all high and mighty that she'd scored a secret class called Sacrifice and that it ought to be strong enough to carry Songfi. Her thoughts drifted to her brother, and she got all pouty, complaining that he was a total flake whenever she needed him. But she brushed it off quick. With her super special secret class and Songfei's promise to power level her, she didn't need to rely on her brother. He can figure his own stuff out, she thought. Then Xiao Yu's eyes landed on the city rankings. Fun was already chilling at level 6. She started wondering why Songfei was talking such a big game when he was stuck at a measly level 3. The real pro here was obviously Shadow. An idea sparked in her head. If she could just get in good with Shadow, and she'd level up way faster than with Song F's so-called help. The only question was, where could she even find the guy? Nearby, Wang M and his team were in a huddle. He was whining that one of their teammates had totally ghosted them and wasn't answering any of his messages. Getting impatient, he snapped, asking if anyone had a plan. One of them pointed out that without a healer, the fight was going to be a total wipe. Another dude chimed in that unlike a beast like Shadow, they couldn't just solo hunt this stuff. With their options dwindling, somebody suggested just LFGing for another healer to fill the slot. Hearing this, Xiao Yu saw her chance. She strolled over confidently, and Wang Mong watched her approach. With a practiced smile, she offered her services, name-dropping her secret class, Sacrifice and Life. Cut back to Fun, who along with Black Plun had made it to a cliff. Peering down into the thick fog below, he confirmed what he already figured. It was the Golden Ghost ship, no doubt. Without wasting a second, he activated Latent Image and went invisible. He told Black Plun to find a hiding spot and keep an eye out for other players while he went to have a little discussion with the boss. She nodded and carefully started climbing down into the swamp. A system notification popped up right in his face. Thanks to the boss, the entire zone had become a violent domain where your lifespan drained 100 times faster. Fun did some quick brain math and figured hanging around for 15 minutes would cost him a whole day of his life. But hey, no sweat. The system pinged the boss a level 5 baddie and put it on a 45-minute timer before it poofed. Fun cracked his knuckles, ready to throw down. 45 minutes, pff, that's an eternity. He unleashed his instant shadow strike, and the results were just plain disrespectful, slapping it with 549 damage 3 times back to back. To keep the pain train rolling, he yeeted a poison dart right into the ship's soft spot. Bam! A critical hit that dished out 621 damage instantly, plus a nasty 207 damage per second from the poison. The boss, being a total sore loser, threw a tantrum with a huge area attack, making water geysers pop up all over. Luckily, Fun's got moves like Jagger and dodged it all. The real party started when the boss summoned 12 watery clones, each one packing the punch of a silver-level monster. Good thing for our boy Fun, he was rocking the invisibility cloak, so the phantoms were totally blind. He got into position, hit him with another instant shadow strike, and poof, wiped them all out in one shot. From way over yonder, Black Plum's jaw just hit the floor. So times is how the #1 player rolls, she thought, completely starstruck. In just a couple of minutes, the gold tier boss was already down to half health. Then, completely out of left field, Fun calls Black Plun Little Blackie and tells her he's about to kick the bucket. She was like, what? Totally confused. She started freaking out, asking for a reason, but he just told her to chill out and wait for him to respawn. Still not getting it, she grilled him about the nickname. Little Blackie, seriously, where in the world did you pull that from? My name is Black Plun, you weirdo, she griped, totally annoyed, but it was pointless. Fun just kept on calling her Little Blackie. Meanwhile, let's check in on that squad of clowns Fun wrecked earlier. Their leader, still fuming, was convinced it was Black Plun who handed them their L. One of his goons comes sprinting up, reporting that he found her, watching Shadow throw down with a boss. The leader got this greasy little smile, rounded up his whole crew, and said this time they were going to put Shadow in the dirt. Back to the main event. Fun knew that once the Golden Ghost ship's health bar hit that halfway mark, it was going to pull out its most busted move, a little something called the Wave of Souls. And right on cue, that's exactly what the boss did. Fun immediately knew he was in deep trouble. The attack had a ridiculous range and was about to stun lock him for 5 whole seconds. With his current stats, there was zero chance he could juke this one. The soul surge exploded into a massive shockwave, blasting some seriously spooky energy all over the place. Even Plun, watching from up high, was shook by how insane this attack was. Then, bam, direct hit, 1059. A system notification pops up just to rub it in. Fun died. Then another one flashes on screen. The player Shadow has been eliminated. He lost 326 years of non-refundable life, and another 1,087 days of the regular kind. Meanwhile, up on the cliff, some other players show up just in time to see Fun eat it. They absolutely lose it, laughing their heads off. And that guy's supposed to be an expert, they jeered. Some top player 1 snickered, thinking he could solo a gold tier boss. Another one cackled, but then something caught their eye. Their eyes practically bugged out of their heads when they saw Shadow's loot drop. Judging by the size of that thing, they figured it had to be worth at least 300 days of life. The excitement was real, and their greed goggles were on full blast, so they started getting some big ideas. The golden ghost ship was already at half health. They could just swoop in, finish the job, and rake in a ridiculous amount of life from the boss's loot. One of them shouts that today's the day they're gonna yoink the win from that so-called top player. Talk about being full of themselves. They charge in and get absolutely deleted. Cut to the starting town, and the same crew pops back into existence, looking totally clueless. One of them, still gasping for air, is like, how the heck did Shadow have the HP of a gold tier boss when he looks like a total scrub? His buddy chimes in, whining that they barely got 1 foot in the swamp before the boss's water beam of doom just nuked them off the map. Their leader, though, yeah, he's not laughing, rocking a super salty look on his face. He declares this epic fail is totally unacceptable. He's not about to let it slide, and screams at his squad to get back there for round 2. Meanwhile, back at the swamp, Fun respawns and touches down, taking in the glorious mess. Life orbs are just littered all over the place. Talk about a jackpot. Wasting 0 time, he pings. Plun asking what went down and why it looks like a loot piñata exploded. Cracking up at how fast he got back, Plun's like, oh, just some crew of wannabe heroes who thought they could just waltz in here. They figured they could take on the gold tier boss. Big mistake. They got insta-gibbed by the monster's water cannons. Fun just busts out laughing at that. So typical. He mutters that those guys were clearly drinking their own Kool-Aid. Then he gets a flash from his past life. He remembers this exact boss, the golden ghost ship, and how it totally wrecked his day back then. Snapping back to the present, he starts breaking down the boss's attack patterns. That first mega attack was just a one-and-done gimmick. After that, chipping away the rest of the monster's health is going to be a cakewalk. At least for a pro like him. Usually when the boss's HP hits 50%, it's got a chance to just peace out and teleport, which drives most players insane. But for Fun, that's barely an inconvenience. Without even blinking, he pops his poison dirt skill, aiming it dead on at the shiny bells hanging off the ghost ship's mast. Bullseye. The golden ghost ship instantly starts winding up for a counterattack. Some purple energy starts blasting from its core, but Fun doesn't even flinch. He's still rocking that invincibility buff. He just strolls forward. A smirk spreads across his face as he's like, yeah, I've already got this guy's whole dance routine memorized. Closing the gap in a flash, he unleashes a 6-stunt shadow carving up the boss with surgical precision. Nearby, that same crew of clowns from before finally makes it to the cliff overlooking the action. One of them frantically points. It's Shadow. He's back at it, fighting the golden ghost ship. The group's leader, still salty as ever, spots his chance. With Fun and the boss all tangled up, he schemes to just gank them both and swipe all the loot. Plun clocks their arrival, but she's not even surprised. Figures these morons are always here to mess things up. The fight was just hitting its peak, and Plun knew she couldn't let them ruin the party. Without a second thought, she fires off a lightning spell and zaps the whole crew on the cliff. The bolt hits him dead on, sending the leader and one of his goons flying. Totally dazed, the leader staggers to his feet, trying to figure out where that came from. His minions, still shell-shocked, just point right at Plun. The leader's rage meter just maxes out. He whips out his weapon and orders his boys to attack. Realizing she's now public enemy number 1, Plun books it, screaming for backup while the whole posse gives chase. For them, taking her out just became the main quest. Meanwhile, hiding out in the trees, a whole other squad of players was just spectating the chaos. Unlike the first batch of goons, these guys were playing the long game, keeping their eyes on the real prize, Fun's throwdown with the boss. Fun keeps circling the big bat, just keeping it cool. The fight was wrapping up exactly as he'd called it. Even for a level 5 boss, this whole thing was taking forever thanks to his pea-shooter damage. And of course, the delay was like a dinner bell for looky-loos. He knew 2 whole squads were watching him, one up on the cliff currently busy playing tag with Plun, and another hiding in the swamp like a bunch of gators. Their master plan was so obvious it was painful. Wait for Fun to do all the work, then jump him and yoink the rewards. But before either of these brain trusts could make a move, the party was already over. With his last hit, the golden ghost ship just kinda fell apart. At that exact moment, the system started blasting the victory music. Fun had officially clapped a gold-class boss, scooping up 4,800 experience and dinging level 8. He also pocketed 7 evolution points and a cool 216 days of lifespan. As the loot piñata started to burst, Fun didn't even hesitate. He popped his Shadow Snake skill and poof, he was gone. Right as the swamp rats were getting ready to pounce. At the same time, back in Newbieville, a server-wide broadcast let everyone know that some dude named Shadow was the first to ever drop a gold-class boss, scoring 3 whole reputation points for his trouble. The chat immediately blew up with everyone asking who this Shadow legend was and how he pulled it off. Some were even questioning if he was a local. Among the stunned faces was Wang Meg, who was just staring at the alert, completely shook. A hot minute ago, Shadow was just messing with a bronze-class chump, and now he's already taken down a gold-class titan. The power gap between him and everyone else was just plain ridiculous. Meanwhile, Fun's little sister Xiao Yuyu wasn't surprised at all. To her, this Shadow guy was obviously the GOAT. If she could just convince him to power level her, she'd hit her target way ahead of schedule. Anyway, back in the swamp, the ground was absolutely littered with the boss's goodies. The amount and quality of the drops were way better than anyone dreamed. The players hiding nearby were practically drooling over the loot's value greed plastered all over their faces. The group's so-called leader was trying to analyze things. He noticed Fun hadn't grabbed the items, which meant he had to be invisible and still lurking. Playing it safe, the leader ordered some guy named Wong to find Fun and take him out before he could cash in on his own prize. Wong pulls out his bow and lets a green energy arrow fly. Mid-air, it morphs into a horned ghost eagle, a fancy pants tracking skill. The bird starts circling the spot where Fun vanished, trying to find him. Fun, still chilling invisibly, just rolls his eyes at the skill. A detection technique. Didn't expect to see one of these so early, so that's why these clowns were so confident. They thought they had a way to track him. Sucks for them, it was totally useless. Their little skill was only level 1, but Fun's assassin class gave him a sweet little perk, bumping his invisibility up to level 2. That tiny little edge made their tracking spell about as effective as a wet noodle. Fun was still miles ahead after the eagle found Jack Squat. Wong reports back to the crew that Fun must have chickened out and bolted because they had him outnumbered. The leader lets out a big laugh, thinking Fun was smart for running away. Super confident now, he leads his minions right up to the loot pile. He tells everyone to stay on their toes while they wait the 5 minutes for the items to unlock for grabs. But while they were waiting, a silhouette just casually strolled out of the shadows. Before they could even process what was happening, Fun went to work. A wave of black energy just deleted the entire group. Instantly, their bodies poofed into more loot on the ground. Fun looked around and commented, "They're much quieter." His eyes scanned the massive pile of swag, but then he wondered where Plun ran off to. He'd track her down later. Before he started collecting his winnings anyway. He cashes in his hoarded points to supercharge the Hand of Avarice skill. Asterisk bling times. A notification pops up confirming it just leveled up from Diamond to straight up Epic. This bad boy now gives him a whopping 220 to 300% chance of snagging extra goodies. And get this, any extra item is guaranteed 100% to be a whole tier higher than usual. To really milk this new power, Fun herds all the shiny loot orbs into one big pile before unleashing the Hand of Avarice. A blinding flash engulfs the place and his system notifications go absolutely berserk. Jackpot 7 Evolution points 3 stacks of 216 days of tradable life and a cool 3 ghost fire bells. Holding 2 of the bells in his hands, Fung can't help but grin at his insane luck. He didn't just get 1, he got 2 of them. The system then breaks down what these little trinkets do. So the ghost fire bell is basically a get-out-of-jail-free card. It stops a player from losing life when they bite the dust, but it's got a 15-60 second cooldown. This thing's got 3 main tricks up its sleeve. The first one's a passive ability called Soul Absorption, which juices up the life you steal from monsters by 20%. And if you're rocking 2 bells, that effect doubles. The second power is an active one, called Soul Shock. It freezes any enemies within a 100-meter radius for a solid 3 seconds, but you gotta wait a painful 521 seconds to use it again. But here's the kicker. The bell is just an times item, times not equipment, so it doesn't hog a precious equipment slot. Even better, those 2 bells snuggle up in a single inventory slot, making them super rare and crazy efficient. Pleased as punch, Fun starts celebrating his haul, but his little happy dance gets cut short by a familiar voice. Oh look, it's Plun screaming her head off for help back in the swamp. Yep, the same goons from before have cornered her, and judging by their creepy chuckles, they're not planning on inviting her to a tea party. Too bad for them, their party's about to be crashed. The scene flips to Plun trapped on a cliff's edge with nowhere to run from these creeps. The head honcho smirks that she gave him a good run, but the chase is over. One of his lackeys tells her to just give up, muttering some gross stuff about making her last moments, and memorable. But Plun just glances at the cliff and gets a brilliant idea. In one swift move, she just yeets herself right off the edge, leaving the whole gang completely stunned. After a long drop, she goes times splat times, and her body poofs into a loot drop. The main dude has to admit that was a gutsy way to check out. Meanwhile, Fun gets a ping from Plun. She tells him to call off the rescue mission because she already got deleted and respawned back in the newbie town. She says taking a dirt nap hurt like heck, but at least her tradable life was safe and sound with good old Captain Wangmeng. Fun messages back telling her to just chill in the city and he'll bring her cut of the loot when he gets back. She's cool with that. Crisis averted. Fang turns his focus back to the loot pile. And man, what a haul. His tradable life shot up to 3,115 days, and his evolution points to 21. He figures why not dump him into the hand of Avarist again, but a system notification pops up to rain on his parade. Turns out the skill is already at epic tier, and now it needs a ridiculous 10 times more points for the next upgrade. The system lays it out, he needs a whopping 210 points to evolve the Hand of Avarist. Since he's way short on points, he decides to pump up his attack skills to boost his damage output. More damage means bigger, badder bosses and way better loot. The second he starts the upgrade, a golden glow surrounds him. A system window flashes his Shadow Cut skill just jumped from Platinum to Diamond. The attack's reach got a nice little buff, jumping from 21 to 24 and then all the way to 27 meters. His invisibility time also got bumped up from 7 to 9 seconds, and the whole skill now lasts for a solid 10:43 seconds, letting me smack down 5 to 7 chumps in front of me. The reach on this bad boy just jumped from 3.1 to a whopping 4.1 meters, and every single hit now slaps for 300 extreme damage. Ouch. Then a little pop-up reminds him he just burned through 10 evolution points, with only a measly 3 left in the tank. His backstab enhancement skill also got a glow up to gold level, boosting the damage from 15% to a juicy 30%. He has a galaxy brain moment after juicing up the instant shadow / twice. Its damage literally doubled. Now even when he's not sneaking around, he can still drop 3,000 damage just for breaking stealth. Add the backstab skill to that, and the full 7/ combo can hit for 6,000. Or even 7,000. Fun checks out the loot pile, thinking a normal gold boss drops like 2 to 4 silver pieces and a couple of gold trinkets. But thanks to the ridiculous luck from Varissa's hand, he walked away with 11 gold items and a skill book. On top of that, there were also 2 platinum pieces of gear and another skill book. He's thinking the haul is pretty insane, especially since 3 of the goodies are assassin spec. Headlining the loot is the Ghost Ship's Dual Blade, a platinum tier weapon for assassins. It jacks up his attack by 136 agility by 22 and attack speed by a slick 24%. It also shreds 17 armor and requires level 5, which duh he already is. Its special effect doubles normal attack damage, which Fun thinks is kinda useless since he's all about skill spam. Even so, that massive base attack, the agility bump, and the faster attack speed are a huge deal, letting him pop his skills quicker and cut down on cooldowns. He also grabs the Ghostfire leather armor, a gold tier chest piece that adds 25 physical defense, 50 fire resistance, blocks 14 damage, and pads his health by a fat 419. Fung notes that his base health is still pretty pathetic at only 350, so that armor bonus is basically carrying him. He figures most players won't even be able to scratch his paint now. He decides to make the armor invisible to keep his edgy assassin look and hide his OP gear. The last prize is a skill book, Ghost Shadow Blur. It's a gold passive for assassins that gives a 15% chance to just matrix dodge an attack, and when it procs, he takes 0 damage. Fung is hyped to finally have a survival skill. He knows this skill is usually a noob trap because stacking dodge gimps your other stats and you just get one-shotted if it fails. For him though, it's a completely different ballgame since he can just dump evolution points into it infinitely. So he can crank his dodge rate to the moon without sacrificing anything else, which is just completely broken. On his way back to the city, he starts thinking about the rest of the loot, all the warrior stuff, priest gear, and archer toys. He already promised Plun he'd sell it all to Wang Mi Mag and her squad at a 10% discount. Fun knows they're probably too broke to pay for it all at once, but he's pretty sure he can get Wang Mi Mag to buy it on an IOU. He has to admit all this sweet progress is thanks to Plun, his little good luck charm, Little Black. Without her ridiculous luck, he never would have found a level 5 golden boss to beat up. So yeah, he probably owes her a thank you or something. As Fun cruises back into town, the same bunch of goons who cornered Plun are also dragging themselves back, their leader looking absolutely tilted. The second their paths cross, the whole crew panics and scatters. The minions bail on their boss, sprinting for their lives, and the leader tries to bolt too. Fun just pops his Latent Image looking bored and uses instant Shadow Slash to casually delete the henchman from the game. Only the ringleader is left trying to book it like his pants are on fire, but Fun just pops up right in his face like an unwanted ad. The dude immediately starts groveling, admitting he totally messed up, attacking Plun and Pinky swearing he'll never ever do it again. He gets so desperate he actually calls Fun Daddy, whining that he's got less than a year on his life clock, and getting deleted here would be his permanent game over. Fun, with ice in his veins, just asks if he ever thought about anyone else's fate when he was ganking people like Plun. He then unleashes his gnarly Toxic Earth skill, which chews away at the guy's health every 5 seconds. The leader starts springing leaks and some nasty green goo starts oozing from his dome. This, of course, makes him shriek like a banshee. As Fun just casually strolls away, a sinister red aura wraps around him and a shiny new assassin title appears over his head. The system dings him with a pop-up, letting him know that because he's been such a busy little player killer, he's hit level 1 of the assassin status. This basically means if he kicks the bucket now, he'll lose a whopping 75% of his current lifespan. Fun just shrugs it off because he's got that sweet ghost firebell protecting his bacon. Even if he totally faceplants, he won't lose a single second of his life. Cut to Fun rolling up to the starting city. The second he drops his invisibility, all the other players in the area lose their minds. The gossip mill starts churning with randos guessing that Shadow just got back from soloing a gold tier boss. Suddenly, he bumps right into one of the genius squads that tried to jump him during that whole golden ghost ship fiasco. The team captain starts pointing fingers, squawking about how he must have used some exploit to beat the boss solo, claiming that's why there wasn't a single shiny drop left. He then gets all nosy asking why Fun isn't wearing any gear, which proves Fun's invisible armor trick is working like a charm. Seeing the "I'm about to end your whole career" look on Fun's face as he approaches the team leader panics and tells him to hold up quickly, whipping out an assassin skill book. He admits it was a colossal mistake to attack him, mentions they literally traded some of their life away for the book and basically begs Fun to take it and let bygones be bygones. Fun snatches the book and a system window pops up telling him the new skill is called Impale. It's a pretty basic run-of-the-mill assassin move that lets you poke a target one time. It adds 20 points of damage and a 2-second stun with a 22-second cooldown. Realizing it's a decent control skill, Fun just takes it and pieces out. One of the team's goons totally ticked off rounds on their leader, Xiao. He starts whining about how they not only got their butts handed to them, but then had to bribe the guy to calm him down. He asks if they're not being total cowards and another lackey chimes in. He's wondering when they became such pushovers. The first whiner insists they should call in favors and get a whole mob of players together. His brilliant plan is that a big enough Zerg rush could bury Shadow. He puffs his chest out asking why they should even be scared of him. But Xiao cuts him off, pointing out that Shadow is leveling up at a completely insane speed. He says this means Shadow is sitting on some game-breaking secret. If they can find and grab him in the real world, they won't just learn his secret, but they can also force him to be their personal little resource farming slave. Upon hearing this, the other goons get all giddy, praising Xiao for his master plan. Xiao then says he'll get his family to send a special lady to squeeze the information out of Shadow. He notes that Shadow's voice sounded a little off, which obviously means he's not from their circle and is probably broke as a joke. Xiao concludes that the only way forward is to find a drop-dead gorgeous professional to handle the situation, since Shadow's about to walk right into that trap like a total noob. Meanwhile, Fun rolls up on Plun. He's like, "Yo, Pecan Negra, smash that accept button so I can drop you some loot." Plun thanks him, but is quick to correct. It's Grande Plun Genius, not Pecan. A second later, Plun's playing dress-up with her new gear, totally freaking out. She's squealing about how OP this stuff is, and how she's gonna be a beast now. She breaks it down that the skill and the bling cranked her damage way up, and more than doubled her mana regen. Super grateful, she looks over at Fun, who just shrugs it off like, no biggie, just holding up my end of the deal. Fun then hits her with, "All right, cuff over that spatial ring you promised," and she happily hands it over. Plun then spills the tea, saying that while she was running for her life in the forest, she totally stumbled upon a cave that looks like a ruin entrance. She asks if Fun's interested, and he's just floored, thinking, this girl's luck is absolutely busted. First a golden ghost ship, now a whole ruin. He starts connecting the dots, realizing that being friends with this luck magnet would be a major power move, and starts to wonder if Plun would have even mentioned this place if he'd cheaped out on the gear or tried to pull a fast one. Anyway, after snagging the ring, Fun sees his inventory just exploded to 27 slots. He asks Plun where Wang M is planning to offload some junk to that crew before hitting the ruins. Plun says Wang Meng and his squad are going to be a while since they're busy babysitting the new priestess. She shows him she already dropped a pin on his map for the ruin entrance and explains the deal. There's some big stone slab hidden behind bushes, and she shoved one aside to use as a panic room. She admits she poked her head inside, heard some spooky screams, and noped right out of there. If it wasn't for that, she whines, she never would have gotten snatched. Hearing this tale of epic cowardice, Fun just pops his invisibility skill. He tells Plun, yeah, I get it, and decides he's bouncing to the ruins immediately. He'll just pawn his stuff off on Wang Meng later. Plun is left there, totally baffled by his epic vanishing act. As he creeps towards the spot, still in ghost mode, Fun thinks his original plan was to grind to level 10 somewhere totally lame. But a whole ruin, that's a way juicier opportunity. He knows the mobs inside will be bronze tier with a solid chance of some silver tier chumps, which is perfect for farming life points and evolution points. Once he gets there, he spots the stone slab Plun mentioned and dives right in, no time to waste. Inside, he starts scoping the place out. In starter towns, you've got 3 flavors of ruins: tombs, cursed dumps, and temples of faith. Peeping the art on the walls, Fun confirms it's a temple of faith. He knows tombs are just straight-up monster basements with a gold-tier boss waiting at the end. Cursed ruins are crawling with creatures that used to be people before some evil god went all abracadabra on them. Temples like this are home to god fanatics and are usually a total maze, but the loot is sweet special items or even skill books. Leaning in for a closer look at the doodles, he actually recognizes this stuff. This whole joint belongs to some ancient god of judgment, the same dude his Eye of Judgment skill came from. Suddenly he hears these faint screams coming from deep inside the place. The scene flips to a forest where Wang Em is getting his butt kicked, barely blocking hits with his shield. Some monster lets out a massive roar and just yeets him with a huge blow, sending him flying. Sprawled out on the dirt, he sees Xiao Yu just standing there completely useless and shell-shocked. A teammate is screaming for her to heal him, but she's a total deer in headlights. She can't even pop her skills, she's just whimpering for someone to come save her. The rest of the squad, knowing they're totally screwed, beg her one last time to heal the tank. But nope, Xiao Yuyu just faceplants on the ground, shaking like a leaf and whining about how scared she is. The very next second, Wang Em and his crew get zapped right back to the starting city. The monster totally wiped the floor with them. They are absolutely fuming. Plun strolls up with a huge grin, trolling them by asking why they're back so early. Plun then drops the bomb that Shadow's still MIA, so no new gear for them. And at that exact moment, Wang Em's crew completely loses their cool with Xiao Yu and starts absolutely roasting her. One dude screams that he's never seen such a useless player who can't even dodge or pop a single skill. The meltdown totally catches Plun off guard. She's never seen her buddies this mad. Plun jumps in to play hero for Xiao Yu, who's on the verge of a full-on sob fest. She asks why they're being so savage, explaining that it's totally normal for a noob to get wrecked at the start. However, the dude from the group, still seeing red, basically tells Plun to buzz off. Another teammate then clarifies that they didn't just get wiped once, but a whopping 3 times in less than an hour, which just leaves Plun completely stunned. Always the nice one. Plun suggests that Xiao Yu should just join her team. She flexes that she got 2 sweet items from Shadow and guarantees that with her carrying the team, nobody's gonna bite the dust. Wang Em, just trying to keep the peace, agrees that Plun's idea is a good one. With her in the group, things should chill out, and hey, maybe they'll even run into Shadow when they head back. Then Xiao Yu puts on her best apology face and says she'll try harder. But on the inside, she's singing a different tune. She's convinced Wang Em's crew is just a bunch of scrubs blaming her for their own epic fails. If it wasn't for their hookup with Shadow, she wouldn't even be caught dead with these losers, even thinking of them as a pack of absolute potatoes. Meanwhile, Fun is pushing deeper into the ruins, checking out the crumbling walls. He keeps hearing those same creepy noises until he spots a couple of figures kneeling in the middle of what looks like some kind of temple. The system pings them as devout followers of the judged god, level 10 and silver class monsters. Not wasting a single second, Fun pops his Latent Image skill and poof, he's invisible. He zips in with instant shadow for a lightning-fast strike, but the damage is pathetic. Fun realizes that even with the backstab and invis break bonuses, the monster's health bar barely even budged, which is pretty much what you'd expect from level 10 silver class bosses. Their combined HP is even bigger than that golden ghost he fought earlier. Fun also spots the followers dropping to their knees again, but this time they're facing him like they're bowing down to him even though he's totally cloaked. He's wondering if they can sense the Eye of Judgment on him and if that's why they're not trying to murder him. To test this theory, he's like, "Yo, can you guys show me the way?" but gets nothing but crickets. Fun figures they got corrupted ages ago and are now just mindless beasts that exist to yoink other people's lifespans. All of a sudden, the 2 followers get all riled up and bolt towards the temple entrance, their hands glowing with some nasty-looking poison energy. A fresh group of players had just walked in, and when they see the danger, they start yelling at each other to watch out. Kicking back and watching the show, Fun sees the players start to panic as they realize they can barely handle 1 silver-class boss, let alone 2 of them. They try to bail, but they get absolutely steamrolled before they can even take a step. They leave behind a fat stack of life expectancy points. And hey, Fun actually recognizes the poor saps who just got deleted. Oh look, it's the Grey Rose crew, the same chumps who bought a spell from him. He can tell just by their gear that they were totally unprepared for this place. So he kneels down to scoop up all their dropped loot. And Fun is floored to see they left behind over 100 days of sweet, sweet life essence. He had no clue these dudes were so loaded. Meanwhile, his 2 fanboys go right back to kneeling like he's their god or something. After giving the temple a once-over, Fun finds a whole lot of nothing, no traps, no treasure. Totally annoyed. He figures the 2 silver-class mini-bosses are the only prizes here, so he decides to take out the trash. He pops his poison dart ability and lands a perfect shot right in their domes. A system window pops up confirming the kills. For offing the followers, Fun snags a cool 4000 XP, dings level 9 and gets another 4 evolution points. He uses his ability on the items, gets another 188 days of life, and is just stunned by how busted an epic grade ability is. With that sweet bonus, he's now sitting on 32 evolution points and a grand total of 154 days to live. He also scoops up a bunch of gold and silver grade items, including a gold grade assassin accessory, the Devotee's Pendant. And this thing is seriously OP. It juices his agility, slashes his ability cooldowns by 20%, and even lets him summon a silver grade follower to fight for him. Since the other gear he grabbed also needs level 8, Fun decides to just stash it to sell for a quick buck later. Suddenly, he spots something. He pokes at a weird mechanism in the temple and the whole structure starts to shake. The floor drops like some ancient elevator, yeeting him about 300 or 400 meters down deep. When it grinds to a halt, the way back seals up tight. He glances around and instantly knows this place, a hidden labyrinth. In his past life, he'd already stumbled into a bunch of these inside old ruins. He knew these mazes were packed with deadly traps, and with his current stats, one little mistake would be a big ol' game over. Fortunately, his shiny new pendant was the perfect cheat code. Using its effect, Fun summons his devout follower. Without a second thought, he orders the poor schmuck to walk ahead and test the path, making the whole exploration way safer. Still, just as a precaution, he decides to go on a little point-spending spree. First, he dumps 5 points to evolve his evasion ability, Phantom Shadow, all the way to epic grade. The improvement is absolutely ridiculous. His passive dodge rate skyrockets from a measly 15% to a whopping 75%. And when he activates it, he becomes totally immune to all damage. Satisfied is an understatement. He plows the rest of his points into evolving Instant Shadow Strike. It also hits epic grade, and the ability gets a glow-up in every single way. More range, longer invisibility, and more slashes that now deal way more damage in a bigger area. The ability's cooldown dropped to just 12 seconds, making it super spammable. Now to evolve a skill from epic to legendary, it costs 10 times more evolution points than usual. So yeah, evolving a skill that's already epic from the get-go is a massive pro-gamer move. Its first jump to the legendary grade costs only 10 points. Fun knows that with enough points, he can fast-track these bad boys to mythic, ancient, or even immortal grade. In comparison, a skill that starts at normal grade would need 7 freaking evolutions just to reach epic. By the time that 10 times multiplier kicks in, the cost would already be in the hundreds of points just to keep evolving. The good news is that from the epic grade onward, the price finally hit a ceiling. In other words, from here on out, all his skills were going to be epic tier minimum. Talk about a glow-up. Peeping at his own mitts, Fun realizes that with his 11 leftover evolution points, he can juice up one more skill. Decisions. So what does he pick? Latent Image, of course. His very first sentimental value skill. Asterisk, cha-ching times. A system window pops up confirming he just blew 7 points to boost that thing from silver to gold, and then all the way to platinum. Now his little disappearing act lasts for a whole 24 seconds, and the first sucker punch out of stealth smacks for 90% more damage. The cooldown even dropped to 22 seconds. Fancy. Our boy Fun whips out his mental calculator and figures with his 35% reduction buff, the skill's final cooldown is only a measly 16.3 seconds. But even with all that, he's like, meh, still too long for a skill with such wimpy burst damage. Already thinking about trading it in. So ungrateful. And just like that, his focus snaps back to the maze. Why? Because his so-called devout follower just face-planted into a trap. A giant boulder goes all Indiana Jones on the poor schmuck, squishing it flat. Asterisk, poof times. The body vanishes and Fun just knows he's stuck waiting on the cooldown to summon another disposable minion. Given how ridiculously complicated this maze is, his only real strategy is to send his follower in to poke around carefully. You know inch by agonizing inch. Still, he's crossing his fingers that the loot at the end will be worth all. Asterisk his followers times effort. Meanwhile, up on the temple's top floor, the same crew of chumps who got wiped earlier are trying to sneak back in. One of them whispers to the captain that the 2 beasties that handed them their butts are totally gone. The captain's just standing there baffled, and then it hits them, their precious lifetime item, the loot they dropped when they died, has also vanished into thin air. It doesn't take a rocket scientist for them to figure out someone else clapped the monsters and yoinked their stuff. And as they start gossiping about who it could have been, the captain declares that only one player is Chad enough to smoke 2 silver-level bosses this easily this early in the game. Shadow. As the team lets that bombshell sink in, one of them lets out a huge sigh of relief, mumbling that at least they don't have to get stomped again. But the captain isn't done. She recalls that when they first got there, they saw some dude who looked like he was having a friendly chat with the 2 bosses. She wonders if that guy was Shadow, and if he has some busted skill that lets him make friends with monsters. If he does, that's a whole new level of terrifying and just broken. Anyway, back to Fun. And yep, his devout follower just got instantly deleted by another trap. Shocking. He's been exploring this maze for a chill 3 hours now. Using the layout and his past life cheat codes, he figures he's finally getting close to the finish line. He knows that if you tried to clear a death trap like this with actual people, you'd be looking at hundreds of corpses. So without a second thought, Fun spawns his follower times and pushes forward into what looks like the final stretch. The minion trots on ahead until it gets to a massive, seriously intimidating door. Fun, of course, tells his meat shield to open it. But even using all its monster juice, the door won't budge an inch. This actually gets Fun's gears turning. I mean, his follower is a silver tier boss. It's not exactly a weakling. So getting curious, he walks up, gives the door a little poke, and it swings open like it was never locked. No effort at all. He's kinda stunned for a second, not sure what to expect. Both of them brace for a fight, but Fun quickly realizes there's zero danger. On the other side is a spooky-looking altar, and right in the middle a treasure chest surrounded by spikes, because of course it is. And standing right next to it is some NPC. The weird part, not even the all-knowing system has a clue who she is. Fun's brain just blue-screened. He'd found an NPC the all-knowing system didn't even recognize. She said something, but it was all gibberish to him, like his level was just too low to get it. Then she dramatically kneels and poofs into a cloud of sparkly yellow light, ghosting him completely. The spiky "do not touch" sign around the chest vanished right along with her. Fun, totally baffled, figured this mystery lady must have been linked to his fancy pants eye of judgment. His train of thought derailed right back to the loot box, which was now practically screaming "Open me" with a blinding golden glow. That's the universal gaming sign for epic loot ahead. Still, our boy's no fool. This thing could be a trap or worse, a chest with teeth. So to be safe, he did what any great leader would do. He shoved his follower forward to poke it. A geyser of gold light shot out and boom, a skill book. And this wasn't some how-to-cook instruction manual. Nope, this was a straight-up Divin-level skill for all the stabby assassins out there. The system practically screamed in his ear, "You got the gift of mercy, you lucky punk." Its passives were just ridiculous, a 100% hit rate on weak spots and double damage. But wait, there's more. The system then unveiled his new active skill, Throat Cut, a nasty little bleed effect that just keeps on hurting. We're talking 100% of the initial hit's damage per second for 3 whole seconds. The standard cooldown is a full 60 seconds, but with his stat nerd build, he got it down to a breezy 44.4 seconds. Fun was practically drooling over how broken this new toy was. It basically turned enemy weak points into giant hit me signs, making life way too easy. But the real showstopper was that Throat Cut skill. He whipped out his mental calculator. A single 300 damage hit suddenly becomes a whopping 1200 damage total. That's basically quadruple the pain with one click. He realized this wasn't one of those spammy multi-hit skills either. This bad boy put all its eggs in that one glorious first stab, meaning you better not miss. And on top of that, since it was an epic skill, it only needed a measly 10 evolution points to hit legendary status. What a bargain for something so game-breaking. He was grinning like an idiot. Yeah, slogging through that labyrinth was totally worth it. His damage output just went from pretty good to, oh dear God, what is that thing? Alright, party's over, time to get paid. He decided to offload the rest of his junk to Plun's crew and shot her a quick message. He pinged her saying, "Yo, tell your squad to warp back to town, I got some high-tier goodies to sell." Plun was like on it, but was probably thinking, how the heck did he clear those ruins so fast? Is he using cheat codes? So Fun teleports back to the city, expecting a quiet trip to the bank, and bam, surprise party. A whole mob of players was waiting for him. Everyone and their mother wanted to be his friend. Some were begging to be his personal minions, and of course the corporate suits were there trying to sign him. People had literally traveled from other starter towns just for a chance to breathe the same virtual air as him. Some girl who claimed she was from a place called Underwear City offered to be his e-wife if he'd power level her. Dudes from Azer City were there too. Seeing this whole circus, Fun put 2 and 2 together and realized the teleportation portals between cities were finally online. And that could only mean one thing. It was time to bounce to Firefly City and find Songfei. So without a second thought, Fun hit his stealth skill and just vanished. Peace out, losers. The crowd of fanboys and fangirls just stood there blinking, totally clueless. As he slipped away, the blame game started. They started pointing fingers, screaming about who scared off the Great Shadow. Things got heated and pretty soon a full-on nerd riot broke out. Meanwhile, weaving through the chaos like a pro, Fun met up with Plun, who led him to her group. And when he got there, another surprise was waiting. It was his own little sister, Xiao Yuyu. She was staring at his character with huge, sparkly eyes, completely clueless that the god-tier player Shadow was her dorky big brother. Fun was like, how in the world did She Times get on Wang Mi's team? Knowing she was a total wildcard, he was pretty sure she'd nuke the whole squad. Dude had to play it cool. Now that the whole world knew about Shadow, his secret identity was basically tissue paper. If his real name got leaked before he could bring his powers into the real world, some random dude with a pea shooter could take him out. Yeah, not a risk he was willing to take. Meanwhile, Xiao's gears were turning. She was thinking, wow, this Shadow guy is OP, and by comparison, the rest of Wang Mi's crew looked like a bunch of noobs. She started doing the math on how much faster she could find Songfei if she just leeched off Shadow for some power leveling. Back to the action. Fun started handing out gear to Wang Mi's whole crew, custom fit for each class like some kind of fantasy Santa Claus. He also tossed in some skill books that would seriously juice up their combat stats, asking for a measly price of 2,200 days of their lifespan. Wang Meg's jaw dropped when he saw the gear was gold and silver tier stuff they couldn't afford in a million years. But Fun was all nah, just pay me back later, basically flexing how much he trusted the group. Wang Meg was tripping over himself with thanks, promising to have his back if he ever needed it. Fun just nodded and dropped the loot. The team was totally bug-eyed getting such sick loot this early in the game. Wang Mi Mag especially was shocked by his new damage output and was like, "Is this guy for real? Does he actually trust us?" In the middle of all the hype, Xiao was practically vibrating, waiting to see what god-tier item she was gonna get. And she got a whole lot of nothing. Bummer. Wang Mi Mag tried to explain that they didn't have any priest stuff, while some other guy basically told her she should be grateful she was even there to mooch EXP off them. Not getting the hint, Xiao introduced herself, like, "Hi, I'm the team's priestess," and walked right up to Fun, expecting a handout. She even had the nerve to send him a friend request, but he just gave her the iciest death stare and then, poof, vanished right in front of her. She just stood there completely clueless. Where'd he go?" she asked. Wang Mi Mag tried to play damage control, mumbling that maybe Fun was fresh out of priest gear. Another dude was way more blunt, saying, "Looks like he straight up ghosted you on purpose, girl." Plun thought the whole thing was absolutely epic, saying how much of a boss move it was for Fun to just appear and disappear like a ninja. Miles away, Fun materialized next to the teleportation portal. He chuckled to himself, thinking about the gold-level priest staff and a matching skill book just sitting in his inventory. But like there was no way in hell he was giving top-tier loot to someone like his sister. The girl was a walking disaster, and her being there could totally screw up his sweet deal with Wang Mi's crew. He figured he'd be swimming in high-level gear and books soon enough. Selling it all piece by piece would be a total drag, but by using Wang Mi's connections, who was a cop with government backing, it was the perfect setup for a massive garage sale. For this to work, the team had to be legit and get stuff done. His sister, yeah, she didn't make the cut. The decision was already made. She had to go, and he already had the perfect replacement lined up, Gu, aka Xiao. In his past life, she was the big shot manager of the Good Slayer Guild and rocked a super rare priest class, the White Aven Priestess. This class came with a freaking white bird that could heal and buff the whole party. She was the only priestess he'd ever seen solo an epic level boss. Comparing her to his sister was like a total insult to Gu. The woman was a tactical genius, while his sister was basically just dead weight. But hey, arriving at the teleportation portal sparked a genius evil little idea. Turns out Guyu was from Firefly City, the exact same cesspool where Songfei was hanging out, and what a coincidence, his next travel destination. Oh, this was just too perfect. He'd just swoop in, find her, and poach her for Wang Mi Mag's team. The second he stepped through that portal, he flicked a switch and went full-on invisible. See, unlike the other gloomy dumps, Firefly City had this non-stop sunshine thing going on, which made sneaking around like a ghost a total breeze. He immediately overheard two nearby chumps whining about some silver-tier monster they had to take down. Then they started trash-talking Songfei, ranting about how he'd rounded up all the girls in the city and basically mind-controlled them into his personal fan club. Being a D-list idol sure has its perks. These two clowns just couldn't process how a guy like Songfei, who was barely a mid-level celebrity, could command such a rabid following. Totally tilted, they declared they were done with his crap and that today they were going to be the ones to take him out. Watching this drama unfold, Shadow found it absolutely hilarious. All the juicy gossip on Songfei was just falling right into his lap, though he seriously doubted these two scrubs could even lay a finger on Songfei. If anyone was going to put that guy in his place, it would be Shadow himself. So naturally, he was curious and tailed them to the Valley of Laments, a lame level 5 zone crawling with critters like Amorites and Cores. The moment he stepped inside, he sniffed out a fight and went to investigate. The whole scene was a glorious train wreck. A huge mob was fighting a marine, some freaky silver-tier boss with 2 heads and a bad case of being on fire. But instead of working together, some players were just beating the snot out of each other. And right in the middle of this beautiful chaos was Songfei chilling inside a human shield of his fangirls. The two wannabe heroes from before were prepping their big attack, screaming that Songfei's crew had jumped them and jacked their life expectancy. They were out for revenge. One of them, rocking some ancient magic skill called Locked Jaw, strutted forward like he owned the place. But before he even got within spitting distance, one of Songfei's mage lackeys intercepted him and just deleted his head with a single smack. Shadow watched this, remembering that Songfei's cringy title was the Heaven-Defying Mage God. In his past life, Shadow recalled Songfei had manipulated his entire fanbase into picking the mage class. After that, he'd systematically yoinked their best gear and skill books to make himself stronger. It was a scummy, low-down tactic, but damn was it effective. Of course, an army of nothing but mages is a terrible long-term plan. To compensate for this massive flaw, the fangirls got creative with their stats. Some dumped every single point into intelligence, turning themselves into walking glass cannons. Others pumped agility to be annoying pests or maxed out vitality to act as meat shields for their precious idol. The truly unhinged ones even funneled points into strength, becoming combat mages who used their staffs like baseball bats to bonk their enemies. This bonkers strategy, as demonstrated by the girl who just turned that player's head into a fine red mist, worked shockingly well in the early game. Songfei and his mage cult dominated everything, just farming noobs for life expectancy and steamrolling bosses. As time went on, however, The whole gimmick lost its magic, and most of the fans were left in the dust. Songf just kept laying on the crocodile tears for the remaining simps, whining about how seeing them work so hard for him just broke his poor little heart. He'd ramble on about hoping the silver tier boss would just kick the bucket so everyone could rest, wishing for a world of love and not violence. Hearing this garbage, a chubbier fangirl declared that Song Fei was the one times really times suffering and that it was so tragic he had to endure such trials. She immediately started rallying the others, yelling at them to kill the boss faster so their precious boy band reject wouldn't get a paper cut. So his little fan club starts wailing on the monster, even busting out a cringy fight song about how awesome Song Fei is. Then out of nowhere, the monster's had enough and roars, lunging straight for Song Fei. And what does one of his simps do? Jumps right in front of him, taking the hit like a total meat shield. The second she poofs into a pile of loot, Song Fei drops to his knees, putting on this big show like he's devastated. Meanwhile, the same fan is already screaming for everyone to hit harder. She's yelling that if they just kill this silver tier scrub, Song Fei will finally rocket to the top of the leaderboards and put fun in his place. Fueled by pure delusion, the fan club starts spamming their spells even harder, totally committed to not letting their precious Song Fei down. And hey, it's kinda working. The boss is starting to look a little rough. On the inside, Song Fei is practically drooling over the monster's impending doom. At the same time, he's thinking about how Fun soloed a gold tier boss. This silver tier chump is giving his whole crew a run for their money, and Fun did what now? So naturally, Song Fei convinces himself that Fun must be exploiting some game-breaking bug. Then he starts whining to himself about his own progress. Even with a whole cheerleading squad carrying him, he's only hit level 7 while Fun the lone wolf is light years ahead. Still, the dude cracks a smile. He's doing the math in his head, figuring this boss kill will bump him to level 8. And since Fun's been chilling at level 9 for a bit, he's absolutely convinced he's about to steal the #1 spot. Oh, you sweet summer child. But then in a blink, Fun shows up. He just grabs Song Fei's face and rips his head clean off his shoulders so fast. You couldn't even tell if he used a blade or just brute force. Before Song Fei's body can even ragdoll to the floor, Fun unleashes his instant shadow slash. It dices up every enemy in sight, turning Song Fei's body and head into a million little pixels. The fan club just freezes, completely stunned. Before they can even process, the L Fun's wrath descends. He just mows down everything, including that silver tier boss they were struggling with. A system message pops up. You have slain the 12-headed monster Ember Fiend and gained 1,500 experience points. He also wiped out Song Fei's entire entourage, including some player named Sky-Defying Maiden Goddess and other winners with names like Song Fei, Meow Meow, Forever, Faithful Follower, and Little Fa Ma. As the Ember Fiend's corpse explodes into a glorious loot piñata, the two randos who were watching the whole thing are just standing their jaws on the floor. Fun just deleted the boss with one move that did over 1,000 damage a hit, 10 times stronger than anything they could dream of. And because it was a daily skill, it didn't just wreck the boss. It vaporized Song Fei and his whole simp army in one fell swoop. The onlookers were like, who else could pull off a move like that except the legendary Fun? You know, the same solo player who got the world first kill on a gold tier boss. Without skipping a beat, they immediately started cheering for Fun and laughing at Song Fei's epic fail. Of course, they weren't actually fans. They were just terrified they'd be next on the chopping block, and Fun totally knew it. In his past life, when he was a low-level scrub, these same players would have ganged up on him without a second thought. Meanwhile, back in the noob zone, Song Fei materializes at the respawn point, completely bewildered about how he just got owned. A system message helpfully informs him he was killed by the player Shadow. He lost 116 days of tradable life and a whopping 18 years, and 113 days of non-tradable life. Song Fei's fists clench so hard his knuckles turn white, his mind just spinning out of control. He's freaking out, wondering why Shadow would show up in Firefly Town of all the hundreds of starter cities. His little fan club starts swarming him, whining and crying about why Shadow ganked them. So Song Fei, ever the hero, just makes up some garbage excuse, claiming Shadow wanted to steal their boss kill and sucker punch them. The fangirls went ballistic, unleashing a tidal wave of insults that would make a sailor blush. Right in the middle of the chaos, some girl shyly waltzed up to Song Fei and asked if she could join his fan club. This girl claimed she was an archer with a super rare eagle eye skill that could spot sneaky players. The fans were not impressed. They were all like, mages only, sweetie. Your pea-shooter damage will totally tank Song Fei's ranking. But then Sir Song Fei made his move. He glided over and told the girl that even though they were an exclusive mage club, he could feel her passion, and that was the most important thing ever. He basically said, Archer Schmarcher, you're one of the family now. Together we'll be unstoppable, or something equally cheesy. Totally swooning, the girl straight up declared her undying love for Song Fei. This got the other fans all fired up. Suddenly, it was an open audition. One girl yelled she was an assassin with stealth and swore she'd get revenge on that Shadow dude. Another one chimed in saying she could freeze him in place. Song Fei, eating it all up, welcomed them all into his big, happy, revenge-obsessed family. The fans started chanting that they'd follow Song Fei off a cliff if he asked, all in the name of glorious revenge. They screamed that Shadow was a total coward for ganking people and that he was going to get what was coming to him for hurting their precious Songfei. Some players nearby heard the ruckus and were like, "What in the world is going on?" Someone told them Songfei just got smoked. The others were totally confused, like how is that even possible with his personal army of simps? Then they heard the killer was Shadow, and suddenly it all made perfect sense. Still, they couldn't believe he had the stones to face that mob. Meanwhile, Songfei was smirking. For him, this was a golden opportunity. With this many eyeballs watching when he finally put Shadow in his place, everyone would see that a lone wolf's power is a joke compared to him. Far, far away, Feng activated the Hand of Avarist. The system's cha-ching notification popped up with his winning 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable life and loot from a silver boss multiplied by 6, plus loot from a gold-level boss multiplied by 1. He knew what he had to do. He decided to evolve the Gift of Mercy. The system slurped up 10 evolution points, and bam, the skill went from epic to legendary. The upgrades were nuts. The passive effect, which was basically an aim assist for weak points, doubled from 100% to 200%. It pretty much made the enemy's critical areas the size of a truck. The damage to those spots also skyrocketed. As for the active effect, that fatal throat cut now melted health bars, dealing from 100% to 150% of his total attack per second for 3 seconds. The cooldown got slashed from 30 seconds down to somewhere between 25 and 18.5 seconds. Taking a look at the upgrade, Fun realized that pretty much half of an enemy's body was now considered a giant kick-me sign. His instant shadow cut skill would be popping off constantly, and with the new fatal throat cut, he could probably one-shot the gold-level boss. He also checked the price for the next level-ups. Upgrading a skill from Legendary to Mythic would cost a painful 200 points. For a skill like Hand of Avarist, the jump from Epic to Mythic was 210 points, and from Legendary to Mythic, an absolutely insane 400 points. Since he only had 9 evolution points left, he turned his attention to Backstab Enhancement. The upgrade cost a measly 8 points, taking the skill from Gold to a shiny new Platinum. The passive now boosted his damage from behind the enemy's line of sight from 30% to a clean 40%. Finally, Fun took a look at his own stats. After deleting that silver tier chump and Songfei's little fan club, Fun cashed in on over 1,400 days of sweet tradable life. With business wrapped up in the city of Fireflies, Fun was all set to bounce, but of course, just as he was about to dip, one of Songfei's little minions decided to have a moment. You know the one who was LARPing as an assassin? Yeah, she tried to jump him. She screeched something like "go die" and lunged with a dinky little knife, but Fun sidestepped it like it was in slow motion, leaving her completely baffled as to how he moved so fast. The wannabe assassin totally ate dirt, threw a little fit, and then poofed into her stealth mode. Fun glanced over at a nearby cliff, and what do you know, the rest of Songfei's cheer squad was there yelling the usual NPC trash talk about how he had nowhere to run. The second they even thought about raising their weapons, Fun was already gone. He hit Latent Image and vanished. But then the archer, the one who wouldn't shut up about her eagle eye skill, stepped up with her bow, acting all high and mighty. She's all like, "Your little hide-and-seek game is useless against me," and fires off her eagle eye, sending a bunch of sparkly feathers everywhere to try and find him. Plot twist, the skill totally whiffed. Instead of tagging, Fun it lit up their own assassin girl like a Christmas tree. Whoops. And her brilliant fan club, convinced she was Fun in disguise, immediately turned on their own teammate, not even letting her get a word in. Big brain time for sure. The one who looked like the head cheerleader screamed for everyone to unload their ultimate attacks on her. The poor assassin barely had time to say "wait guys" before she got vaporized by a friendly fire nuke. When the smoke cleared, they finally realized their massive screw-up. But get this, the leader just shrugged it off, said it was no big deal because the girl wasn't even a mage, so obviously she wasn't a times true times Songfei stan. With a straight face, she called it divine punishment and told the archer to pop Eagle Eye again to find the times real times. Fun, you can't make this stuff up. But before Miss Legolas could even draw her bow, Fun decided playtime was over and whipped out a special item, the Ghost Fire Bells. The bells' chime sent out a soul shock, basically a stun grenade for the soul, freezing every enemy in a 100-meter radius for a solid 3 seconds. The moment that bell rang, the entire fan club froze mid-pose, eyes wide open like their controllers had just disconnected. And before their tiny brains could even begin to process it, Fun went to work, dropping an instant shadow slash that deleted all of them before the 3-second stun timer even ran out. Their bodies just fizzled into nothing. Still cloaked, Fun casually strolled over to Songfei. The man himself was cowering behind a rock, shaking like a leaf and wondering aloud how his whole posse got wiped without Fun even showing his face. He was rambling on about how Fun should have been revealed after attacking, completely oblivious to the fact that his worst nightmare was standing right behind him. Fun leaned in and whispered right in his ear, "You're already dead." Those words sent Songfei into a full-blown panic. He panic-slammed his magic shield button, but it was way too late. Fun just tapped him on the head with a poison skill and the little bubble popped instantly. Songfei dropped to the floor and exploded into a pile of loot. Sifting through the goods, Fun saw something interesting. Turns out Songfei was hoarding over 2,000 days of lifetime, but the weird part was that none of his little fans had any. He mused aloud. Did they seriously give all their time to this clown? Do these people still think this is just some game? He let out a dark chuckle, shaking his head at the sheer ridiculousness of it all. Man, brainwashed fans are a special kind of creepy, and all their non-tradable lifetime was now gone. We're talking centuries worth of time now, just gonna be monster food. Meanwhile, back in the city, Songfei respawned. He was already whining about his bad luck. His account was down to a measly 500 tradable days, the price he paid for getting absolutely owned. He whipped around to his crew like, yo, why didn't your dollar store radar pick up fun? The answer, didn't take long. Turns out the skill only pinged their times. Own times, sneaky dude, not the actual threat. One of his simps had to break it down for him. Fun's stealth stats are just way too jacked. Their so-called eagle-eyed skill was basically a level 1 anti-sneak tutorial mode, which was completely useless against anyone with level 2 stealth or you know better. Dude was fuming. Songfei started whining. How am I supposed to fight a ghost? He grumbled that he hadn't even poked the bear. I mean, come on. Fun already yoinked a silver-ranked boss from him, so why the repeat performance? Is this dude obsessed, or what? He even started coping, thinking Fun was just jealous of his good looks. His fan club feeling the cringe, and was like, maybe we should dip for our own good and grind somewhere else. They swore to follow their pretty boy leader to the ends of the earth like total lemmings. A little while later, Fun rolled into the now ghost town and saw that Songfei and his posse had totally bailed. He was like, did they run back to the noob zone or just book it to another continent, spotting some random dude chilling nearby? He slid over to squeeze him for info. The guy practically jumped out of his skin when Fun just materialized out of thin air. He shakily pointed where Songfei's crew went. Then he made the weirdest request ever, begging Fun to please don't gank my girlfriend when he catches up to them. This chick, Fei Bao Kit, was a hunter. Yeah, probably the same one with the busted radar from earlier. In his head, Fun was just like, nah, thinking it'd be way easier for this dude to just find a new girlfriend. Without a word, he popped his vanish skill and poofed, leaving the guy still pleading with thin air. Cruising in the right direction, Fun thought about the hunt. He had the general idea of where they went, but their exact spot was a total crapshoot. Just wandering around would be a major time sink. He figured he needed to find Gui. And right on cue, as if the game's scriptwriters were on his side, a familiar face just happened to stroll past. Would you look at that? It's Gui Shui. Fun walked right up to her and was like, hey, you got a sec. The second she saw him, her heart did a backflip. She knew exactly who it was, the one and only Fun. She was totally bugging out meeting the legend in the flesh. But Fun wasn't there to sign autographs. Fun cut right to the chase. Heard your class has a long-range people finder. I need you to ping Songfei for me. For her trouble, he offered her a gold-tier mage staff dirt cheap. Gui's eyes practically popped out of her head, but she was curious. She's like, wait, how'd you know about my search skill? I've never told anyone. Fun just waved it off completely, dodging the question. He was basically like, don't sweat the small stuff. You want this gold staff or not? Gui immediately said yes, even though she was a little sketched out, having no clue if she could afford it. Fun laid it out. He was only asking for 500 days of tradable lifespan. An absolute steal, since that thing would normally go for at least 700 to 800 days. She was hyped. Gui was like, yep, I got that. A second later, a system alert popped up, deal done. She was holding the shiny new staff and couldn't stop staring at it, but Fun gave her a little bonk on the head like, chop chop, let's go. As she was casting the spell, Gui Shui was thinking, this is the first time I've met Fun, but something about him feels super familiar. Then she just turns to him and asks, aren't you worried I'm just gonna take this staff and bounce? Fun, cool as a cucumber, was all like, so you don't hate Songfei. Gui Shui totally froze up. How in the world did this rando know her beef with that guy? For a hot second, she was like, wait, do I know this dude in real life? But nah, she shut that down quick. His voice didn't ring any bells. Fun, being a total troll, just smirked, want to take a wild guess, but she was so not in the mood for his games, and basically told him she ain't got time for that. So she sent her trusty bird drone out to do some recon. Turns out Gui Shui and her little feathered friend have a mind meld thing going on. Yeah, she's basically got a live feed straight from its eyeballs. The camera switches to bird's eye view, soaring high above the city. A couple minutes later, ding ding ding, Gui Shui had a lock. She found Songfei and dropped the coordinates, but she threw in a little heads up. She was like, look, I can't promise Songfei and his crew of clowns will still be camping there when you show up. Hearing that, Shadow was gone in a flash, telling her to shoot him a friend request. That way she could ping him if the party decided to pack up and move. Gui Shui yelled after him, yo, how long am I supposed to be your personal CCTV? This skill doesn't last forever, you know. But Shadow just waved it off. Don't sweat it, this won't take long. As he's booking it, he suddenly pumps the brakes near a bunch of trees. He spots something fishy. He stops dead next to one of them, checks out the bark, and boom, there's a weird symbol carved into it. Way back. Gui Shui's on comms like, what gives? What'd you see? Shadow tells her to get her bird back in the air and scan for more trees with that same freaky symbol. Guisui gets her bird on it, and pretty quick she's like, got one. There's a matching tree about 100 meters straight ahead and another 100 meters to your left. So Shadow reaches out, taps the symbol like he's ringing a doorbell, and the thing starts to glow. Guishui's all, okay, what the heck does that symbol even do? And he hits her with a, take a guess. Then bam, lines of light shoot out, connecting all 3 trees into a giant glowing triangle. A massive flash of light erupts in the middle, and poof, a freaking jade treasure chest just materializes out of thin air. Shadow's just casually like, well, didn't expect to stumble on an ancient god's blessing this easily. He explains that these things just pop up randomly all over the place. Sometimes you get a chest, sometimes you get a monster, and sometimes you hit the jackpot with rare loot. Guishui's jaw hits the floor when she realizes how much that chest is worth. A single one of those jade chests. We're talking at least 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. That's worth over 10 million RMBB easy, but Shadow knew the real price tag was way, way higher. See, in his past life, the market for lifespan went totally bonkers, with a single day jumping from 10,000 to over 50,000 RMBB. Meanwhile, Guishui started taking mental notes on how Shadow activated that symbol. With her tracking skills, she was already dreaming of finding a whole bunch more of these. A system alert pops up for Shadow. He's opened the chest and scored a jade skill book called Flourishing Curse. Shadow's thinking, alright, what's this thing do? The system chimes in, Flourishing Curse is a top-tier jade-level skill. Use it on a player's fresh corpse. We're talking less than 15 seconds old, and a cursed plant will sprout right out of them. This freaky flower then sucks up every last drop of their tradable lifespan until they're flat broke. Oh, and the cherry on top, 0, cooldown. Fun learned that bad boy, instantly thinking, this is just broken. He'd heard whispers of this skill in his past life, but he never knew it was called the Flourishing Curse. With a wicked grin, he thought, man, that name is perfect. From now on, every time he ganked some poor soul, all he had to do was babysit the body and let his little cursed plant drain him dry. He knew exactly who was first on the list. Songfei's lucky streak was officially over. Fun was gonna hunt that dude down until he rage quit the entire game. And once he hit level 10, he could finally bring his A game to the real world, and at that point he was gonna delete Songfei for good. Meanwhile, way over yonder, Songfei and his little fan club were busy wailing on some random mob. Naturally, Songfei was front and center, thinking they'd totally ditched Fun and were in the clear, but dude was still salty. Remembering how Fun had already yoinked his boss kill and sent him to the respawn screen 2 times. For him, that was way more than enough. With a smug little grin, Songfei swore he'd get his payback the second he leveled up. But then, plot twist, one of his simps yelled that a group of randos was fighting a boss just up ahead. Songfei being the snake, he has instantly cooked up a lie, claiming they were Nujiaki's crew and his so-called arch-nemesis. The second they heard that name, his #1 fan went ballistic, and the rest of the sheep fell right in line. She screamed at them to charge and wipe out these supposed haters who were trying to mess with Songfei's precious leaderboard spot. The 3 poor saps up ahead were totally clueless. When they saw Songfei's crew rolling up, they actually thought it was the cavalry and started thanking them, yelling that the boss was almost toast, and then bam, the main simp just bonks the party leader right on the noggin with her staff, one-shotting the poor guy. His 2 teammates just stood there, jaws on the floor. A girl in the group was like, what the heck are you guys doing? But the fan club just sneered back that this is what happens to Nujiaki's supporters. The girl tried to tell them they had no clue who that dude even was, but got turned into a human pincushion before she could even finish her sentence. The last guy left screamed her name, Misha, but he didn't even have a second to get weepy about it. Songfei's little goons screamed that all of Nujiaki's followers needed to be deleted, then unloaded everything they had on him and the boss. The dude got nuked into oblivion. Songfei, of course, swooped in to yoink all the loot, patting his simps on the back and calling them his family. Then he spun another tall tale about how he was almost times ambushed by Nujiaki's crew. His fans actually started getting all weepy, saying he didn't have to thank them. Meanwhile, Fun had rolled up watching the whole cringe fest from a cliff. He popped his stealth skill and just vanished. A second later, his chilling voice boomed out declaring, Songfei, you're already dead. Songfei and his crew froze up like deer in headlights. Fun materialized right behind him and just one-tapped him, leaving the fan club absolutely shook. His #1 fan was just frozen solid as Fun caught Songfei's ragdoll body before it could even hit the dirt. Then he whipped out something called the Flourishing Curse. A giant, gnarly red flower just burst out of the corpse, making everyone freak out even harder. Cut to the starter town where Songfei popped back in. Dude was absolutely raging, just screaming his head off. Wondering why Fun was so obsessed with griefing him. Was the guy jealous of his fan club or something? Or maybe he had a crush on one of them. Right then, a system alert popped up, warning him that his tradable lifespan was tanking hard. The number just kept dropping, which totally freaked him out. Songfei started wondering if it was some kind of penalty for getting wrecked so many times. His fan club popped in a second later, and the main one immediately started freaking out that something was super wrong. She explained that Fun used some gnarly skill on Songfei's corpse, making that creepy blood flower thingy pop out and start sucking something out of it. Hearing that, Songfei completely lost it. He started to panic, thinking Fun was trying to perma-delete him for real. And right on cue, another system window from hell popped up, showing his lifespan was still in a total nosedive. Totally panicking, Songfei decided to smash that log out button, figuring if he stayed in the game, Fun was gonna zero him out for good. He screamed at his fans to log out too, promising he'd just buy more life points in the real world and gear up in the game and come back for round 2. His little fan club was all for it, yelling they'd follow him to the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, Songf was silently dropping every curse word imaginable on Fang, already plotting his epic comeback. He was fuming, thinking about the 2.5 years he'd grinded, swearing he wouldn't get wrecked by some free-to-play nobody. Back on the battlefield, though, Fun had unleashed the exact same move on Songfei's whole cheering section. A little pop-up told Fun that thanks to his massive player-killing spree, he'd hit level 4 in the assassin class. The catch, if he kicked the bucket now, he'd lose a whopping 96% of his life. But Fun, he couldn't care less. He was too busy staring at the sweet 1,000 plus days of life he'd just siphoned from Songfei and his cronies. But then the lifesteal just stopped. Welp, guess they rage quit. Right on cue, Gitchi. His buddy, currently in her majestic white bird form, swooped in and was totally floored by the carnage. She was thinking, dude, Fun's power is seriously busted, especially since the guy was literally #1 in the whole game. Fun spotted her and was like, did Songfei chicken out and log off? And she was like, yup. So he told her to be his lookout and ping him the second that coward Songfei dared to log back in. Gichi was down for that and asked if she could bounce. But Fun dangled some bait, saying he had a gold-tier pre-skill, the Sword of Sacred Judgment, and casually asked if she was interested. Her eyes practically turned into dinner plates as she screamed, yes! He told her to meet him in the city. The great Songfei hunt was officially back on. Over in Firefly City, Fun laid it out for Gichi. The skill book was worth a solid 500 days of life, but he'd let it go for half price, with just one little condition. Hearing that, Guixi's mind went straight to the gutter and she shot back, hey, I'm not that kind of girl. Fun just blinked, totally clueless about where her brain had just gone. He had to clear things up like, whoa, no, the condition is just, you gotta be the permanent healer for a specific crew. Guichi instantly agreed, but threw in a warning that she'd totally whine if the team was full of scrubs. Fun promised her they were legit and decided to hit them up. Meanwhile, over with Wang Mi's squad, they'd just clapped a boss. But plot twist, Wang Mi got poisoned and begged Xiao Yuyu to cleanse him. Problem was, she was such a noob, she didn't even know what a purification skill was. Wang Mei had to explain that literally every priest has one and told her to get on with it. Determined to not be useless, Xiao started casting the skill, telling everyone to watch this. But she completely whiffed it and blasted a tree instead, leaving the whole party speechless, especially Plun, who looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. Xiao Yu was all, oops, my bad, but the poison wasn't waiting around and Wang Mi totally bit the dust. A few seconds later, the whole squad respawned back in the starting city. Wang Mei was beyond tilted, thinking, we need to ditch Xiao like yesterday. He was stressing about where they'd even find a decent healer since all the good ones were probably already taken. At that exact moment, Xiao was staring at her character sheet thinking with zero self-awareness, man, this game isn't so hard, hitting level 4 was a cakewalk. Her master plan was to just keep coasting like this until she ran into Songfi. Then out of nowhere, Fun slid into Wang Meg's DMs. He told him he knew this White Aven priestess, a super rare hidden class, and that she was an absolute beast. Then, he asked if Wang Mei would let her join the party. Without even thinking, Wang Meng was like, dude, if Shadow's recommending her, she must be cracked, and instantly said yes. Fun let him know the priestess was chilling in Firefly City, and since Shell City was a total zoo, he suggested they all meet up there to grind some levels together. Wang Meng was totally on board, claiming they were totally gonna bounce anyway because the server was getting way too crowded. Then he looks over at Xiao, and she lays it on him. They're off to a big boy zone, and sorry, his level is just too noob to hang. Xiao Yu is floored, trying to plead her case like, but I can help. But Wang M and his crew just peace out yelling, no time to explain as they dip. Left in the dust, Xiao Yu goes from 0 to 100 real quick, straight up calling the whole squad a bunch of chickens and fakers. She's like, fine, I'll go find Shadow and make him power level me. Meanwhile, Wang M pops into Firefly City to meet up with Fun. He wires over a solid 800 days of life to pay for the gear. Fun sold him. Wang Meng also mentions, yo, we're still short 500 days, but Captain Yu's got you covered as soon as she logs in. The name Yu rings a massive bell for Fun. He introduces Wang Meng to Guiyu and is like, alright, you two do the whole meet and greet thing. Just then a voice calls out for Wang M. It's Yu rocking the hilariously edgy game ID Justice Execution. Fun knows exactly who she is. Yu, the legend with the hidden Dragon Knight class who in his past life was one of the top 20 most cracked players in the whole world. She was basically a main pillar of the Xalia forces and the boogeyman for every enemy faction out there. As they say their hellos, Fun has a little internal monologue realizing this is the first time he's ever met someone who was actually stronger than him back in the day. Yu introduces herself and then totally fangirls, admitting she's a huge admirer of Shadow. She's super curious, asking what his secret is to leveling up so dang fast, and even cracks a joke. What are you, a time traveler or something? Fun cashes in her 500 days of life, thinking to himself, wait a minute, I don't remember you and Wang Mong ever being on the same squad. It dawns on him that Yu must have already sweet-talked the Zhongkai City authorities into giving her a fat stack of life days, since her class is basically a walking tank. Yu then gets straight to the point, telling Fun that if he's got any more epic loot, they're ready to buy. She adds that she's holding all of Jonai City's official life days and then asks with a smirk, so you gonna try and gank me for it? He just plays it cool, assuring her that teaming up is way more profitable for both of them. Yu compliments him on not being a total moron, and Fun picks up that every single word out of her mouth is a calculated test. Just like the rumors said, she looks all sweet and innocent, but she's a stone-cold shark. He figures having her as his inside connection with the bigwigs is gonna save him a massive amount of time. Over in another part of the internet, Songfei's fans are logging out completely shook by the official announcement. Life expectancy was for real, and if that counter hit 0, it was legit lights out in the real world. The architect is having a full-blown meltdown, realizing this wasn't some casual game after she donated all her life points to Songfei. Now she's running on fumes with only a few days left, and the assassin, who was already flagged with PK status, realizes that dying one more time means losing double the life. The whole squad was in full-on panic mode. The girl who was the group's tank starts checking her messages, and her face is just dripping with sweat. She panics, realizing that because she was always the frontline meat shield, she'd died a bazillion times. Now she's only got 1 day of life left on the clock. If that timer hits 0, she's done for. But just then, something catches her eye. Songfei was in the market, buying up life expectancy. Seeing her one and only shot, she decides to hunt down Songfei, praying he'll be her savior. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuyu Fang's sister has also logged out of the game. Her brain is still completely scrambled, having a tough time telling the real world from the game. But then she whips out her phone, sees the killer exchange rate, and a huge greedy grin spreads across her face. Yo, a single day of your life is worth a whopping 15,000. With the 200 days she was sitting on, she was about to be rolling in dough. But that grin got wiped right off her face when the news flashed. Shadow had been absolutely farming Songfei for kills. Total panic mode activated. She suddenly remembered that game over in this world meant, times game over if your life timer hit 0. Even with a fat 100 years of untouchable life, those 3 little dirt naps left poor Songfei with a measly 12 years on the clock. The chat rooms were blowing up, all gossiping about how Shadow just straight up deleted him, even with a whole posse of bodyguards around. In her eyes, this dude wasn't just strong, he was a freaking monster. And then, just like clockwork, some superfans start spamming the chat, crying about how Songfei was in deep trouble. Spilled the beans that he was at Jiang Plaza, desperately trying to buy life for 10,000 a day, begging any fan in Jinghai City to rush over and sell him a piece of their soul. Xiao Yu was like, no way, Jiang Plaza was practically next door. She couldn't just sit there and watch this dude's life bar drain to empty. And hey, thanks to Shadow and his little rampage, she had over 200 tradable days just lying around plenty to be a hero without a second thought. So she decided to book it over there. Meanwhile, back in the game, our boy Fun was just casually deleting mobs like they were nothing when, surprise, surprise, a system window popped up. Ding, he hit level 10, got a nice little stat boost and 5 freebie points to play with. But wait, there's more. A whole cascade of achievements unlocked for being the first loser to hit this level. In the Jinghai City zone, he snagged 7 whole reputation points. Ooh. In the Great Xia Kingdom, a whopping 14 rep points. And for the whole world, a legendary 21. Try to contain your excitement. The system also dropped a memo. The teleporter to the continent of the forgotten gods or whatever would turn on once 7 scrubs from Jinghai City finally hit level 10. That little news blast went server-wide, hitting every single city. And you bet it sent the player base into a tizzy. The comments were just pure shock. It's Shadow again, the same guy who clapped that first gold monster. Some were like, dude's way too OP. And that little celebrity Songfei he smoked totally had it coming. The rest of the player base just got super salty, staring at their own progress bars and wondering if anyone could even dream of keeping up with this guy's insane pace. Anyway, over by the sea, Fun decided to cash in his shiny new points. He burned through 13 evolution points, and his backstab skill leveled up from platinum to a fancy emerald, juicing the passive effect from a measly 40% to a solid 50%. But even with over 7,000 days of life to trade, he knew it wasn't going to cut it. To get the heck out of this starter town, he needed 6 other plebs to hit level 10 and turn on the portal. And since the next best player was stuck at a pathetic level 7, that was going to take forever. So for now, he figured he'd log out and take care of some in-real-life business. He popped back into the real world, and the system immediately asked if he wanted to burn some life to bring his skills with him. Fun was like, heck yeah, without even blinking. First up on the shopping list, yanking his class out of the game. The system slurped up 1,000 days of his life, and boom, extraction complete. He was now officially a Shadow class in real life. His passive kicked in instantly, and his stats got a nice little bump. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility plus a sweet 8. and spirit +5. Next, he pulled out his level. That cost him a cool 2,000 days, and his real-world level shot up to 3, which meant another round of stat gains. Strength +4 constitution, +4 agility, plus a ridiculous 14 and spirit +4. After that, he dropped 900 days to pull out his platinum tier shadow step skill and another 2,262 days for his silver tier poison dagger. He was pretty stoked to still have 1,092 days left in the bank, even if he was tapped out on extractions for now. Dude totally scammed the system paying chump change for a platinum tier shadow step skill. What a steal. He was seeing red just thinking about that clown Song Fei. Good thing his base stats were now double what any normal loser could dream of. His agility shot up to a whopping 32 points past the human cap, and oh yeah, he could go invisible whenever he felt like it. But wait, there's more. He could yeet his poison dagger a whole 14 meters. With a setup like this, taking out Song Fei was going to be a piece of cake. Fun grabs his phone and get this, sees that pretty boy Song Fei is on a massive life expectancy shopping spree. He figured Song Fei was probably gearing up to hunt him down in the game. He checks the map Jianyang Plaza about 7 or 8 clicks away and does the math. At his new super speed, he could be there in just over 10 minutes. But right then, a message pops up from his boss Hu Qin. She was having a total meltdown because Fun went AWOL and was ghosting her calls. Apparently some rich chick had the hots for him and his boss just couldn't wrap her head around why he wouldn't play along and be her boy toy. So Fun just hits block. Mid-stride, he yeets his phone into the trash, pops his invisibility cloak, and thinks to himself, oh, you'll all see what this godforsaken game is really times about. Fast forward a few hours over at Jianyang Plaza. Song Fei's putting on some big show and it's packed with his fangirls. Fun's sister is even up there on stage with him next to some random blonde. The blonde chimes in like, I heard that shadow guy totally owned you 3 times in the game. Then she's all, don't you worry your pretty little head, we've got our people figuring out who he is. Song Fei, trying to act all cool and unbothered, asks for the deets on this investigation. She spills the beans. They sent a goon to Firefly City to make him an offer he can't refuse. The plan is when he shows up in the real world to collect his cash, they'll just snatch him up so Song Fei can throw his little temper tantrum. Hearing this, Song Fei gets this creepy grin and is like, yeah, definitely text me when that happens. Then he turns around and asks if she knows the Gi Corporation pulls the same shady stuff to control players and basically turn them into unpaid interns. The woman just laughs it off, calling those players a bunch of weak, pathetic idiots who can't even farm their own life expectancy. To her, it's way smarter to be on Team Song Fei since he's got an army of simps literally giving him their life force for free. Like they'd straight up die for him. Song Fei starts cackling like a Disney villain. But right in the middle of his evil laugh, some dude in the crowd starts yelling. He's screaming at everyone to stop trading away their lifespans. Then he points right at Song Fei, accusing him of knowing this whole thing is a life or death situation. And yet he's still out here brainwashing his followers into forking over their precious time on Earth. The guy yells that Song Fei is playing with people's lives and that they're gonna snitch on him. Song Fei just smirks thinking, ugh, there's always one party pooper. So he gets up, grabs the mic, and launches into this whole speech about how he's aware of the recent controversies. He claims his life hoarding has caused a disturbance and offers a super sincere apology. Of course, his fans start screaming that he has nothing to be sorry for. With that smug smile, Song Fei thanks them for the backup, but says their love for him should be like a positive force or whatever. He tells everyone to be more rational and stay safe and help society. Then cue the crocodile tears. He sobs about how he's totally cooperating with the officials and is just trying his little heart out in the game to help the country. He claims he's using his time zone times money to buy life expectancy because all he wants is to be a quality idol that they can all look up to. Sure, January. It's all just his way of repaying their love and making sure they have a happy and safe life outside the game. What a saint, right? Song put on his best sad puppy face, claiming he never meant to cause all this drama, and just like that, the waterworks started for his entire fan club. He laid on another My Bad, which just cranked up the sob fest. His fans totally lost it, screaming he was a perfect angel and telling the dude who called him out to get lost like yesterday. They swore up and down they were helping because they wanted to. Then one extra passionate fan got up on stage and basically told everyone to shut their rumor holes. She straight up said only complete morons would fall for that and was like, seriously, how can a game's life points mess with the real world? Then with a hand dramatically slapped over her heart, she announced she would totally 100% die for him. She went on this whole spiel about how after logging off, she was supposedly told she had less than a whole day to live. But look at her still kicking and perfectly fine. She finished by saying that even if the rumors were true, any fan not ready to kick the bucket for their idol was just a poser. That little speech somehow got the whole crowd hyped, and suddenly everyone was like, yeah, let's just give all our remaining years to Song Fei. He was totally eating up their devotion, reached out to the fan on stage, and told her it was a real honor to be adored by someone so committed. So while this girl is bawling her eyes out, totally ready to meet her maker for him, something just zips through the air and whoops right through Song Fei's noggin. The crowd just froze, completely stunned. He started spitting up the red stuff and then poof, all his hair just bailed on his head in one go. Songfei's body did a nosedive right onto his #1 fan, who suddenly wasn't so keen on the whole dying for him thing and just hit the deck screaming her head off. With his expiration officially confirmed, his fan club went into full-blown meltdown mode. Security tried to hustle Hookbin out of there, but she was just shrieking. She was yelling about seeing some glowy life expectancy orb pop out of Songfei's body when he bit the dust. She was screaming for everyone to run because the killer used a game skill. Then it hit her and she was totally bugging out like, how the heck are game skills even working out here? She was trying to wrap her head around the killer's whole deal, going all ghost mode and snatching up lifetime. And she figured the only player who could pull that off was Shadow. And right on cue, a dart came out of nowhere and poked a hole in Hookbin's head too. She was down for the count instantly, leaving the security guys with their jaws on the floor. Meanwhile, just chilling in the crowd was Feng. By now, the sun had clocked out, and the news channels were already blasting out the headlines. Celebrity Songfei and some dude named Da Jiang were officially off the census. The reports also mentioned his most hardcore fans croaked right next to him after donating all their time. The cops basically threw up their hands and said the cause of death was spooky magic stuff. Over somewhere else, Fun's sister Xiao and her buddy were having a good old-fashioned cry fest. They just couldn't wrap their heads around Songfei being gone just one single day after his big concert. Then the friend had a light bulb moment, the invisibility, the stabby things, that had to be from that Times game. She put 2 and 2 together and guessed the culprit was probably Shadow, the guy famous for ganking people in the game. Zhao's mind was just as blown, trying to figure out how video game powers were suddenly a thing in the real world. She thought back to all of Shadow's in-game hits and decided he had to be this song filler guy, and if Shadow could use his powers for real, then she was going to figure out how to do it too. That was it. From now on, Xiao was on a one-track mission, get swole no matter what it took. The second they stepped out of the cab, you could practically see flames in Xiao's eyes. Her new life goal: delete Shadow and get payback for Songfei. Meanwhile, Fun was just casually slurping down some noodles at a restaurant, thinking how, even though he was a god in the game, his real-life stomach still needed to be fed. His phone buzzed a text from Xiao Ya. She was warning him that some guy named Fat was absolutely livid. Apparently, he'd already blocked Fun's number and was threatening to can him without his last paycheck if he didn't haul his butt over there as soon as possible. Fun was like, oh yeah, I remember her from my last playthrough. She was in my guild. Total sweetheart, but fragile as a glass cannon. He told her to chill out about him and the job and just focus on grinding those levels. She was like totally floored. Xiao Ya, being a total noob, asked if Fun even played, whining about how it was super hard and literally eating people's lifespans. Fun dropped some pro-gamer wisdom, just dump everything into agility at the start. She agreed, but then complained that the lifespan in the cash shop was a total ripoff. When she asked how much bank Fun had made, he just shrugged, not much conveniently, leaving out that he'd already blown through it all. Fun knew that Chubby Dude was just a low-level mob. The real raid boss was his manager Qian Shiki, the spoiled princess of the Qian Group's president. In his last life, this chick dipped to North America and started one of the 3 mega guilds over there, Alice's Wonderland. That guild was always griefing his home server and causing non-stop drama for his own crew. God's plan. He realized he had to gank her before she server transferred because the difficulty would spike to nightmare mode later. Fun figured if Qian Shiki got an early game over Alice's Wonderland, might just glitch out of existence. All the founders were basically her simps, and without their queen bee, the whole hive would just collapse. Just then, his phone started blowing up again. It was Xiao. She sounded legit shocked, he answered. Probably figured he'd already been deleted from the game. Super relieved. He bragged that she'd already farmed enough gold to buy a house, so he could officially stop worrying about her. Fun decided to troll her a bit and asked, "Oh, is that all? Anything else you wanted to get off your chest?" She went full drama mode, telling him to lose her number and that she was blocking him. She even demanded he not try to find her because he was now officially unfriended from her life. Fun just hung up the phone and felt awesome about it. He figured it was time to get back to the grind, since it wouldn't be long before some nerd hit level 10 and leaked that game skills worked in real life. The second that happened, the whole world was going to turn into a free-for-all PvP zone. A little while later, Xiao and her friend logged back in. The friend was all like, "Whoa, wasn't that a little extreme, just ghosting your own brother?" She tried to tell her to make up, but Xiao Yuyu was like, nope, and then dropped the bombshell that she'd sold her life clock to the Qian Group. She cashed out for a clean 2 million, which just about made her friend's brain crash. Xiao Yu also mentioned she'd bought a house for them to live in. Then she added that she was going to find the legendary Shadow real soon. And when she did, Fun would be less than a 0. Just then, some player strolled by and gave her a cheesy grin. The dude handed her the assassin skill book she wanted and reminded her with a ridiculously happy face not to flake on her promise. She was like, yeah, once my super important business is done, I'll get around to your little favors. In her head, though, she was thinking, what a total bootlicker. Once she found Shadow, nobody would care about a useless scrub like him anyway. Xiao immediately messaged a guy named Wang saying she had a crowd control skill book for an assassin and to see if Shadow needed it because she could deliver. A totally smug grin spread across her face. That simp actually turned out to be useful for getting such a sweet skill. This book was her golden ticket to get in with Shadow. The plan was to cozy up to him, be his quiet little heal bot, and help him farm mobs to power level. She was going to play the long game, feeding him just enough help to make him trust her, thinking she was his soulmate or something. But the second she got swole and he became dead weight, bam, she'd ice him herself and maybe even scoop his eyes out all for her bro, Songfei. But get this, Wang hits her back, saying Shadow thought the skill was total garbage. Dude didn't need it, so Xiao Yu could just hawk the book for cash. A bit later, Fun logs in and hears some poor soul getting wrecked by a weird boss. Fun followed the racket and found some chump with a shield squaring off against a boss with way too many arms. The guy tried to book it, but yeah, that didn't work out. The monster turned him into confetti, and Fun realized it was a golden Arupod, a level 8 gold class boss. This thing had a level 2 anti-stealth skill, which basically meant Fun's whole "now you see me, now you don't" shtick was useless against it. Then, out of nowhere, the monster decided to peace out. Fun saw his chance and popped out from his hiding spot, blasting it with a shadow strike for thousands of points of damage. He knew his sneak attack bonus was off the table, which was a total bummer for his damage output. However, plot twist, the legendary effect of graceful release cranked up the weak spots on the golden Aeropod's head and heart by 200%. Out of the 9 hits from Shadow Strike, 3 of them landed right on the money, tripling the damage and making up for the loss. Now that's what you call a legendary skill. He mentally high-fived Xiao for that one, cause she's the one who pointed him to the Temple of Faith. Fun's damage was so insane that one skill just lopped off a sixth of the golden Aeropod's health bar. Next up, he yeeted a poisonous throwing knife at it, which stuck right in the monster's dome for 1,783 points of damage. The poison knife was only silver tier, so its damage was starting to feel a little wimpy. Fun knew he still needed to class up to get a better invisibility cloak. To his surprise, the monster charged right at him, ready to throw down. Mage, who was watching, totally freaked out, but Fun just looked bored. The monster swung, but he dodged it like it was in slow motion, leaving Mage and her buddy with their jaws on the floor over his speed. They realized it wasn't just speed, his reaction time was nuts, like he had the boss's attack pattern memorized. That's a little something he picked up in his past life. He figured out that a warrior can't just be a meat shield. You gotta have fancy footwork and know how to dodge. That's how he cracked the world's top 100 with just a basic B class. Fun laid into the boss with a flurry of hits, and the monster's health bar dipped below the halfway mark. He went invisible again, thinking, man, compared to bosses with unblockable cheap shots, this golden bug is a total cakewalk. The monster tried to bail, but Fun wasn't having it. He whipped out his dagger and gave it a new neck hole. Ding system notification. 64,000 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable life for offing a level 8 gold class boss. Fun used his skill and snagged another 21 evolution points, and another 497 days of life. All in all, the boss coughed up 28 evolution points and almost 2,000 days of tradable life. But wait, there's more. Another window popped up, gifting him the assassin skill Dark Light Shield. The skill's deal was it turned his dodge rate into a damage-soaking shield for 8 seconds. For every 20% of dodge chance, he got another layer of shield. Stack that with his epic skill that gave him a 75% dodge chance, and the Black Light Shield could hook him up with 3 whole layers of nope. With this slick new skill, he could basically bully bosses without even getting a scratch. Fung dropped 6 evolution points to juice up his Black Light Shield from Platinum to straight up Epic, stretching its duration to a whole 14 seconds and buffing the conversion rate. Now for every 10% of dodge chance, bam, another layer of shield just popped into existence. He was feeling pretty smug with his 7 layers of nope shielding. With this setup, he could start crashing high-level parties way ahead of schedule. And since he was still sitting on 22 evolution points, he figured why not pimp out the poisonous throwing knife too. He blew 16 points to take it from Silver class to Emerald, more than doubling its ouch factor. On top of that, he'd snagged 2 sweet assassin items. The first was a Platinum tier Agile ring, which jacked up his agility, movement speed, and attack speed, and his cooldown speed. The second was a pair of Gold tier heavy red leather gloves, beefing up his defense and resistance, plus his constitution and HP. With all this new bling, his cooldown speed hit a ridiculous 55%. His stats were so stacked he could now face tank 3 smacks from the golden arthropod without kicking the bucket. Combine that with the Black Light Shield, and Fung's survivability went through the roof. The mage and her crew pieced out, gushing about how that boss was a total joke to him. They couldn't wrap their heads around him soloing it. The mage then slid in, asking if he had any spare gear or skills she could, buy. She made sure to add she'd pay, of course. Fung, ever the opportunist, casually revealed he had a gold-level mage skill book, the Ice Ball Ricochet. It was a nasty area of effect skill that bounced ice balls up to 10 times, and the asking price was a cool 800 days. The mage flinched, saying 800 days sounded steep since she'd seen a level 5 gold book on sale for just 400. With a deadpan look, Feng laid it out. His was a level 7 book, with over 40% more firepower than that little level 5 trinket. So really the price was a steal. The mage didn't argue and immediately closed the deal with Feng snagging the book. The system window pinged, confirming the transaction. With that fresh infusion of power, there wasn't a single early game boss left that could even tickle their group. Feng decided to head back to the city and basically put out a wanted poster for silver and gold level bosses. This way, he'd have a non-stop buffet of targets to farm, keeping his evolution speed cranked to the max. Right then, Wang Meng hit him up saying Xiao Yuyu, the team's pocket priestess, he wanted to send him a skill book. Feng found that pretty sus and was definitely curious about what kind of book it was. He was surprised she wanted to give him anything, especially since it was a dinky bronze-level book. But hey, he'd play along. Feng wasn't born yesterday. He knew everyone was whispering that he'd permanently logged off Song Fei. And right after, Xiao Yuyu tries to slide him a gift. He was wondering if she was trying to buddy up, get revenge for Song Fei, or maybe pull off some kind of 2-for-1 special. So naturally, he smashed that decline button. Wang Meng passed on her reply. The book was trash anyway, and Feng was too pro for it. She claimed she'd just sell it herself. Classic. Feng then told Wang Meng to meet him in the city, cause he had something to sell him and to bring a fat wallet of lifespan. Getting serious, Wang Meng flat out asked if it was Feng who took care of Xiong Fi's group. Feng cool as ever confirmed it. Yup, he'd sent them all packing. In his eyes, Wang Meng was a real one, and he also knew that right around the time of Song Fi's little incident, Xiao Yuyu had been conveniently offline the whole time, which made the motive and the timing just a little too perfect. The fact that Wang Meng even asked that question meant the feds had already connected, like all the dots. So Feng's like, you guys planning on slapping cuffs on me, knowing full well that in just 2 hours a bunch of other noobs would hit level 10. When that went down, the whole bringing game powers into the real world thing wouldn't be a secret anymore. He figured this was the perfect time to poke the Daxia government bear and see how it'd freak out. So Fun strolls back into the starting city, and who's waiting for him? Yu and her little welcome wagon. Yu gets right in his face, no chit-chat, asking if he's the one who permanently logged off Songfei. With a slick little smirk, Fun was like, yup. Yu lays it all out, saying they did a whole CSI thing and all signs pointed to Fun being their guy. Asterisk. But, asterisk, they also dug up the juicy details that Songfei and the whole Jiang industry were running a shady operation against Fun, snatching up players and basically turning them into their personal minions. Because of that, the whole murder thing got downgraded to self-defense. Hearing this, Fun's gears started turning, and he figured the government goons decided it was way better to be his friend than his enemy. Especially since they still had zero clue who he was in real life. Fun remembered back in the day he was always buddy-buddy with the authorities. But now with Songfei's little dirt nap on his resume, he was curious how this new friendship would play out. For now, though, he decided to just kick back and watch the show. Then, Fun whips out the loot he's looking to offload and breaks down his master plan. See, since Wang Ming and Yu were on the government payroll, they had all the hookups and, more importantly, a fat wallet of lifetime to blow on his gear. They could get their hands on pretty much any equipment and skill books from all the different classes. The second Wang Meng laid eyes on the platinum tier goodies, Fun brought his jaw hit the floor. He's like, dude, did you solo a platinum boss already? Fun just played it cool all. Nah man, just got super lucky and stumbled on a platinum treasure chest, you know how it is. Then he adds, oh yeah, and Gwixie was there. She saw me pull a jade level skill book too, which she totally backed up. Hearing Fun use Gixie's real name while she was still stuck with Little Black Plun got a little salty. Fun totally clocked it and trolled her. You want a different nickname or what? Plun got all flustered and mumbled that Little Black was fine, whatever. Watching this whole high school drama unfold, Wang Meng sighed and said something lame, like, it's bad to compare yourself to others. Yu just nodded. For real, we're over here, getting wrecked by silver bosses. And this guy's just casually hoarding platinum and jade like it's pocket change. Anyway, Fun got down to business and started talking prices. The Platinum Archer book, that'll be 2,500 days of life. The Platinum Berserker weapon, A Steel at 500 days. The Platinum Mage book was valued at a cool 3,000 days. A gold level book and some matching gear went for 8,000 days. For the other 25 platinum items, he offered a sweet little bundle deal for 16,000 days. To Wang Meng's shock, Yu just said, done, without even trying to haggle. He's like, wait, what? But Yu shut him down, saying the prices were a bargain and she was also covering Little Snow's and Wang Meng's tabs. Fun was cool with that and the deal was sealed. He was just thinking that over 10,000 days lifetime gets converted into actual years. That was a massive chunk of change, even for the government's piggy bank. But hey, it was a killer investment. With this new bling, the government could power level its own crew, dodge a bunch of drama, and get a serious leg up on the international server. Then Yu dropped another bomb. The Jiang industry was still holding players hostage, and a little rescue mission was going down today. She looked right at Fun and asked, so you and... He smelled a rat, figuring the government was trying to get him on their payroll and just sweep the whole Songfei thing under the rug. Fun was like, nah, hard pass. But feeling generous, he decided to drop a little breadcrumb for them. He basically said, "Yeah, you guessed it. I totally smoked Songfei with my in-game powers." Feng then laid it all out. Once you hit level 10, you can cash in some of that sweet negotiable lifetime to bring your OP skills into the real world. He was like, "Yo, this is top secret stuff, a real game changer. You guys better hop on this before every noob on the server figures it out." And just like that, a light bulb went off in your head. It all clicked. So that's why the dang industry was hoarding negotiable life like it was toilet paper in 2020. Once their pet players hit level 10 and cashed out their powers, they'd be beefy enough to tell the government you shall not pass when they tried to rescue anyone. With the tea spilled, Fun basically dropped the mic, signaling he was done talking. He gave a silent peace out and just vanished. Armed with this juicy new intel, you knew what she had to do. The squad was splitting up for a bit to go on a solo grinding spree. She laid it down straight, the team was just too OP. Rolling together, they were one-shotting mobs, which was a total XP waste. By breaking into smaller crews, everyone could level up way faster. Wang Meng was immediately on board, getting that the main quest was getting everyone to level 10 stat. Elsewhere, players noticed Fun's shop was back online. But plot twist, this time he was buying, not selling. Dude was on the hunt for boss monster coordinates. For a silver tier boss, and he was throwing down 30 days of negotiable life. For a gold tier baddie, the price jumped to a cool 100 days. Suddenly, some rando player struts up talking smack about Fun still playing shopkeeper. He's like, "Dude, that chick from the Jang industry was offering a sweet deal. 300 million in cold hard cash plus company stock for anyone who'd power level her." He even had the nerve to say it was a great offer, and Fun was a dummy for passing it up. But another player cut him off like, "Bro, have you even logged off recently?" He dropped the bomb that Fun had already, permanently deleted Songfei and that Jang industry lady in real life. The news totally fried the first guy's circuits. Frozen solid, he just stood there while the other dude casually mentioned it was a shame she got yeeted cause she was a total smoke show. Still completely shook, the first player started to let the whole crazy story sink in. He finally mumbled that she kinda had it coming, trying to snag Fun in real life and getting served. He spilled that at first, she offered Fun a whopping 10 million to be her carry, but Fun told her to kick rocks. So blinded by dollar signs, this chump took the deal himself. But when he showed up for his payday, he got his lights punched out, woke up chained in some creepy basement, got the whip for days, and was forced to grind negotiable life for them while they used him as bait to lure in other suckers. Dude was salty as hell, spitting that she got exactly what was coming to her. Then hating himself, he admitted he'd totally clowned on Fun for turning down the cash. But now he realized he was the one wearing the clown shoes the whole time. Fun just stood there quiet. Inside he was thinking, the way this dude is acting, I bet my bottom dollar he helped them snatch other people too. Feeling the heat from Fun's stare, the guy blurted out, "They made me do it." But Fun wasn't having any of his sob story and just told him to beat it. As the dude shuffled off, Fun figured the cops would be cleaning up trash like him soon enough. Just then, a whole squad of shady-looking players rolled up, dangling the coordinates to a silver-tier boss monster. Fun, not missing a beat, took the deal, forking over a whole 30 days of their precious life just for a little bit of tea. The second the deal went down, the players nearby started whispering. A few of them clocked one of the newbies who went by Asda Espadis in-game. The gossip mill identified her as Qin Shir, the heiress to the ridiculously powerful Chen group in the real world. The moment her identity dropped, you could feel the room clear out. See, Qinshi and her crew had a nasty habit of ganking players to yoink their life days, and nobody wanted to be next on the chopping block. Kinure, on the other hand, couldn't have cared less about her bad rep. She just scoffed, basically saying the game was a total joke. For her, you just had to throw a little money at the problem to get the best gear and skills, which was a pretty sweet head start. After that, it was just open season on hunting players with a fat stack of life days and taking whatever she wanted. She even started whining that this stupid game made her miss a flight to North America where she was supposed to be raging with her friends. But no, instead she's stuck in this dump axia and can't even skip the country. She shot a massive eye roll at two players trembling nearby and totally roasted them, saying the local dudes were pathetic. And yeah, she meant in the bedroom too. Then she turned to some foreign teammate named Tony and cooed that she preferred guys like him. Tony just grinned and told her she had excellent taste, saying guys like him were just built different, especially in Times department. He even added that as soon as they bailed from this game, he'd let her prove just how superior he was. Kian just cackled, thought it was hilarious, and basically said, "Game on." Anyway, changing the subject, Qian asked if the rumors about Songfi biting the dust were for real. She admitted she'd partied up with him before, but the guy was useless, claiming he couldn't even last a single minute. Total trash in her opinion. Her vibe totally shifted to curious when she mentioned the rumor that Shadow was the one who offed Songfei. Even though she looked down on all the local guys, she had to admit the #1 player on the server was someone to watch. With a smirk, she mused that if this Shadow character could body someone like Songfei, then taking out some random nobody would be a total cakewalk. And just like that, Tian told her squad she was dipping out of the game for a bit. She needed to make a few calls to get aligned to Shadow. Since he clearly wasn't motivated by money, she was gonna offer him something way juicier, a whopping 3,000 days of lifespan. In exchange, she wanted him to delete some random person. Little did our girl Chen know her target. This dude named Fun was actually Shadow himself. The scene flips over to a battlefield where some poor schmuck is struggling hard to kill a monster. After a nail-biter of a fight, he just barely scrapes by with a win, and only because Xiao Yu dropped a heal on him at the literal last second. Dude's gasping for air, and immediately starts complaining that she needed to be faster because he almost bought the farm. But being a total princess, Xiao Yu just blew him off and told him to stop screaming since he didn't die. He tried to plead his case, but she wasn't hearing any of it. Instead, she announced her hunger was at 90% and she was logging off to get some food. She called her friend to come with and poof, they both bounced from the game, leaving the guy all alone in the forest. Totally ticked off, the player grumbled that Xiao was way cooler in the beginning, but got a huge ego after meeting Shadow. He swore that one day he was gonna knock her down a few pegs. Back in the real world, Xiao materializes safely in her new apartment, which looked like a tornado hit it, and she was absolutely starving. She was jonesing for some grub, but guess what? Every single delivery app was dead, probably because all the drivers were busy no-lifing it in the game. Suddenly she's having flashbacks to the good old days, when her bro was her personal chef and she didn't have to lift a finger. But nah, snap out of it. She gives herself a little wake-up slap and is like, get it together, girl. I mean, compared to the sweet, sweet freedom of living solo, a little hunger is nothing. She takes a big old breath, trying to pump herself up, reinforcing that she's a strong, independent woman who don't need no brother. Anyway, cut to some spooky coastal cave with waves crashing. And who do we find inside? Our boy Fun staring down a massive boss, the Crab King himself. As the big pinchy boy scuttles forward, Fun just casually one-taps the thing right in its noggin. Down it goes, poofing into a shower of sweet, sweet loot. Fung's just chilling, thinking, not bad. 4 silver tier bosses clapped in just over an hour, each one dropping 16 evolution points. On top of that, the gear they dropped could be flipped for like 3,500 days of life. At this point, all his stuff was gold-plated or better. His carry weight skill jumped from 55 to a whopping 75%, and even his instant shadow cut got a buff with the cooldown dropping from 12 to 6.8 seconds. Talk about an upgrade. He figures, since there are no platinum bosses chillin' near the noob zones, the toughest thing he's taken down so far is just gold tier. To level up his game, literally there's only one way: class advancement. He's staring at his XP bar, mentally prepping for the grind. See, all the platinum big bads have at least level 2 ICU powers. To sneak up on him, he needs level 3 sneakiness, which is gonna cost him a cool 20,000 experience points. Only then can he gank them without getting instantly wrecked. He flashes back to his past life, when it took a whole raid party of 20 players just to take down one of these platinum chumps. This time he's going solo, baby. So Fun decides to head back to town and offload all his shiny new loot to the feds. He's dead set on staying number 1 and being the first dude to ever solo a platinum boss. After cashing in his stuff, he's sitting on a grand total of 105 years. That's a ridiculous amount, which he calculates is almost 40,000 days of tradable life. Basically enough cash to buy pretty much anything back in the real world. As he's strolling through the city, some shady-looking player sidles up to him. The guy's all like, hey buddy, got a little real-world job for you, big payout, but Fun just gives him the cold shoulder. But this dude's persistent blocks his path and spills the beans. The target is some guy named King Fong. He's like, hey, you smoke Songfei, so this new gig should be a cakewalk. The second he hears King Fong, our boy's ears perk right up. He's thinking, what could a dude like King Fong possibly do to get a price on his head? But the messenger just waves it off, saying the why doesn't matter. All that matters is the paycheck, pal. 3,000 days of tradable life. Now that number, that makes Fun pause. He does some quick head math. Nearly 3,000 days is like 50 million bucks. Cha-ching. Fun's mind is racing. Who wants King Fong gone bad enough to drop that kind of cash? He sizes up the messenger and figures he's just the go-between. Fun's digging through his memory banks from his past life and comes up empty on this guy's face. Which means the real puppet master is hiding in the shadows. He remembers that back in the day, the haters didn't usually crawl out of the woodwork until the mid to late game. It's way too soon for his old enemies to start making moves. The only person who fits the bill and has the deep pockets for a hitman right now has gotta be Qian. Yeah, she's totally the only one with the cash and the grudge to go after King Fong. But hold up, if she was serious about taking him out, she would have done it ages ago, like before this whole game even kicked off. Which means this whole hit job is a smokescreen. He figures Chen's real play is to slide into Shadowon's DMs. Whacking King Fong is just a cherry on top, probably, because he swiped left on her. This whole situation is cracking him up. He was already gonna go hunt Chen down, but looks like she beat him to the punch. Smelling a golden opportunity, he's like, alright, I'm in, but on one condition. I want half the cash up front. And I decide when the party starts. The dude hiring him is totally floored. Didn't think a big shot like Shadowon would take the bait so easily. After a quick call with his boss, the guy wires 1,500 days of sweet, sweet life over to Fun. Fun's just gonna treat this down payment as a little interest, something to pocket way before he even thinks about dealing with Chen. Then the player drops the target's location, and bam, Fun is actually shocked. The address is his own crib. He doesn't even flinch, just turns and walks off. Tells the guy, "You'll know it's done when it's done." The player just watches him leave, snickering to himself. Thinks Shadow One is just putting on a show. At the end of the day, they're both just puppets dancing for the big boss Titty. But before Fun could dip out, another player blocks his path. Some total smoke show with all the right curves. She heard he was in the market for boss locations and claims she's got the intel on a gold tier baddie. If he's game, she'll lead the way. Fun's like, 8, I'll cough up 100 days of life for the info. The moment he confirms the coordinates, she's all in. Says the boss is way north of the city, so it's gonna be a bit of a hike. Fun's intrigued, so he asks what kind of monster they're dealing with. A plague bearer, she says. The fact she actually knew the boss's name made him think, okay, maybe she's not full of it. Then she's like, you sure you don't want to bring a healer? This thing's got a nasty poison cloud attack. But Fun's not having it. He just tells her to get him to the spot. As they're walking, Fun mulls over this plague bearer thing. A gold-level pain in the butt famous for its poison gas that just chips away at your health. Still, he's pretty sure he can dumpster it real quick with a couple of moves. Before long, they hit a cave. She warns him that all the trash mobs are cleared out. It's just the main event left. They stroll through the cave and pop out into a nasty swamp, and right in the middle there's the monster. Some freakish-looking tree thing with a bunch of glowing red eyes on its trunk leaking a toxic vibe. Seeing she wasn't bluffing, Fun zapped her the 100 tradable life days he promised. He's thinking with his 75% evasion rate and those spooky shadow bells, he can just dance around the boss's poison, no sweat. But right then, the girl starts freaking out and spills the beans. It's all a setup. The second he engages, a whole squad of players is gonna jump him. And to top it all off, they've got level 2 anti-fatigue buffs. Fun looks completely unfazed, but she keeps rambling. She explains her real job was just to get close and figure out who he is and where he lives in the real world. Now times part of the plan gets under his skin. She claims she's being blackmailed in real life and was totally forced into it, and that she straight up wanted the dudes behind this whole mess to get wrecked. When Fun was like, so who's the big brain here? She dropped the name Dong Fun, who was rolling with the in-game tag Shang Nan. Then she's like, oh yeah, and his little crew is whining that you already wiped the floor with them once. And just like that, it clicked for Fun. This was the same chump who tried to yoink the ghost ship boss and then tried to buy him off with a measly skill book. Totally freaking out, the girl remembered. Fun totally smoked Songfi, so taking out this Dongfang clown should be a piece of cake. She started begging for his help, wailing about how she was completely screwed. Fun just thought the entire plan was some kindergarten-level drama. He couldn't even recall this Dongfang guy from his past life, which basically meant the dude was a total nobody. For now, he figured he'd just clap the boss and then go hunt down Dongfang for the lulz. Flipping on his stealth mode, Fun crept forward, deciding to turn their own stupid trap right back on them. He told the girl to just let the noobs roll in like they planned. He'd handle the welcoming committee. She tried to stop him, yelling that Dongfang had already sent 3 full squads, a whole 18 players, to get clapped by this boss. And they all got deleted in less than 30 seconds flat. The Plague Bearer's poison was no joke, and trying to solo it looked like a one-way ticket to respawn. But Fun was totally chill. He leaped into the air and started popping off a chain of skills: Blessed Release, Backstab Enhancement, and a little something called Throat Cut. He capped it off with an instant shadow / unleashing a tsunami of pain. The damage numbers were so ridiculous that the boss's health bar just evaporated to less than half instantly. The girl's jaw hit the floor. With just one combo, he'd just chunked over 80,000 damage on a gold tier boss. She was seriously wondering if this dude was even human. Without missing a beat, Fun used Latent Image. It vanished into thin air and poof reappeared right next to her. He casually explained that the cooldown for Blessed Release was normally 25 seconds, but with his 75% reduction, it dropped to a breezy 14.3 seconds. He then said he wasn't going to finish the boss just yet. It was way smarter to wait for Dongfang's little goons to show up so he could farm them first. The second Fun skill was off cooldown. Dongfang's goon squad stormed the cave, screaming that they were going to kill the boss, and anyone who got in their way was getting deleted too. Fun immediately recognized their leader. It was the same clown who tried to jump Little Pum back on the ghost ship. The original super lame plan was for the girl to tank the hits and play the hero to get on his good side. But seeing the Zerg rush heading their way, Fun was pretty sure she couldn't pull it off. Then, surprise, surprise, the girl whips out this massive golden shield. Fun knew right away it was a gold grade item with defense stats so busted that basically no one in the game could even scratch it. Right then, he just figured she got insanely lucky and stumbled upon a gold-grade chest after finding some random ancient god chilling on the map. Back to the action. Fun dropped another instant shadow slash and tagged the whole enemy team at once. But oh, he was far from finished. Before their bodies even hit the ground, he popped the flower upon flower curse, Creepy red flowers just sprouted all over them, literally sucking the life out of them. The girl was completely shook. She had to admit this shadow dude was absolutely terrifying. He just wiped an entire squad with a single move. She was left just staring, wondering what kind of messed up power made those freaky flowers. It finally dawned on the girl that ditching Dongfang's plan literally saved her skin. If she'd gone along with it, she probably would have ended up just like Songfei. So she could stay in the loop, she asked. Fun to add Kumam Mika. She swore that if she ever found Dongfang's real-world address, she'd send it right over. Fun was like, yeah, sure, thinking that info could be pretty handy. Pleased with herself, she then offered him some special services. Dude just had to track her down cause hey, free stuff is the best stuff. And that's when the light bulb went off for Fun about her, profession. He figured that's probably why everyone seemed to walk all over her. Shaking it off and turning back to the boss, he fired up his skill again and zipped forward with that sweet instant shadow slash. He landed a few solid smacks and just rolled over the plague bearer. System confirmed KO. The level 10 gold grade boss was officially deleted. As a prize, Fun snagged a ton of experience, 7 evolution points, and a ridiculous 555 days of tradable life. He thought about the pocket change of life he got for icing Dongfang's goons. Yeah, the boss's loot drop was way better. It made him wonder why these other players weren't just farming life instead of trying to start beef all the time. He glanced over at the cliff, kinda weirded out that the girl was still just standing there. She just gave a little wave and said she was bouncing. With that settled, he got back to the real prize using his hand of greed to yoink the boss's loot. What he found actually made him do a double take. It had been an eternity since he'd seen a new assassin skill book drop. And now boom, there it was. The system laid out the deets, a platinum grade skill called Darkest Moment. When you pop this bad boy, the blade erupts in black light, basically flashbanging every enemy in the area. The base cooldown was 60 seconds. But with his 75% reduction, that sucker dropped to 34.3 seconds. It needed level 10, had a 20-meter range and a base duration of 10 seconds. Which got nerfed against targets with high spirit, of course. Fun's mind was already racing with all the trolling possibilities. If he could blind enemies without even using stealth, he could just spam his double damage skills like there was no tomorrow. This meant even if some tryhard had anti-stealth skills, he could still clown on them. Fun also nabbed a dagger called the Plague Blade. It was an assassin's toy that boosted his attack by 216 and agility by 42 on top of adding a 0.3 multiplier to attacks on weak spots. The shank required level 10 to wield and had a pretty gnarly unique effect. Oh yeah, the blade had another nasty surprise. All of Fun's attacks now came with a free dose of toxin. 3 seconds after impact, it dealt extra damage equal to 50% of the initial hit. Fun saw he was only 10,000. Measly experience points away from his class progression and decided to go farm the rest by dicing up the local wildlife with his instant shadow cut. He absolutely steamrolled all of them, no sweat, even the ones that tried to book it, and just like that, he hit the requirements for his big promotion. When the magic started, some flashy golden energy surrounded him, and the system announced his class promotion from Tier 0 to Tier 1. With that little glow-up, his stats went bonkers. Strength and Constitution jumped from 3 to 9. Agility skyrocketed from 8 to 24, and Spirit went from 5 to 15. His passives got a major buff too. Stealth duration doubled, and now he could pop other abilities without breaking it. His stealth level also got a +2 boost. Plus, attacks from out of sight now dealt triple damage instead of double. Fun did the math and realized the promotion literally tripled his base stats. What was even more busted though was the new ability to refresh his stealth while he was already in it. This basically meant he could stay permanently invisible if he managed his cooldowns. With triple damage, the shadow profession was already just plain broken. Easily the most OP class in the game. Then, out of the blue, a system notification pinged just for fun. A system-wide PSA just dropped, screaming that a whole 7 players in Shanghai finally hit level 10. Next up, another alert blasted out saying the VIP teleporter to the abandoned continent of the gods was opening in 10 minutes, but only for the cool kids who met the secret handshake requirements. And boom, just like that, a leaderboard pops up on his screen. And who's sitting pretty at number 1? Our boy Feng, of course. Trailing in his glorious dust was some chick named Grey Rose in second, with Wine Mag and his whole posse clinging to third. Fourth place was just a bunch of randoms. Fun was actually kinda shocked. He didn't think this many Shanghai noobs had it in him to hit level 10 already. The real kicker though, the leaderboard was stacked with names he knew. He's thinking back to his past life or whatever, and the top spots were all taken by foreigners. Looks like his little side hustle of selling epic gear and skill books was starting to seriously mess with the timeline. He started wondering just how much he'd broken the game, and honestly, he couldn't wait to see the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, back in the meat space, the raid to save all those players snatched by Jiang Industries was going off without a hitch. The cops were slapping cuffs on a bunch of the head honchos. An officer radioed in that they'd bagged most of them. But 3 of the big bosses were still jacked into the game, basically vegetables in their fancy gamer chairs. Since they couldn't just yank them out, the officer was like, what now? The commander told him to get a hold of their inside woman, an agent named Yu, who was already in the game. The mission was to hunt down these clowns in-game and basically bully them into logging off so they could be arrested for real. He laid out the genius plan. Even if the criminals camped out in a safe zone, they'd eventually have to come out for snacks. And at that exact moment, bam, gotcha. The officer was thinking, man, we owe that shadow guy big time. Not only did he spill all the tea on Jang Industries, but he also gave them the heads up about how messed up this game could get, like how game powers could literally be downloaded into reality. If they'd waited even a little bit longer, the head psycho at Jang Industries and his goons could have hit level 10 and started yanking out superpowers, which would have led to a whole lot of people getting permanently deleted. Apparently, there are already reports of little disagreements and conflicts popping off in other countries with thousands of casualties. Just another Tuesday. The commander then adds that on the bright side, most of the government-sponsored gamers they sent in have also dinged level 10, mostly because they were decked out in all the cheat code gear and skill books that Shadow hooked them up with. He wraps it up by saying, Shadow is basically a national treasure and they need to do whatever it takes to keep him on their team. Anyway, back to the game. Fun's strolling over to the teleportation portal, minding his own business when that girl from before slides into his DMs. She's all like, oh my god, I can't believe you're the type to risk it all to save people, and says she's his biggest fan. Fun's just sitting there like, what? She tells him the city officials just dropped a bombshell news report. The Duxyank Industry and Songfei were straight up kidnapping, locking up and unaliving other players. And according to this official story, that's why our boy Fun stomped not just Songfei, but also Zhang Li, the industry's top dog. Hearing this, Fun's like, yeah, right. He knows the suits are just spinning this fairy tale to make it easier to work with him later. So he just pivots and asks her if she's managed to dox Dongfang in the real world yet. She says Dongfang is still a no-life glued to the game, but promises to ping him the second he logs off. As he gets closer to the portal, Fun shakes off the drama and gets his head in the game. Priority number 1, get to this so-called abandoned continent of the gods. He's scoping out all these noobs using the city portal, but not a single one has figured out how to unlock the VIP section on the continent. Nobody, that is, except this absolute legend. Fun just strolls into the portal and the system's like, access granted. Up until this point, all the starting cities were basically the tutorial island. Getting to the abandoned continent, that's when the real game finally drops. A few players nearby see the portal light up like a rave, but they're squinting and see nobody inside, leaving them totally clueless. One of them just assumes it's gotta be Shadow. The guy who's so sneaky, he probably uses stealth to grab a snack from the fridge. Another dude's not buying it, bragging, nah man, I've got a level 2 anti-stealth skill and my radar is blank. Then some genius pipes up, well duh, that just means Shadow's stealth is already higher than level 2, you potato. And at that exact moment, Fun pops out on the abandoned continent of the gods. He gets this crazy deja vu from his past life. It's a massive, isolated ghost town. Fun mutters to himself that the place looks suspiciously like a knockoff version of Jang's city. He remembers that when players first get to the continent, they spawn in the trashed ruins of whatever city they came from. The layout of these ruins is a dead ringer for the real-world cities, a spooky mystery nobody ever solved. But while Fun is off in La La Land, he's being stared down by a pair of glowing red peepers. Something nasty is creeping up on him from the darkness. Sensing he's about to get ganked, Fun spins around and comes face to face with a hideous four-eyed worm monster. The creature lunges at him with insane speed, but our boy reacts instantly. Fung fires up his Ghost Shadow Blur skill, dodging the attack like it was moving in slow motion. Without even hesitating, he claps back with an instant Shadow Slash and the monster gets deleted in one hit. The system dings, confirming he just owned a level 1 Earth Trembler. Before Fung can even take a breath, 2 more of its ugly friends charge in. He launches into the air to dodge, popping his Grace of Relief skill. On the way down, he unleashes another instant Shadow Slash, and his slick moves immediately turn both monsters into loot drops. As the corpses pixelate into items, Fun thinks to himself that out here on the abandoned continent of the gods, there are no cozy safe zones like back in the starter towns. Monsters are everywhere, ready to jump you at any second. However, if a player is smart enough to find a hidden shelter in the ruins, they can claim it as their own base and eventually rule the whole neighborhood. And that's when a critical piece of intel hits Fong like a ton of bricks. The best shelter in all of Jang's upper city was in the northwest, the exact same spot as his old guild's headquarters, Godslain. Fun bolts straight for it, trying to claim the prime real estate before anyone else. A few hours later, another squad of players ports into the abandoned continent. It was Wang Mang's crew. Plun's jaw drops at the scenery, while Wang Mang points out that the area looks like the ruins of a modern city after a really bad day. Plun speculates it might be the leftovers of Shanghai City, and points to a giant tower as proof like some kind of detective. Little Hay totally agrees, saying the tower's architecture is a perfect match. Plun then starts looking around for Shadow since the rumor mill said he teleported here. Little Shrek just rolls his eyes, commenting that it's pointless since the guy is probably using his invisibility cloak. Suddenly, two Earth Trembler monsters ambush them. Wang Mang immediately charges forward, shield up to block the attack. Shouting at the group to wake up and get ready to fight, Little Snowy immediately casts her spiritual protection to give Wang Mang's defense an extra boost. That slick spell and shield combo let him tank the hit and even bounce some damage right back in the monster's ugly faces. She patched him up after giving everyone the "I told you so" look and reminding them these ain't your tutorial level chumps anymore. The crew's Legolas wannabe fired off his binding arrow, which turned into some magic rope and hog-tied the two mobs. The archer was totally hyping himself up. Meanwhile, Plun was busy cooking up a massive fireball and yeeted it right at the tied-up freaks. That thing one-shotted both of them, instantly turning them into a pile of loot. Plun and the archer started celebrating like they just won the lottery. Wang Mang was like, "Yo, Little Snowy, send out your feathered drone and get us some eyes in the sky." So she did a flyby over the ruins and came back with the bad news monsters for days, and our little scuffle basically rang the dinner bell for a whole horde. And to top it all off, she couldn't spot a single safe zone anywhere close. Yeah, the mood got real tense real fast. Our archer started whining that this whole continent felt like some hardcore survival game. Plun was like, "Hey, Little Snowy, try to find Shadow with your bird, he can't be that far." But nope, the search turned up 0 other players. Just when they were about to hit the panic button, she spotted something weird off to the northwest, a whole bunch of loot glowing in the distance, and she knew that could only be Shadow's handiwork. With a monster train heading straight for them, Yu yelled for everyone to follow that breadcrumb trail of loot. I mean, since all the mobs in that direction were already toast, it was basically the safest path to find him. Wang Meng got the squad together, telling them to keep it tight because they were going to have to fight their way out backwards. Meanwhile, somewhere else in these busted-up ruins, Fun was totally swarmed by these massive earth-shaking monsters. He just popped his instantaneous dark slash and completely vaporized every last one of them in a single hit. And he didn't even have his graceful blessing buff active. Fun checked the logs and saw his skill alone was hitting for 20 to 30,000 damage. Total overkill for these chumps. For him, this place was basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for farming lifetime. He finally rolled up to his destination, the hideout. Fun knew that under all this rubble was a massive underground palace, a place that nobody else found until way later in his past life. He remembered this palace had over 1,000 chill-out rooms and dozens of massive halls. It was the biggest hideout in all of Jungai City and ended up being the home base for his old guild, God's Lair. The place was a legit underground fortress crawling with robot monsters and some seriously beefy guardian bosses. Bigger the hideout, the tougher the bouncers. You know how it is. Stepping inside, Fun couldn't help but think back to his past life. After starting up God's Lair, he put together 3 elite squads with 18 kitted-out members, all of them at level 15. Even with all that firepower, they barely scraped by and took the place. But this time was going to be a whole different story. Fun pushed even deeper into the ruins, and a little pop-up from the system confirmed he'd officially arrived at the hideout. The hallways were just packed with all kinds of weirdo monsters. The system pinged him, "You have entered the land of pure souls," and that's when Fun's game face came on. He was about to solo this entire dungeon. The system laid it out for him if he could just take down the area's main boss, and the whole place would be his. But suddenly a welcoming committee of monsters noticed he was there. Each one had its own special brand of get out as they charged right at him. Fun didn't even blink, just whipped out his gnarly plague blade. They were just level 12 golden tears, basically little elemental crybabies. But you definitely shouldn't sleep on them. He immediately popped his edgiest unique skill, Darkest Moment, and plunged the whole area into total darkness. With the mobs playing blind, Fun went full ninja with an instantaneous dark slash carving up the enemy, ranks like a Thanksgiving turkey. One slash after another, the monsters popped into loot piñatas. Since they couldn't see a thing, the game's stealth attack bonus kicked right in. Even his normal pokes were enough to one-shot these lobby chumps. In no time, the hall was glittering with loot. He'd smoked 15 monsters, but that was just the welcome mat. The Land of Pure Souls had dozens more of these, plus over 1,000 little side rooms. Yeah, this was going to be a grind. Doing some quick gamer math, Fun figured that with this many mobs and this much loot by the time he cleared house, he'd have enough points to level up his daily hand skill again. He also clued in that the Earth Guardian was playing hide and seek until he took out all the trash mobs first. Meanwhile, in another corner of the server, 2 players hit a teleporter and got zapped to the abandoned continent of the gods. When they landed, their jaws hit the floor. The dude looked around totally bug-eyed and asked if this was really the legendary continent. The girl was like, "You know, this dump looks kind of familiar." In front of them was what was left of New York City, complete with a busted-up Statue of Liberty. And they weren't the only tourists. Other players were starting to have the same aha moment. The ruined places they were spawning into were actual real-world cities. The trashed landscape of Mountain City, the rubble of London, it was all a perfect match. The guy wondered, wait, are they sending each group to the ruins of their own city? The girl took it a step further, asking, so is this whole map just a one-to-one copy of the real world, but you know, after the apocalypse? While they were busy pondering that a massive shadow fell over them, they whipped around and froze solid. Giant monsters were just staring them down. Panic mode activated. The guy screamed run, but it was way too late for that. The monsters went berserk without a second thought, and the two of them got insta-deleted. Back in Janghai City, the place was a treasure trove of loot after a huge fight. Wang Mum and his crew were hiding out nearby, taking a breather. He told them to enjoy it while the coast was clear of any mobs. Yu, still completely shook, was openly fangirling over Shadow. She confessed, "I seriously thought our team was tough enough to hang on this god-forsaken continent. But in reality, we're just hiding from monsters shaking in our boots." Wang Meng gave her a look to tone it down, and she apologized, totally embarrassed. Ira Plan, however, only had eyes for all the shiny items scattered on the ground. She pointed out, "You guys realize we're crazy lucky, right? If Shadow hadn't cleared the area and wiped all these mobs, we'd be so dead." Even so, one thing was still bugging her. What happens if we get wiped here? There's no safe zone. Where do we even respawn? While Guishi was using her owl for some aerial surveillance, Wang Mang suggested they put a pin in the whole exploration thing for now. The squad was only 6 members deep, and he thought it'd be way smarter to wait until everyone hit level 10 to tackle the place together. Yu nodded in agreement. Guichi kept following the loot trail Shadow left behind, but then she noticed something was off. The trail just ended. Like Shadow had just vanished into thin air. She also saw that a lot of the items were insanely valuable. Some were even gold level, and she was dying to grab them. Getting curious, Wang Meng decided to shoot Shadow a message, asking if he even wanted the items. To him, it made way more sense for the group to just collect everything and pay him in lifetime points based on the gear's value. Meanwhile, our boy Fun was just chilling in the back of the hideout, casually trashing elemental spirits and swimming in loot. Oh look, he'd just cleared another little room. All by his lonesome, he'd clapped over 400 monsters, including 4 bronze-tier chumps and 2 silver-tier wannabes. This scored him a sweet 80,000 experience points, and his evolution points jumped to 205. He was just 5 measly points away from juicing up his sand skill again. And right on cue, a message from Wang Mang pops up. The guy was all like, "Hey, we found a ton of loot, can we snag it for some lifetime points?" Fun was kind of floored that Wang Meng's crew had even made it to the abandoned continent of the gods. He told them to hold their horses and that he'd hit them up in a bit. He also dropped that he had a fresh batch of gear he was looking to offload. Wang Meng was all in, saying they'd camp out at a busted bunker nearby at coordinates 89554. Back in the room, since Feng had already turned every last monster into a loot piñata, the area's big boss decided it was time to make an entrance. Some blue energy swirled up in the center of the hall, forming a beefy dude covered in lightning. The system pinged the creature as a solitary purifier, a level 15 platinum-grade monster. The system also dangled a little prize. If Feng smoked this guy, he'd become the new landlord of the place, the land of pure souls. A light bulb went off in Fun's head. This was the baddest dude in the entire city, both in level and grade. In his past life, the solitary purifier had a ridiculous 750,000 health points split into 3 annoying phases. Back then, even the top-tier warriors decked out in full gold gear could barely eat a single zap from it. But oh, how the tables have turned. With his current power level, Fun knew he wouldn't even need to bother defending. He was just going to straight up bully this monster. He kicked off the party with an instant dark strike, landing a few cheap shots. The solitary purifier's health bar barely flinched. Next, Fun went right for the throat with a lethal strike, chunking its health down some more. The second its HP bar hit phase 2, the solitary purifier started charging up some big attack, a lightning arrow that made it rain sparks from the ceiling. Real original. Using his ridiculous speed, Fun just danced around the attacks like it was nothing. He knew that with his current basically non-existent electrical resistance, getting grazed by a single bolt meant an instant trip back to the checkpoint. No screw-ups allowed. Against platinum bosses or higher, all their attacks basically come with aimbot. This meant the boss's accuracy was automatically cranked up, blowing past a normal 75% dodge rate. While most trash mobs only had a 25% chance to even touch Fun, a boss like this purifier had its hit rate jacked up to a minimum of 50%. Even so, with his 182 agility points and a speed of over 40 meters per second, he could juke most of its attacks as long as he wasn't napping. In his past life, he had to drag a whole guild through this mess, and they barely squeaked by with priest shields and a whole lot of luck. But this time, he was the one pulling all the strings. Fun wound up for a massive blow, dead set on not giving the Purifier of Souls a single second to retaliate. The wombo combo of his gift of liberation, Dark Strike, and the Plague-Bearing Blade just deleted 250,000 hit points from the monster. And with that, the Guardian stumbled into its second phase and, as expected, popped its invincibility shield, glowing like an angry light bulb. 3 big ol' lightning orbs started spinning around its body. Ooh, scary. Fun totally recognized this part of the script and knew he had to pop these orbs like yesterday. Otherwise, the big guy would go full-on rage mode, and not even Mr. Awesome here could handle that temper tantrum. Fun had some serious flashbacks from his past life when his whole crew got absolutely wrecked by this purifier's roid rage, but the real gut punch was seeing his sister after they got wiped. All boo-hoo-hoo saying she didn't want to play anymore. That's why the next time he went to tango with the boss, he left her on the bench and what do you know, one-shot the thing. Snapping back to reality, he zeroed in on the zappy orbs and flicked a poison dart. He nailed one, explaining to literally no one that any ouchie the spheres feel the big boss feels too. He chucked another dart, popping the second one, and then lined up the last shot. When the third orb went kablooey, the soul purifier's health bar hit the red zone. The Guardian let out a massive roar and started spamming a huge lightning rave in every direction. This was it, the third and final phase, the lightning is lava dance party across the whole arena. Fun, meanwhile, was cool as a cucumber. Back in the day, it took a whole squad decked out in rubber suits, 4 priests, and a boatload of healers just to not get fried. This time, he didn't need any of that noise. The lightning bolts only hit the floor, so Fun just yeeted himself up to the ceiling, completely dodging the entire danger zone. He popped his dark light shield and the gift of liberation for good measure. Hey, if the floor is lava, just fight from the air, duh. Using Shadow Cut, Fun went to town on the boss with a flurry of attacks. After totally owning it, he dropped back to the ground. A big ol' system window popped up congratulating him for taking out the platinum-level soul purifier. For his troubles, he dinged level 11, got 4 points for his main stats and 10 sweet freebie points. On top of that, he bagged 20 evolution points and a whopping 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Yeah, Fun was feeling pretty good about himself. He snagged the world's first kill on a platinum-level boss, earning him 10 reputation points and making him the new landlord of the hallowed grounds. He knew this little clubhouse he just conquered was a way bigger deal than just some in-game real estate. See, a hideout wasn't just a place to crash. You could literally pull this thing into the real world. And that was clutch, because when the game decided to merge with reality, all the real-world boomsticks started to rust away. Your fancy-pants nukes, totally useless paperweights. And those tanks and jets, they were about to become expensive lawn ornaments. The future was all about your gamer skills, baby. A hideout ported into the real world would throw up a magic force field, basically turning it into the ultimate safe space. Fun chewed on that for a second before bailing from the area. He remembered his old guild, the Godslayers. He used this exact spot as their starter home to get big. And yeah, there were some good times, but he also saw a ton of backstabbing and petty drama. Thinking about all that just hardened his resolve. This time he wasn't playing on a team. He was going solo all the way to the top. Meanwhile, somewhere else things were going not so great. In the middle of a fight, Xiao's buddy did a dramatic dive to the dirt to dodge an attack and screamed at her to move it. But she just stood there like a deer in headlights, and a monster's axe promptly turned her into 2 smaller pieces. Next thing you know, Xiao Yuyu respawned in the city with a system pop-up. Whoops, you died. She lost a fat 14 years of non-tradable life and 2 days of tradable life, still reeling from getting deleted again. She heard her friend absolutely losing it on her. He was fuming, calling her a total moron, and asking how in the world she couldn't dodge an attack that slow. Totally ticked off, Xiao clapped back that he was the tank, and if his scrub self couldn't hold the boss's attention, then how the heck was she supposed to dodge anything? The bickering got nasty, he dropped some choice words and then rage quit the party. Xiao Yu's other buddy completely panicked, seeing the tank ditch them screaming for their life as the boss immediately turned on them. A hot second later, that friend also poofed back to the city, super worried. She suggested to Xiao they just go bully some low-level mobs to level up, admitting she was freaking out about her dwindling lifespan. Xiao went into deep thought mode, but right then a massive system announcement blasted out the player Shadow from Shanghai City just scored the world's first kill on a platinum-level boss. That stunt earned him a cool 10 reputation points. Literally everyone's jaw hit the floor as they stared at the system window. Nobody could believe it. It was completely insane that some dude soloed a platinum boss. While most players were still trying to figure out how to leave the starter zone, the name Shadow was making waves again, and the whole server was like, who is this guy? The achievement was just nuts, since tons of players had never even seen a gold-tier monster. Xiao was totally confused, wondering why everyone else was so bad at the game. She could barely take down a silver boss, so how did Shadow just dunk on a platinum one? Meanwhile, back at the secret hideout, Feng was busy scooping up all the sweet lifespan orbs. After wiping the floor with the soul purifier, he dinged level 11. Knowing every level past 10 gave him 4 points to all stats and 10 freebie points. He kept dumping everything into agility. With his agility stat through the roof and his perma-invisibility cheat, and he could troll the most powerful bosses to death without taking a single hit. As a bonus, he also got an extra 100 storage slots. Feng burned 210 evolution points with 15 left over to upgrade his greedy hand skill from epic to straight-up legendary. With this, the chance to get an extra drop skyrocketed to 500%, and that bonus drop had a 100% chance of getting its level boosted. The skill also threw in a passive perk, 100 greedy storage slots. He immediately used Greedy Hand to hoover up the spoils, snagging 5 extra loot rewards and another 100 evolution points, bringing his total to 115. Feng noticed 2 pieces of gear and an assassin skill book had dropped. Since he was still a low-level scrub, he chucked them in the hideout storage and ordered one of his followers to collect and stack all the other junk. Giddy, with his 115 remaining evolution points, Feng started juicing up his other skills. He spent 42 points to evolve Dark Stealth to the epic level, bumping its duration to a full 60 seconds, cranking the damage of his stealth-breaking attack to between 300 and 500 and slashing the cooldown to just 15 seconds. Next, he threw 34 points at Backstab Enhancement to get it to epic tier, jacking the damage bonus up to 75%. Finally, he spent a measly 6 points to evolve Darkest Moment to epic. The skill now basically flashbanged every enemy within a 50-meter radius. The base effect time was bumped up to 16 seconds, though it was a little shorter against targets with high spirit stats. And for the grand finale, he dumped 33 evolution points to push Curse of Flourishing to the legendary level. Now things were about to get real toxic. The skill could now be used on player corpses up to 60 seconds after they died, unlocking some seriously messed up new effects. It would slurp up 50% of the target's non-tradable lifespan plus whatever was scattered around. Any corpse drained by this curse just ceased to exist. He was genuinely shocked to realize he could now literally steal the lifespan people weren't even allowed to trade away. He totally remembered that in the big boy zones and boss layers, your life clock ticked way faster and it always ate up the non-sellable life points first, like a picky eater. Snowy slid into Fun's DMs all like, "Congrats, big shot for being the first to pop a platinum-level boss." She also dropped some hot goss. The so-called Sage of the East had just rage quit the game. She'd heard through the grapevine that his crew was holed up at the Jin Man Hotel buying up life points like it was Black Friday to juice their stats in-game. While the chick was sorting his loot, Fun tossed her a compliment. She shot back with, "Don't thank me, it's literally my job," totally killing the vibe. Plus, she added he kinda had to wreck the Sage of the East anyway, or she was basically toast. No pressure though. Fun was all, "Chill, I got this," and started stuffing the loot away. He saw everything fit with like half the space still empty. Talk about a Mary Poppins bag. That 100-slot backpack was a total game changer, so he figured it was time to find Wen Meng and cash in. The second Plun spotted Fun's return, and she got all giddy and sprinted at him, but before she could glomp him, Fun put up a hand like a bouncer and got straight to business. He laid down the law, same as always. "My price, take it or leave it. No haggling." He pointed out that over 30 items were basically vendor trash, so he'd do them a favor and give a discount. The grand total would be 950 days of life. Plun just smiled and said, "You got it." They'd already run the numbers on his last haul at about 1,000 days, so to keep things simple, they'd just make it an even 2,000 days for the whole lot. Fun was just blinking at them. This pile of loot had silver, gold, and even platinum gear, worth a whopping 18,000 days of tradable life. She popped open the trade window and her jaw hit the floor. She couldn't believe her eyes, actual platinum-level equipment was just sitting there. I mean, this chick was rocking a single piece of gold gear herself and figured only some god-tier player would ever sell stuff this epic. Getting all hyped, she realized this was a massive cheat code for Shanghai City's progress and started thanking Fun like he'd just saved her puppy. He was all, "No biggie, we're just scratching each other's backs here." But she was getting all twitchy. Plun finally blurted out, "Dude, how do you have so much bag space? Are you secretly the Dawn Man King or something?" Fun just smirked and said their bags were probably full, then casually dropped a bombshell about a secret staircase under the main statue that led to a portal back home. As Fun started to peace out, he added, "Oh, by the way, that first trip through the portal will cost you 500 days of your life." He warned them that return trips were free, but they should really think it over. And with that, he bounced. The captain just grinned and pointed where he'd left. "See, I told you guys Fun was a reincarnated player. How else would he know all these cheat codes?" Seeing his captain acting all smug, Wang Meng got totally weirded out and was like, Cap, can you maybe not act like that? You're kind of freaking me out." She immediately blushed and stammered, "What would you guys think if I, made a move on Fun?" The moment Fun was gone, the system pinged him asking if he wanted to cash in some tradable lifespan to pull a skill into the real world. He went for the whole enchilada level synchronization and class advancement synchronization. Time to get OP in real life. The system let him know it just cost him a measly 27,000 days of his life, and boom, both syncs were complete. Fun was practically vibrating with excitement. It was skill extraction time. He already had Dark Stealth at a piddly level 1. But it was time to pump those numbers up and grab some new toys. He burned another 1,246 days to crank Dark Stealth to level 10. Up next, he cashed in for a whole new set of skills. Rearguard improvement for 900 days, Greedy Hand for 1,000, and Dark Lightning Strike for 3,200. Ghost Blur cost him 5,366, Bloom Curse was 1,699, and the Blacklight Shield set him back a whopping 11,313. After the power-up montage was complete, his life clock was down to a measly 7,480 days. Next up, the gear. He dropped a cool 3,600 days for some sweet concealment boots and another 3,394 for the devotee's pendant, both primo gold-level loot. Fun then realized the pendant wasn't just for faster cooldowns, it also summoned a sidekick that would be basically unkillable in the real world. Talk about a BOGO deal. After his little shopping spree, he was left with a piddly 486 days on the clock. But hey, at least now he was just as OP in real life as he was in the game. He knew he still had to grind for more lifespan to sink all his good stuff next time he logged out. A few minutes later, Fun snapped back to reality. He figured, since his enemies had his home address, it was probably a good time to bounce for a bit. He knew to pull out the ultimate safe house, the Sanctuary of Soul Purification, he'd need over 300 years of life. So yeah, a temporary crash pad would have to do for now. Fun decided to hit him with the greedy hand and just yoinked everything in his room into storage. That skill's inventory space was super clutch, swallowing all his junk no problem. He yeeted himself out the window, snagged his phone, and saw that clown Dongfang Xian was chilling at the Junin Hotel about 15 kilometers away. He went full invisible and ninja dropped from his apartment to the street. Fun did some quick brain math and figured with his new super speed he'd be there in 10 minutes flat, so he started booking it through the night. A few minutes later, he arrived at the hotel. Inside, a bunch of suits were grubbing down. One of them was blabbing about how game skills and lifespan could totally warp the real world, which was a golden opportunity for the Dongfang family. He was busy kissing Xian's butt for starting a guild, and Xian just played it cool like all in a day's work. The old grandpa, all hyped up, said he was thrilled with Xian's performance. He spilled the beans that they were basically pay to win, buying up a ton of lifespan for gear and skills. The big brain plan was to power level the main family members to level 10 to get the jump on everyone and expand their empire in the real world. With that, the Dongfang family would become a powerhouse, and their crazy dream of starting a dynasty wouldn't be just a fantasy. Xian just stared at his grandpa, saying nothing. In his head, though, he was totally trashing the old fossil who was practically 1 foot in the grave but still clinging to power and dreaming of living forever. Xian's real scheme was to snatch Shadow, force him to spill all his secrets, and then turn him into a personal lifespan farm. The moment he hit number 1 on the leaderboards, he planned to make sure everyone else got a permanent game over screen. The grandpa then asked how the Operation Get Shadow was coming along. Xian assured him it was all good, nothing to worry about. Apparently, he had some reliable woman ready to dox him. The old man insisted they capture him alive so he could become the family's new pet project, which would rake in some serious cash. Outside Fun had already silently taken out the guards watching the hotel entrance. He overheard their toast, "Long live the Dongfang family." Fun couldn't believe these rich boy clans were moving so fast. He knew his flashy new skills weren't a 100% guarantee he wouldn't get wrecked. Besides, he hadn't downloaded any armor to the real world. 1 bullet to the heart or the head and it was instant respawn, not to be more careful. Feng whipped out his fancy pendant and summoned his personal attack dog, a faithful devote with claws for hug time and green fireballs for long-distance relationships. He gave the creature one simple command: go inside and make sure nobody's left for the sequel. Feng knew this silver-level goon was no pushover. The faithful devote was built tough, basically a walking tank that could snack on bullets for breakfast. Using the chaos as its grand entrance, the creature busted down the door with a mighty roar. And cue the mass panic. Everyone was freaking out, wondering who forgot to close the portal to heck. As the glowy-eyed monster stomped in, Xian stood up trying to look heroic and pointed dramatically. He started barking orders at his rent, a cops to shoot. He was in total denial, yelling, "That's not a game monster, light it up." The bullets just pinged off the devotee's head like spitballs. With one lazy swing of its arm, it yeeted one guard into next week and gave another a high five straight through the chest. While the monster was greeting the other guests, Xian was sweating buckets, his tough guy act completely falling apart. The creature then eyeballed his grandpa, who started squealing for help. Instead of being a hero, Xian pulled a classic nope and bolted without even looking back. His genius plan was to just escape into the game where it's all safe and sound. Xian figured if he could just hit level 10 and cash out his powers, he'd be invincible. Solid plan, my dude. But when he got to the hotel exit, guess who was waiting? Feng. Before Xian could even process his mistake, Feng sent his head on a solo flight across the lobby. As the red fountain show began, Feng just turned his back and strolled away. Xian's final expression was pure confusion as his body started sprouting flowers like a human chia pet. Feng started absorbing the floral arrangement, and the system dinged with the loot report: 27,000 days of exchangeable life and 482 years of the non-refundable kind. What a score! As Xian's body went full-on botanical garden, Feng thought to himself, man, this blooming curse ability is ridiculously useful. Not only did it clean up the mess, erasing all the bodies and blood, but it also slurped up every last second of Xian's life. With that, his non-tradable life account hit a sweet 2,327 years, which would definitely take the edge off future trips into the rage zones. A little later, some party pooper at the hotel heard the gunshots and screams and decided to call the fuzz. A bunch of cops swarmed the Dongfang family's meeting room expecting a full-blown shootout. When they barged in, they were totally stumped. The place was an absolute wreck, clearly the scene of a massive brawl, but there wasn't a single body. It was like the entire Dongfang family just vanished into thin air, so they had to call in the mystery squad. Meanwhile, Feng was already long gone. His next stop on the revenge tour was the Chen Corporation. Their main HQ had already skipped town to North America, but the CEO's daughter, Chen Shi, was still kicking it in Demon City. Feng needed to have a chat with her before she caught a flight. The nearly 300-kilometer trip was way too far to walk. Realizing that would be a colossal waste of time, he just hopped back into the game. He remembered there were still some silver and gold-level loot piñatas to farm in the ruins. The second he logged in, Captain Yu pinged him, totally freaking out. She said Xiao Yuyu had somehow found the entrance to the tomb, but a gold-level vengeful ghost was playing bouncer, and her team was getting absolutely stomped. Surprised, Feng asked how in the world they found it. Yu explained that on their way back they took a detour to dodge some mobs and then realized someone was missing. After a bit of searching, they found out Xiao Yuyu had in the most classic way possible fallen into a hole. Yeah, that was one of those special dead zones where the team chat goes to die, and when they dove in to play hero, a level 12 gold-class boss started chasing them around. But hey, they actually managed to get away. She said they were already chilling back in Xiao City and dropped the coordinates for fun. He couldn't help but think Xiao Yuyu was a walking Lucky Charm. I mean, finding a whole tomb just by tripping into a hole, that's some main character level nonsense. Fun knew these tombs were basically winning the lottery, super random and crazy rare. He asked for the location, and she sent it over, saying the tomb was right near the Xiao City ruins. Fun shot her a thanks, and of course Yu had to add that if he stumbled upon anything he couldn't use, she'd happily buy it off him, no questions asked. He had to admit she was a smart cookie, so once he got to the spot, Fun's eyes locked onto a well. He was totally baffled, like, is this seriously the grand entrance? The well was so ridiculously huge you'd have to actively try to fall in. Fun just sighed, deciding Xiao Yuyu was truly built different. Without another thought, he yeeted himself into the well. A system pop-up appeared announcing his grand entrance to the Tomb of Resentment and letting him know his phone now had 0 bars. Fun stuck the landing at the bottom and started moseying down a hallway. And surprise, a giant monster appeared, the Wailing Spirit, a level 12 gold-class creature. Fun just watched it, totally unimpressed. He'd never seen this particular party pooper in his past life, but judging by its whole vibe, he figured its physical attacks were off the charts and covered a huge area. So that's why the other guys booked it. The gear Fun sold them had 0 defensive stats. Fun did some quick brain math and figured even a tank like Wang Mang with his shield and 5,000 health would get half his life bar deleted in one swing. He knew if that boss's axe so much as grazed him, he'd be instantly deleted from the game. Rocking the Blessed Releases and instant Shadow Cut combo, Fun zipped in and started dicing up the monster's arms. He knew the boss's defense was sky high and the first hits would feel like a tickle, but that didn't matter. This chump couldn't handle the slow, agonizing burn from Blessed Release. Then out of nowhere, one of the monster's arms just went kaboom. Fun reacted like a pro and leaped out of the blast zone. He was shocked it was a corpse explosion and admitted to himself he got a little careless. Luckily for him, his ghostly dodges skill automatically kicked in, saving his butt from a very certain and messy end. This gave Fun a major flashback to that one time a teammate got blown to smithereens trying to loot a boss that exploded. Entire squads had been wiped off the map like that, but that was usually a trick for platinum-class bosses or higher. He never thought a gold-class scrub would pull it off. Anyway, Fun used Greedy Hand to yoink the loot. The system notification started blowing up his screen. For taking out the resentful ghost, he got a cool 10 days of life and 20 evolution points. As a little bonus, he also got the Platinum-class skillbook Night Ring Blade. And thanks to the overpowered Greedy Hand skill, he also nabbed another 63 days of life and the Leather Armor of Resentment. Another Platinum-class item. He was genuinely surprised. It was like the game was just handing him a perfect build on a silver platter. The Night Ring Blade was a top-tier assassin skill that basically marinates your blade in pure, edgy, dark power, zapping every pore sap in a 5-meter radius with elemental damage and juicing his attack by 500 points. The cooldown was a slick 5.7 seconds, and you only had to be level 11 to unleash the chaos. Feng was stoked, man. This was exactly the kind of elemental smackdown he was craving. See, his shadow class was all brains and no brawn packing, more spirit than strength, which meant his magic hit like a truck while his punches were more like a gentle nudge. So yeah, a flashy elemental skill was totally his jam. Fun finally got the memo, pump up that spirit stat if he wanted to make things go boom. His stats were a sad 9 strength 9 constitution, a zippy 24 agility, and a measly 15 spirit. Fun decided to yeet his evolution points to boost the skill to epic. He burned 6 points, leaving him with 36, and the Night Ring Blade went from platinum to emerald diamond, and finally epic tier baby. The damage radius ballooned from 5 to 12 meters, and the bonus elemental smackdown shot up from 500 to a whopping 1,300 points. Look, the extra attack power was kinda meh, and the total damage couldn't even hold a candle to his Shadow Cut. But for clearing out mobs of trash, it was an absolute banger. Shadow Cut only had a dinky 5-meter range anyway. Plus, it was just a lame straight-line skill. The Nightring Blade, on the other hand, was a full-blown get-wrecked area of effect. Way more clutch for when he got swarmed. His new platinum-level Resentment leather armor was packing 55 physical defense, 45 elemental resistance, 42 damage block, and a lucky 777 health points. Level 11 required. It also had this Resentment effect, which tossed him a tiny 30 attack points after getting smacked. Fun knew this was basically chump change. But the armor's main stats were legit, so he decided to junk his old Ghostfire leather armor. He strutted up to a giant door. If he pawned off the 20-ish items he was hoarding, he'd rake in more than 10,000 life days. Now that he could get inside the tomb, he was hoping for some sweet loot and maybe even a mount. Meanwhile, across the map, some goblins straight up diced a girl and her friend. Poof. The whole squad respawned in the city and one of the dudes absolutely lost it. He grabbed Xiao Yuyu by the collar and started screaming his head off, calling her useless and saying she only got taller, not smarter. He went on a rant blaming Xiao Yuyu for the team wipe and whining that because of her, he was now down to just 2 years of non-negotiable life. He shoved her to the ground and threatened her not to even look his way at school, or else he'd handle it. What a drama queen. Then he rage quit. Her friend ran over to help Xiao Yuyu and invited her to her parents' city. She explained that she heard about some kind of support group there for players who totally suck at the game. Big mad Xiao Yuyu clenched her fists, shot down the offer and logged out, telling her friend Yan Yan to just go by herself. Back in her room, still seething, she whipped out her phone and hit up some dude named Hainan begging for a power level. Hanan was like, sure, but on one condition: she had to spend the night with him. He said he was curious to see how the school's it girl handled her extracurricular activities. Predictably, Xiao Yuyu blew a gasket, cussed him out, and told him to get lost. But then she did a complete 180. With a fake smile, she told Hainan she'd actually had a huge crush on him forever. But she couldn't accept his confession before because her brother Fun was like super controlling. Now that she'd kicked him to the curb, they could finally be together. Yeah, he didn't fall for that load of crap for a second. He called her an idiot and asked if she was trying to make him die laughing. He pointed out that if she'd backstab her own brother, what did she think she'd do to him later? Finally, he just told her to scram. So she started scrolling through her contacts for the next target. First up, she DMs this young master Hu Xiao, inviting him over for some company and a little leveling help. However, he knew exactly who she was, and just laughed in her face, bragging that he was a platinum-level talent with girls lined up before telling her to get lost. Ouch. Next up on her Please Don't Let Me Die tour, she hit up Sister Ma whining about how bored she was just hanging around the city for her. And the response, a big ol' nope. He basically told her everyone and their mother knew she played June for a fool and then flexed his new powers on her just for good measure. So boo-hoo, she started muttering curses about all men having a full-blown they're all trash moment because nobody would cater to her. She started wailing about her measly 2.5 years of non-refundable life left totally clueless what to do next. Cue the waterworks. Feeling oh so alone, her brain finally landed on Qinfeng. Yeah, good old reliable Qinfeng, he'd never ghost her. He's gotta have a fix for this, right? So she had to track him down to make sure. By the time she finally dragged herself to Qinfeng's place, it was already pitch black outside. For like a split second, she had this whole fairy tale playing in her head where she'd walk in, say a few sweet nothings, and Qinfeng would just melt and forgive everything. But then her massive ego kicked in like, hold up. She hadn't done a single thing wrong. Why the heck should she have to apologize? She stood there psyching herself up before knocking, telling herself that eating a little crow was just a temporary tactic. First, she would play the damsel in distress so he'd help her out. She was totally sure it would work. I mean, he was basically her personal doormat since they were kids. A nasty little smirk crept onto her face. The second she leveled up and fixed her whole about-to-expire problem, she was gonna ditch his sorry butt for good. Totally pleased with her genius plan, she finally knocked and called out for Chin Fun. Getting nothing but crickets, she tried again louder, asking if he was sleeping or something, and yelling that she was back as if it were some grand announcement. Her voice went all whiny, practically begging him to open up. When that didn't work, she went full-on psycho, kicked the door clean off its hinges, and then just stood there stunned. The place was wiped clean. The bed, the table, his clothes, poof, everything was gone. She frantically tried calling Qinfeng, but got sent straight to voicemail. She had no clue where the dude had vanished to. Meanwhile, at that exact moment, deep inside the Tomb of Rancor, Qinfeng was busy wrecking shop, just mopping the floor with every monster in sight. Before long, he hit the end of the dungeon and summoned a devout follower, casually remembering he'd already trashed over 200 trash mobs and a few bronze and silver tier bosses on his way there, which had him knocking on the door of level 12. And there it was, the final coffin. He knew that the second he popped that lid, the dungeon's main baddie would pop out, and man, he was really hoping for a platinum level beatdown. He started shoving the coffin lid. He was laser focused on it when things got super weird. Some nasty, evil energy started pouring into his body right through his eyes and mouth. Then the system pinged him with the bad news: his devout follower just got totally deleted. Qinfeng figured it out. It was the Death Miasma, a gold-tier boss. He cursed his luck, realizing this thing was basically a ghost, which meant you couldn't just punch it to death. He suddenly remembered from his past life that some other chump had let this thing loose, and it went on a rampage, causing a massive body count at a base nearby. Getting possessed by this thing was a one-way ticket to the graveyard, unless you had a buddy to exorcise it for you, or you were one of the lucky few with a class that had invincibility hacks. Our boy's eyes got dead serious. Time to break out the big guns, the Blade of the Dark Knight ring skill. Shadows started swirling around him like a goth tornado, letting him see the creature's real form hiding in all that nasty fog. Whipping out his dagger, Fun went straight for the body, and bam, a system window popped up telling him he just wrecked the golden tier, hidden boss of the toxic fog. Fun knew right away this thing's power level was way over platinum, even though it was a so-called gold-grade boss that dropped, you guessed it, gold-tier loot. Luckily, that sweet Blade of the Dark Knight ring he just picked up was dishing out magic damage. The monster poofed into lifetime points, and Fun being the klepto, he has whipped out his greedy hand to snatch the orb. After all that work, he was jonesing for some top-tier gold equipment, but nope, the game threw him a curveball, a rare little thing called the Mount Bell, which totally blindsided him. Fun was absolutely stoked to finally get a ride. This pretty much proved the legendary luck of the Lenny Spiral wasn't just some campfire story. The system tooltip for the Mount Bell was straight up epic. Ghost Knight Wolf summons a level 11 creature. This bad boy could throw down in a fight and be his personal taxi, but the catch was, the user also had to be level 11. So upon popping the item, it clicked for Fun the Ghost. Night Wolf was basically the Ferrari of early game mounts. This gold grade level 11 pupper was stacked with 148 strength, a beefy 155 constitution, 135 spirit, and a wicked fast 191 agility. Best part, the mount leveled up with him getting stronger over time. And get this, if he ever tried to sell the bell, the wolf would rage quit back to its starting level. Its skills, though, absolutely busted. First up, charge while mounted. His speed gets a ridiculous 245% boost. Then there's Night Path. When the sun goes down, his wolf just vanishes into stealth mode. Of course, attacking breaks the invisibility, but it slaps on an extra 120 damage and only takes 60 seconds to cool down. Next, triple charge. The wolf pounces on some poor sucker 3 times, with each hit dealing a whopping 267 extra physical damage on a measly 12-second cooldown. And don't forget Wolf's Howl. This baby buffs all his buddies with attack, defense, and elemental resistance for a solid 18 seconds, and it's ready to go again every 60 seconds. It slowly dawned on Fun that this wasn't just a glorified horse, it was a straight-up battle buddy. That stealth skill alone was a total game changer. With night falling, Fun hopped on his new Shadow Wolf and ghosted out of the ruins, already plotting his next move. The plan was simple: grind to level 15, farm enough lifetime to make the mount permanent, then log off, head to the Magic City, and permanently delete Qiangxi from the server of life. On his way, Fun cruised past the Jiangnan Coliseum, a massive arena with 2 whole underground floors just crawling with monster XP. Basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for leveling up. His Ghost Knight Wolf scrambled up the Coliseum wall like a parkour pro, a wall that was packed with some seriously beefy mobs. The monsters all turned to stare, and before they could blink, the wolf took a leap of faith, and Fun swan dived right into the mosh pit with it. Eyes laser-focused, Fun unleashed his instant shadow cut and started cleaning house. Meanwhile, across the map, in some other dusty corner of the ruins, Yu was busy poking a monster to death with her sword. The thing finally poofed into lifetime, and she let out a tired sigh. Her sidekick, Yan, some department head's kid, started clapping like a trained seal, gushing all over her damage output. He was babbling about how the Dragon Swordsman class was just so amazing, and how Yu was basically his dream girl. She just rolled her eyes, pointing out it was a measly level 8 gold boss, and it still took them over 10 minutes to kill it. Because of that, she couldn't wrap her head around how Shadow soloed a platinum tier boss. Moni and Ever the Charmer praised her again while totally trashing Shadow's accomplishment, claiming the guy was just an assassin who probably cheesed the boss by poking it from stealth for hours. According to Sir Salty Pants over here, that kind of cowardly playstyle would never get anyone to the top. He was secretly smug, thinking it'd be a piece of cake to get with Yu since she didn't have any powerful connections. In response, Yu fired back, asking if a totally mediocre archer like him wasn't the perfect candidate for slowly chipping away at a boss's health bar. Monian got all defensive, sputtering about how he was an honorable player who would never stoop to such a lame tactic. Then he dropped a bomb, claiming he'd heard Fun had a garbage personality and was the type of guy who permanently logs people off in the real world. Monian piped up, saying he knew some enforcer with level 3 anti-stealth and cooked up a scheme to unmask Fun and get him on a leash. He whined that a guy like Fun is only trustworthy if he's on their payroll. Otherwise, Disasters like the Songfei and Zhongli debacles would just keep on happening, and frankly, he was sick of playing janitor for fun. Yu and Wang Mong just glanced at each other and totally busted out laughing at Monian. They had to explain that he completely missed the point. It wasn't Fun begging them to clean up his messes, it was the other way around genius. They had to mop up Fun's leftovers just to make sure they stayed on his good side so they could work together. They started listing off Fun's greatest hits like the world-first solo kill of a golden boss and a platinum boss. Monian, getting super salty, snapped that Fun was just some squishy assassin. He threw a fit, asking how they couldn't pin him down with the same level of anti-stealth, and called them a bunch of useless clowns. Monian was seriously butthurt that they didn't agree with him. He shot a look at Yu and said she better watch out because he was about to wreck Fun's whole career and capture him. He declared that when he pulled it off, she'd be on her knees begging him to forgive her. Wang Mong, changing the subject, asked Yu what loot the boss dropped. She ran down the list: one piece of gold gear for a priest, a silver piece, and a silver skill book. Then it hit her. Fun was always hawking all sorts of gold and platinum gear. She wondered just how many bosses he'd already smoked, or if his special talent was just finding treasure chests. Wang Meng finally admitted that he was getting a little freaked out about that whole Jonan restaurant incident where the entire Dongfang family got wiped out. He floated the theory that Fun was the guy behind it and asked if they should really be helping a dude like that. Wang Meng confessed he couldn't get a read on Fun's personality and was worried he might be an actual psycho in real life. Yu, who knew all about the case and how seriously the higher-ups were taking it, was already guessing there was a connection to Fun. But even so, she swore she'd team up with him no matter what. She said that even if the top brass refused to touch this mess, she'd back him up personally. Totally baffled, Wang Mong asked her why, and Yu just shot back with another question. Who wouldn't back Fun? Just then, one of their guys ran up. He reported they'd found an arena up ahead where every single monster had been absolutely slaughtered. He said there were bodies littered everywhere and had no clue what kind of powerhouse crew could have pulled that off. Yu looked totally hyped and decided they had to check out the arena, leaving Wang Mong even more lost than before. When they got to the Shanghai Coliseum, they saw the ground was just a carpet of dead mobs. They were completely floored by the sheer number of dead Isaacs. There had to be hundreds of them. It really got them wondering what kind of god-tier squad could have managed a stunt like this. Yu was 100% sure Fun was here and told them to start looking. Monan, of course, had to ask how she could be so certain. Yu said it was a no-brainer. Fun was sitting pretty at number 1 on the scoreboard, and their group was trailing right behind. Since there was no way they could do something this insane, it could only have been Fun. Monian, absolutely fuming, sputtered that he had invisibility too and could totally do the same thing. It would just, take him a little longer. Yu completely ignored him and just pinged Fun. Figuring he'd be swimming in extra gear and skill books after that massacre, she offered to buy it all off him. Monian looked like he'd seen a ghost. Then Fun just popped up behind him riding his wolf. Monian literally shrieked and fell flat on his butt while Captain Yu's eyes lit up and she squealed, "Whoa, where'd you get the awesome mount?" He was all like, "Yeah, big shout out to my boy Plun for hooking me up with the coordinates." Hearing that, Plun got all flustered like, "Dude, you didn't have to put me on blast." Anyway, Fun switched gears and started wheeling and dealing with Captain Yu. He offered her all the loot on the ground as one big package deal, same old terms and conditions. She was totally down since she knew his prices were always legit and she could walk away if she wasn't feeling it. While they were chatting, Monian was over there just fuming. Feeling totally clowned by Feng, he swore he'd make every last one of them pay. Meanwhile, Feng just hopped on his wolf and cruised on through the ruins. The system pinged, showing he'd already hit level 13. Way down below him at level 10 were chumps like Justa Implav and Wan Meng, Goblin Negro and Grandes Mentas. Fun was sitting on a casual 245 years of tradable lifespan and 255 evolution points. He was grinning because after clearing out the arena, he snagged a gold-grade skill book called Silent Camouflage. This bad boy let the user go completely invisible as long as they stood perfectly still and didn't attack. An attack coming out of stealth packed an extra 300 points of penetration damage. The skill had a 120-second cooldown and needed you to be level 13. Feng then realized this wasn't just some in-game buff. Its real power was that he could use it in the real world. You combine that with the game's invincibility plot armor and he could literally just vanish. So naturally, he decided to juice the book up to the epic level, dropping a measly 11 evolution points. The skill shot up from gold to platinum, emerald, diamond, and finally epic. With the upgrade, the bonus damage from a sneak attack skyrocketed to 800, and the cooldown got slashed to just 60 seconds. After that, he decided to pimp out his other skills. First, he threw down 34 points to get his poison dart to the epic level. The skill went through a quick glow-up from emerald to diamond and then straight to epic. Its max range jumped to 20 meters and the damage per hit climbed to 400, plus it slapped on a poison dealing 100% damage a second for 5 seconds and it didn't even stack. Nasty. Next, he dropped a whopping 200 points to push Graceful Release all the way to the mythic level. We're talking legendary to straight up god tier. The attack bonus on weak spots ballooned to 300%, and the damage multiplier on those soft spots flat out doubled. Using it now came with a throat cut effect, dishing out 200% damage per second for 3 seconds, with the cooldown chopped down to a snappy 15 seconds. Fun was feeling pretty smug. Mythic level skills were just plain broken. Now pretty much all of his attacks were guaranteed to hit a weak spot. He took a look at his necklace, the Pendant of Deceit, and figured it was time for its makeover too. The platinum-grade accessory was already giving him 45 physical attack, 20 strength, and 20 constitution, and it required level 13. And its unique effect, it added 1 whole point to his stealth level. So adding up all his skills and gear, Fun realized he was now rocking stealth level 4, and nobody at this stage of the game had a snowball's chance in hell of detecting him. On top of that, he had the Golden Tears Veil of Shadows, an item that gave him 5 constitution, 5 spirit, and a sweet 32% evasion. With this, his total evasion rate hit a ridiculous 83%. Just then, a small explosion went off nearby, and Fun stopped to see what the commotion was about. He turned around, and what do you know, a giant boss decided to crash the party. Its arms were just chains ending in seriously sharp steel blades. He had to wonder what absolute moron was crazy enough to unleash that thing. Then Fun had a flashback to his past life, and remembered this exact boss popping up in the ruins of Shanghai. That hunt ended with 4,000 people getting deleted. This monster was the Sanctuary's bouncer, the number 2 safe zone in this dump. His original game plan was to clap another target before taking on this boss. But hey, since the main event showed up early, he figured he'd just get on with it. Fun and his wolf pal zipped to a rooftop to get a bird's eye view. Down below, the boss started her Beyblade routine, absolutely shredding the nearby players. She one-shotted a guy, and the rest of the team realized they were in deep trouble way too late. She just kept swinging her blade arms, mopping the floor with the whole group. Fun just watched these clowns try to fight the Steel Saint, thinking they seriously misjudged how much this would hurt. Then some dude on a tiger rolls up to fight, and Fun immediately recognized him. It was Xiang Yang, a paladin. In his past life, they were rivals for 9 years straight, with no one ever getting a clean win. Xiang Yang was a sneaky, treacherous little weasel, always slipping away from a beatdown with some cheap trick. Fun also recalled that last time around it was Xiang Yang's guild that actually took down the Steel Saint. The guild was called Knight's Sanctuary, and they ran the whole eastern side of the Shanghai ruins, which led to that corny saying, God of the West, Sanctuary of the East. To get new recruits, they used a nasty contract that promised safety, but it cost you up to 50% of your lifespan. Most of them basically became corporate slaves, forced to grind 24/7 for the guild leaders. For Fun, this whole setup was just perfect. He promised himself Xiang Yang wasn't getting away this time. The boss started her spin to win move, creating the perfect distraction. Fun took the opening, went invisible, and dropped right into the party. Without wasting a second, he lit up his blade and instantly deleted the players around him. Glowing with a red aura, Fun spun like a tornado, wiping everyone out. Xiang Yang was completely shook when he realized it was Shadow. He started whining about why he was getting jumped, claiming they didn't have any beef. Fun popped up right behind him and said with an ice-cold stare, "It's because you don't eat meat." Xiang Yang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. With a smug grin, Fun hit him with Shadow's Cut and sent him to the respawn screen. Next, he activated the skill Curse of the Blooming Flower. Shortly after, the players all reappeared back in the city. Xiang Yang was absolutely fuming with no idea why he just got wrecked. One of his goons started panicking when he saw his own life expectancy had flatlined at 0. Xiang Yang figured out it had to be one of Shadow's messed up skills and decided they'd go level up somewhere else and get their stuff back before trying for revenge. And who else was in the group but Xiao Yu? She was bawling her eyes out, completely clueless as to why she'd just been ganked, especially since her lifespan was almost gone. The system pinged. Fun, his skill had just yoinked 4 days of tradable life and 1 whole year of non-tradable life from Xiao Yu. Fun was thrilled to see she was rolling with Xiang Yang's crew. The tiny amount of life he siphoned from her was proof of how desperate she was. It meant she'd actually signed that trashy guild slavery contract. As far as Fun was concerned, she got exactly what she deserved. Right then, the boss finally turned and attacked Fun, kicking up a massive smoke screen. By the time the smoke cleared, he'd already dodged the hit with Phantom Blur. Fun knew the boss's first phase wasn't a big deal. She actually seemed confused about the player-on-player smackdown that just happened. The chains on her arms stretched out and started to spin, but she still looked totally dazed. Fun watched her every move. He knew her attacks were just the same predictable chain swings over and over. He teleported right above the boss and slammed his Blessed Blade and Plague Blade together. After the massive hit, first up was Throat Cut, a skill that dropped a nuke's worth of damage. The follow-up was a toxic explosion that went off 3 seconds later. With a lightning-fast strike, Feng slapped her with Throat Cut and a gnarly gash opened up on her neck. The boss's health bar just evaporated to less than half and her eyes started glowing with some serious "I'm gonna end you" vibes. Feng, however, was cool as a cucumber, cause he knew the real party started in phase 2. The moment she lost half her health, the demon locked inside her would wake up and play Return to Sender with any damage she took. There was also some wild rumor about a portal in the demon's stomach that just yeeted anyone she swallowed straight into a volcano. But Fun figured this was just scrubs getting their game mechanics mixed up with some other title. A whole squad of players was watching the beatdown from a safe distance, gossiping about how Shadow had absolutely zero chill. The Night Sanctuary Guild went to all the trouble of summoning this platinum tier boss only for Shadow to roll up and wipe their entire party off the map. Right after that, he popped a skill that chunked half the boss's health in one go, forcing her into rage mode. While they were busy chattering, Fun, still doing his Invisible Man routine, turned his attention to the peanut gallery. He knew the boss's second phase had a major design flaw. That whole damage reflection gimmick switched off for a split second whenever she attacked. If he could nail the timing on that tiny window, he'd dodge getting his own damage thrown back in his face. The big issue was his skills like Shadow Cut, Throat Cut, and the Plague Blade all did damage over time. So even if the first hit landed clean, the leftover tick damage would get bounced back and insta-gib him. Thinking this over, he looked at the noob spying on him and decided they'd make perfect guinea pigs. One of the players, some guy named Anwan, told everyone to back up so he could get a better camera angle. Seeing him step up, the others got all hyped, and Kwan's lackey started bragging about how they'd already memorized the boss's entire moveset. Some girl in the group added that once the boss's health dipped below half, she just freezes and her body starts morphing, which is gamer speak for she's about to learn some new busted skills. And right as Phase 2 kicked off, Shadow pulled a vanishing act. Kwan couldn't believe anyone would try to solo this thing, so he ordered his subordinate, Cho, to use her red eye ability to sniff out Shadow. She was like got it and activated her power. A little bunny rabbit popped into existence and started hopping around, the boss completely ignored. Then Cho reported that she couldn't find Shadow anywhere. She just assumed he must have pieced out since not even her level 3 anti-stealth skill could spot him, and Kwan totally bought it. Thinking there's no way someone has a level 4 invisibility skill, then he just jumped off a cliff, leaving Cho staring in utter confusion. He told her to stay sharp and give him a holler if Shadow came back. As Cho nodded, Anquin hit the ground and whipped out his swords. A super cocky smirk spread across his face. The other players were pretty sure he was just looking for a quick trip to the graveyard trying to fight a platinum-level boss by himself. One of them, though, had a fanboy moment. He was the famous player known as Safety First. The guy started gushing that he'd seen him body a gold-level boss in the starting city without taking a single hit. It came out that his class was Soul Warrior, which gave him a 100% dodge chance when he rolled. On top of that, rumors were flying that he used to be a famous streamer known for his god-tier reflexes in Souls-like games. With his grand entrance, the boss immediately switched targets to Anquan. The boss came at him with her blade-like arms. Anquin reacted instantly and just slid across the ground, barely dodging the hit. Next, the boss conjured up some energy arms to crush him, but he just rolled again, dodging it like it was nothing. When the boss tried to get a hold of him, he did another one of his fancy rolls to get clear, and of course his fan club started drooling over how skilled and calm he was. They were all like, wow, such discipline, he didn't even try to sneak in a cheap shot. Some dude even piped up saying Anwan's performance was incredible since he was dodging everything perfectly. They were also seeing all these slashes appearing on the boss, which got them all scratching their heads about how OP the Soul Warrior class was. Then the girl with the black hair decided to play Professor, explaining that his little rolls were actually triggering his class's passive counter. Every perfect dodge was chipping away at the boss, slowly bleeding her health dry. With a smug grin, Cho added that the dodging was just the appetizer. Anuan's real strength was his offense. He claimed his attacks basically turned defense into a non-stop beatdown that ended fights in a flash. So while the boss was flailing around trying to tag him, the big secret was that a good dodge let Anuan's next hit ignore a whopping 50% of the boss's defense. Then our boy Anuan finally decided to face her, and this blue anime-style energy started glowing around him. The moment they saw that, his crew knew he was about to drop a 4-digit nuke on her. Before the boss could even blink, Anuan unleashed the move he'd been cooking up. One swing split into 3 shadow clones that just surgically diced the boss right in her weak spots, leaving some nasty gashes. And just like that, her health bar took a nosedive to less than half. His cheerleaders went absolutely wild, seeing the boss was already down to a third of her health. Anuan, feeling himself, turned his back like a cool guy in a movie, but right then, he got slapped with over 34,000 damage, and just poof times instantly deleted. His whole squad just freaked out. They were totally clueless, like, how'd he die? He dodged everything. They were even more baffled because, yeah, Anuan hit the boss. But her health didn't drop times much from one hit. Meanwhile, not too far away, Fun was just silently watching Anwan's health bar vanish and thinking, thanks for the assist, buddy. Anuan's little song and dance routine made the boss pull out all her tricks. Fong knew that while Mr. Showtime was busy posing, he was the one actually pumping out non-stop damage, which is what really knocked her health down to a third. Sure, the Soul Warrior's moves looked flashy and did decent damage, but they also signed his own death warrant. Thanks to his class's gimmick, There was no way in hell he could ever beat the Iron Maiden. When he rolled, he couldn't attack, and when he attacked, he ate all that reflected damage. The boss started to turn away and Feng's attention snapped back to her. He knew this was about to get ugly. With her health in the toilet, the boss was making a break for the church sanctuary to get a full heal, which would make this whole clown show a complete waste of time. He glanced at Anwan's crew and saw that their leader's epic fail had them all shook. Feng figured there was zero chance they'd even touch the boss now. But here's the kicker. If nobody was hitting the boss, that nasty reflect damage buff wouldn't go away. It was go time. Feng popped his invisibility and materialized right in front of her, totally blocking her escape route to the sanctuary. When the other players saw Feng, their jaws just dropped. To them, Anwan was just the opening act. The real main event was this shadow dude. It was terrifying to realize that every single one of those cuts on the boss came from Feng. Cho couldn't believe his eyes. His dinky little level 3 anti-stealth skill didn't even pick him up, which meant Feng's was level 4 or even higher. Feng glanced over at the loot Anwan dropped and thought, yep, that's mine now. He fired up the black light shield and a golden bubble popped up around him. The skill whipped up a gnarly 10-layer shield, each one a get-out-of-jail-free card for one hit. The boss lady finally noticed him, and her arms went full-on Edward Scissorhands again. She lunged, and Feng was like, oh, you've activated my trap card, bam, instant shadow cut. Feng went into blender mode with a flurry of strikes. He clocked that the last 3 hits out of his 9-piece combo landed right as she was trying to hit back. If it wasn't for that slick black light shield eating the return to sender damage, he'd be pushing up digital daisies right now. His shield was down to just 7 layers. Next, the boss started charging up some kind of tummy beam and leaped into the air and blasted out a torrent of purple fire. Feng tried to nope out of there, but that flamethrower was so fast it vaporized all 7 of his remaining shields instantly. He dodged that by the skin of his teeth. Another half second and he would have been toast. Right then, some other chump tried to yoink Anwan's loot, but Feng's spidey senses tingled. He flicked a poison dart right into the dude's 5 head and deleting him from the server on the spot. He basically sent a server-wide memo, touch my stuff and you get the dart. The system pinged. Feng just scored 612 days of tradable life and a whopping 67 years of the non-tradable kind. His skill also slurped up another 355 days and 20 years. Feng was kinda shocked at how much life that deleted player was packing. Dude must have been playing on pacifist mode or something, probably never even got a scratch before. He thought that was pretty hilarious and decided to save the skill for later. Meanwhile, the boss let out an angry screech, but Feng was totally unfazed. He knew he just had to chip away at her health, playing it safe with his shield and basic attacks. So he started a dance of poke and dodge. Slow and steady wins the race. From way back, Shu was watching this go down, totally blown away by Feng's speed. Before this, she couldn't figure out how he'd racked up the first takedowns. But now watching him style on this boss, she had zero doubts the guy was a legend. Feng figured he'd played with his food long enough. It was time to end this. He zipped in and started slicing and dicing the boss with insane speed. System message: the Steel Maiden has been officially retired. He bagged 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and the sanctuary key. The rest of the lobby was absolutely losing their minds. Feng soloed the boss. No wonder this dude's sitting at number 1 on the leaderboard. He whipped out his greedy hand and yoinked the loot, an emerald tier leather armor called Gift of the Black Flames. It juiced him up with 95 physical defense, 120 elemental resistance, 77 damage reduction, and 77 constitution. Plus, its special move slapped a black flame debuff on his targets, shredding their defense and resistance, though it wasn't quite as nasty on bosses. Feng was pretty stoked. Just that one piece of gear was better than what most of these other noobs were wearing head to toe. And on top of that, he also snagged the Emerald level Assassin's Instinct skill. It let him kinda see the outlines of sneaky invisible units and gave him 2 points of anti-invisibility. Feng was like, nah, we can do better, and immediately dumped 33 evolution points into upgrading it. The skill shot straight past Emerald Diamond and Epic Landing right at legendary status. And with that little power-up, his anti-invisibility bonus jacked up to 5 points. The legendary effect also threw in the ability to spot an enemy's weak points, cranking up his critical hit damage by 50%. Stack that with his Lethal Grace passive and the total bonus was a ridiculous 350%. At this point, he could probably hit an enemy's weak spot blindfolded while hopping on 1 foot. Feng still had 97 evolution points burning a hole in his pocket, so he dropped 80 of them to juice up his blur and ghostly skill. It jumped from epic straight to legendary, boosting his passive evasion from 75% to 85% and giving him full-on you can't touch this immunity whenever it kicked in. And speak of the devil, Captain Yu and her crew just rolled up. She says hi to Feng, asking if he scored any sweet loot, then does a double take. She's like, hold up, I didn't even check the rankings. You seriously hit level 13 overnight. That's just bonkers. Wang Ming chimes in whining that they grinded all night and barely scraped the middle of level 11. He's all, dude, your leveling speed is totally broken. So Captain Yu just smacks Wang Meng upside the head to get him to shut his pie hole. Fun, looking a little confused by the drama, just explains, yeah, I got some stuff to pawn off worth about 45,000 days of life. With a poker face, she zaps him the payment. Fun then casually adds, oh yeah, I got another little goodie to sell. You guys know about hideouts, right? A sly little grin spreads across Captain Yu's face as she confirms. She breaks it down. Since the Shanghai city ruins are a total free-for-all with no safe zones, players use hideouts as personal forts to stash their gear and throw up defense shields. Fun's thinking she's probably talking about that little starter home the Golden Boss left behind. She confirms, saying the suits from Jinhai City haven't found a single one yet, since she clearly gets how huge a deal this is. Fun casually whips a golden key out of his inventory. He reveals it's the key to the sanctuary from the boss he just totally wrecked. He drops the bomb that the hideout is over 800 mu and suggests they head back to talk numbers. Captain Yu and Wang Meng look like their brains just short-circuited. They know a bigger hideout means way beefier defenses and all the fancy bells and whistles. A place that's 800 mo is big enough for every single official from Zanhai City to get their own private room. Super curious, she asks how much he's thinking for a mansion like that. Fun plays it cool, saying he'd rather hear their best offer first. He knows from his past life that this little key could be flipped to the government for a cool 2,000 years of life expectancy. With that kind of payday and what he's already got, Fun would have enough to cash out with all his equipment, skills, and levels and take them to the real world. You can practically see the gears turning. Captain Yu is totally on board and promises to get on the horn with her bosses immediately. Then she's like, hey, while I've got you, I need another favor. She explains that 7 gold-tier bosses have popped up together in Black Moon Village and have already been sending tons of players to the graveyard. Because of the mess, they're offering a 10-year life bonus if he helps take them out. As soon as he hears this, Fun's just like 7 gold bosses. That doesn't sound like a world-ending problem. He figures even as a group, the official goon squad should be able to handle them eventually. So if they're begging for his help, there's gotta be a catch. Impressed that he's not an idiot, she's like, you got it. She confirms he's spot on and explains they managed to isolate and murk one of the 7, but the thing just resurrected. And to make matters worse, the stats of all 7 bosses suddenly went through the roof, and they completely annihilated the entire team. Fun's interest is officially piqued. He remembers hearing about group bosses that can pull a zombie act and suspects they might be puppets of the Cursed Slate, one of those legendary slates from the ancient gods. If he's right, there's no way in hell he's letting this opportunity slip by. Fun decides to go right now and asks Captain Yu for the cords, and she wishes him good luck. He thinks to himself that the captain is surprisingly honest. The loot from 7 gold bosses should be worth around 40 or 50 years of life on its own, and she's still throwing another 10 years on top as a reward. Talk about a sweet deal. Anyway, Fun was just cruising through some old ruins on his ridiculously cool Ghost Knight Wolf King. Then, as he moseyed past a statue, he spotted some serious drama. A whole crew of players was jumping some girl, and who else would it be but Wan Maggie? Yep, Fun's dear old sister. One of the chicks just straight up slapped her across the face, screaming about her being a total homewrecker and trying to snatch the guild leader. Wan Maggie, her face already looking like a bruised peach, was just bawling her eyes out in pure rage. The head mean girl leaned in, threatening to permanently rearrange her face if she didn't back off the leader, and then they all piled on again. Meanwhile, Fun was just chilling on a rooftop, taking it all in. Looked like his sister had gotten herself into another one of those classic guild catfights. After his time in the Sanctuary of the Knights, he was totally over these petty power plays. Back in his past life, he was always the one who had to swoop in and clean up her messes. But this time, he just hopped down and decided to let her handle her own drama for once. Of course, Wan Maggie was still crying up a storm, begging them to stop wailing that the pain was going to kill her. The bullies just laughed, kept calling her nasty names, and threatened to end her right there. Meanwhile, completely ignoring the family drama, Fun just walked right into the statue. He remembered a little secret deep beneath this statue in the center of Xianhai City's ruins. There was a super secret chamber that worked like an express train back to the starting city. This was some next-level intel that almost nobody knew about. A magic circle lit up in front of him. But oh yeah, this teleport wasn't free. The first ride cost a hefty 500 days of his life. The second trip would be 1,000, the third 2,000. You get the picture. The price just kept doubling. Talk about surge pricing. But he knew the investment was worth it. That sleepy starting city would eventually morph into a high-level zone where basic mobs would evolve into world bosses and epic loot would start popping up. The ancient god slate was one of those treasures, and there was no way in hell he was going to miss out on that. The system prompt popped up asking if he wanted to teleport to the abandoned land of the gods' destination, Black Moon Village. Fung blinked. This village wasn't supposed to even exist until way later in the game. He'd never even heard of it in his past life. Without a second thought, he hit confirm. The system snatched 500 days of Fun's life, and bam, he was teleported straight to Black Moon Village. The place was crawling with old folks just chilling and chatting. Fun was pretty shocked. He didn't expect a bustling metropolis of senior citizens and had to wonder why it was geriatric central. He spotted a few other players nearby, too. One of them was helping an old lady get back on her feet. They seemed relieved to be back in the safe zone and reminded her, "Alright, just like we agreed, we got you to level 3. You gained 72 days of life from that, so now you just gotta hand over our cut." But the old woman got all huffy and flat out refused to pay up, squawking that they were some kind of charity. One of the players patiently explained that he didn't want any money. He just wanted the share of life days that the monsters dropped. Life days she only got because she was in their party. Another player chimed in saying she just needed to give back their share exactly like they agreed on. This somehow made the old woman even angrier. She denied ever making a deal and started accusing the youngsters of trying to shake down a poor old woman. They tried to calm her down, but she just started screaming for help, accusing members of the Mentor Guild of harassing her. And right at that moment, out of nowhere, some dude yanks her from behind and slams her onto the dirt, leaving everyone like what surprised it was Feng. He grabs her by the throat, gives her the iciest death stare, and whips out his dagger. No hesitation, just a quick goodnight. The two players were just standing there, jaws on the floor, as these shiny life orbs popped up. Feng's just like, "Yo, free loot, go nuts." And man did they party. Snatched the 72 days of life and gave a nod, probably wondering who the heck their fairy godmother was. Fun was all like, "No biggie," then dipped. He was kinda salty, you couldn't just throw down in the city. Then his brain started churning about the Manhwa Guild. It clicked that the whole thing started back in Black Moon Village. He remembered it was basically a soup kitchen for old folks, a charity to help them not kick the bucket for free. Next thing you know, it gets all official and becomes the biggest guild in Ruya member-wise. Fun's eyes were practically sparkling. He was thinking in this dumpster fire of an apocalypse, the world needs more of these good guy types. Cut to nighttime, a forest classic. Some squad was getting their butts handed to them by a giant mud pie. One of the mages yells at her buddy mother, "Hit it with the zappy zap." She totally did, and bam, lightning strikes the goop monster. The sword guys jumped on that chance and sliced it in two, turning it into a shiny life orb. While they were strolling, the new guy in the group asks Yan if her pal Wanmeg really joined the Night Sanctuary Guild, cause that sign-up fee is no joke. Yan just nodded, saying she tried to get her to join Manure instead. She laid it out like, "It's a charity guild, we all help each other out," but Wanmeg was like, "Nah, I'm good." The other dude chimed in that Xiao Yuyu was already level 10, all thanks to a boost from the Night Sanctuary. He then spilled the tea that their contract locks you in for 3 whole years, basically turning you into a corporate slave. The young guy was like, "Yup, sounds about right." He said they're just using her like a disposable tool. In his book, if you've got 0 skills, you should just be grinding low-level mobs and leveling up the slow, painful way like them. Yan let out a big sigh, commenting that Wanmei thought she was hot stuff just because she had some super special hidden class. And just like that, a rain of "you can't see me" arrows started pouring down on the squad. Before anyone could even blink, the arrows turned the player into a human pincushion, zapping 1/200th of his HP, and poof, he was a life orb. Yan totally freaked out because plot twist, that was her dad. Her mom just started bawling. The archer who shot him was grinning like an idiot, super proud he one-shotted the guy. His masked cronies told him to chill with the ego trip, saying the Mansion River Guild is full of nothing but noobs. Just a bunch of weaklings. They were baffled why any decent player would be babysitting this crew of literal trash. Smirking like villains in a cartoon, they slithered over to Yan and her mom. The archer was like, "Hand over all the life you've got." Yan was shaking in her boots, trying to remember that the GMs frown on player killing, and these guys were about to get on the most wanted list. The archer just pointed at her, basically saying, "Honey, I don't give a crap about the rules." He gave them a whole 3 seconds to cough up the goods. Jan's mom caved instantly, but the girl wasn't having it. She was all, "Mom, don't you dare," and told her to spam the guild chat for help while she tried to stall these clowns. Seeing this little rebellion, the archer barked an order to off the old one and keep the young one for entertainment. The masked goons charged forward, but out of nowhere, a giant wolf jumped out and started using them as chew toys. Yan was just standing there completely clueless. Before the archer could even process what was happening, someone blitzed in and lopped his head clean off. Surprise, it was Fun. While the wolf was having a snack on the henchman, Fun just stared at the archer's rolling head, thinking, "Oh, it's Shadow." Back in the city, the archer and his crew respawned absolutely livid. They had no clue how they got totally life-wiped in an instant. Totally freaked out, they booked it for the woods, needing to farm some mobs for a health boost before they totally bit the dust. Just then, some freaky energy thing materialized and a sword made of pure nope dropped down, pinning them right where they stood. Then these 2 priest dudes stroll up. One of them, waving a book around, announced that they were official bounty hunters, and according to the rulebook, they were totally busted. The other priest just gave them a super serious stare, basically warning that if they tried anything funny, their subscription to life would be cancelled effective immediately. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Yan was thanking Feng, saying that without him, she and her mom would have been totally screwed. Feng just stared at his shoes, thinking about how decent Yan was. Besides being nice and gutsy, she was the polar opposite of Xiao Yuyu, and he had no clue how those two ever became best friends. After that, Feng just vanished into thin air. Yan and her mom were left standing there, completely bewildered. Yan scooped up the life orb, not sure if it might have been her dad's. Her mom asked where their knight in shining armor disappeared to, and Yan just said she had no idea. The only thing she knew for sure was the attacker's name. It was Shadow, the #1 top dog of the entire world, Shadow. In another corner of the forest, a whole squad of players was just chilling, waiting for Shadow. They were complaining that it had been half an hour since his ETA and were wondering what was taking him so long. One of them was skeptical, saying there was no way Shadow could beat the area bosses since they could just respawn infinitely. Completely invisible, Feng just strolled right past them and kept on walking. Feng was hip to how the ancient god slate actually worked. It slapped a buff and a debuff on your gear and could even straight up alter your class traits. The player ranked 7th in the world had already burned through 7 of them just to annihilate a legendary boss. He scoped out the monsters who were just standing there like garden gnomes. The bosses, the slate cooked up, had their own unique gimmicks. Some were invisible and crazy stealthy, ganking players before they could even blink. Others were just puppets being controlled by some hidden summoner. According to the intel, if you took down just one of them, they all just revived with a stacking fury buff. The big question was, would they still respawn if you wiped them all out at the exact same time? It was worth a shot. Feng decided to poke the bear. He equipped the follower's pendant and summoned one of his minions. The creature charged in to attack the bosses and got smacked for over 1,400 points of damage. One of the bosses just glanced in its direction, and a second later the poor follower went kaboom, and the monsters didn't even flinch. So Feng started crunching the numbers in his head. The bosses were level 10 with 0 damage reflection, and their stats were only about twice as high as a normal gold tier boss. He then unleashed the Shadow Ringblade, sending out a red wave of energy, and followed up with the Gift of the Poisonous. The boss's bodies just vanished, leaving 0 items, which totally threw him for a loop. A moment later, they all started to smush together into a single giant and way more jacked up monster. The new mega boss started stomping toward Feng. He was on high alert, which confirmed that taking them all out at once was the right move to trigger the next phase. It was then he noticed the giant monster's body was covered in weird symbols. Fun casually sidestepped the attack and was like, oh neat ancient god scribbles. He started decoding random words like disaster, sky, god, and ancient, then played a little word jumble and figured out the boss's name was, get this, the Calamity Ancient God. And as the monster lumbered forward, Fun had this epic name, and absolutely 0 idea what to do next. Awesome. Then his galaxy brain kicked in. What if he just smacked the boss's body parts in the order of the letters in its name? All that time he invested in reading ancient god-tier fanfiction was finally about to pay off. Fun slid in and whacked the symbol on the monster's leg, then the one on its arm, and for the grand finale, the one on its chest. Nasty goo started dripping from the boss's body, which shrieked like a baby before falling apart and plopping into the water. Fun stayed frosty, waiting to see what cheap trick was next. Sure enough, coffins started rising from the depths. Then the leftover boss chunks began to float and morph. Next thing you know, a bunch of mini-monsters spawned from its corpse, all of them screaming their heads off. Fun noticed the scribbles on the coffins matched each of the new pests. Ah, so times the gimmick. He just had to beat them down next to their designated forever boxes. The ancient god's tablet was already chilling out in plain sight, basically screaming that this was the final phase. The monster squad rushed him and he got ready to throw down.